Shivani, start.
Yes.
Good morning. I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to one and all present here for the One Day International Symposium titled Research Conclave on Industry 4.0, a virtual event 2021, organized by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell and Research Cell of Parle Tilak Vidyalaya Association, M.L.Dahanukar College of Commerce, affiliated to University of Mumbai, India. The International Symposium is organized with a view to bring together people from diverse fields in the research areas, namely academics, industries, advertising, marketing, environment, law, and technology, with common values and goals. This symposium is designed to bring together several international and national personalities for the purpose of understanding the novel facets and the dynamic world of research and industry. And now, to take this symposium forward, I request our respected and dear convener, Dr. Kanchan Pulmari, whose sustained guidance always remains a significant driving force for all of us, to deliberate on the conception of the symposium. Over to you, Pulmari ma'am.
Good morning, when I'm all present here, especially to our esteemed resource person from all corners of the world. Conference of the East and West in the current situation of pandemic is a further pressing need which led us to envision this symposium and call upon the finest resource person from the Western Hemisphere to share their pearls of wisdom with us. Today, we have amidst us Dr. Alan Gettenby from Australia all the way, Dr. Cherry May Rodas Palacio, who are from Philippines, but right now in Australia, Dr. Margaret Moto from Canada, Dr. Rosa Maria Velasquez and Jesus Velasquez from Mexico, with experiences ranging from leadership, human resource management, education management, tourism management, and so on, would definitely offer a great scope of enrichment and development. Their scholarly insight would surely give us hope, direction, and prepare us with the additional challenges thrown by this unprecedented situation. I'm certain, with their vast experiences and knowledge, our audience, both learners, academicians, and professionals, would have a lot to take back as the learning outcome. Before I end my note, I must thankful to my spirited principal, Dr. Niyam Doke, for his unrestricted support. He is a facilitator and given us liberty for organizing such a wonderful program. Also thankful to our vice principal for her day-night support to us. And lastly, I'm thankful to my lovely team members who support me day and night for this symposium. That Assistant Professor Somnath Deshmukhya, Assistant Professor Shivani Naik, Assistant Professor Samrat Gangude, Assistant Professor Rakesh Pise, and my another technical coordinator, Archana Tadekar and Swapnil Shetty. I'm really thankful to them. I end on this optimistic note as the legendary Neil Armstrong once said that research is creating new knowledge. I wish all the participants to engage in this process with determination and sincerity. Thank you all. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that inspiring start. And now I welcome our beloved principal, Dr. D.N. Doke, to deliver the welcome address and who would also delve on the core of the symposium. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, one and all. I must say sorry because I couldn't join you people early in your informal discussion. I would have enjoyed that informal discussion, but some technical glitches are there. But as we have been saying, this technical problem. Though there are technical problems, we are able to connect globally. We are able to manage this type of conferences with a global participation. That would not have happened without this type of technology. And in fact, we should not blame the technology, because what we are going to do today is we are going to talk about Industry 4.0. So Industry 4.0 is nothing but all the technology that all experts will talk about that. I am here to welcome all my honorable guests from different corners of the world. On behalf of Parliamentary Vidyalaya Association, on behalf of my staff member, on behalf of the Dahanukar College of Commerce. So this college is established in 1960. Our parent body, Parliamentary Vidyalaya Association, is more than 100-year-old. And last year only we celebrated our 100th year or centenary year. In fact, we were planning a huge celebration, but because of COVID, even whatever celebration took place, those were in the online format. We had lecture series, we had some different programs, but all of them were on online platform. And we completed 100 year, and now we are 101st year as a parent body. And as an institution, M.L.Dahanukar College of Commerce is one of the branch of Parliamentary Vidyalaya Association, which is having 4 colleges, some 7 schools, and sports academy. So one of the institute of this association is Parliamentary Vidyalaya Association's Dahanukar College. We are also having varied courses in commerce, economics, management, information technology. We have a research center in business management. We have a postgraduate degree in commerce. We have a postgraduate degree in information technology. More than 5,200 students are taking benefit of our institution. We are having different type of conferences throughout the year. Last year, because of COVID, we did not have conferences, but then we thought now better not to stop for international conferences or national level conferences. And instead of having offline conferences, let us go online conference. And therefore here all of us for Industry 4.0. Now, the revolution, all of us know, started with the revolution of wheel. Industrial revolution started with the revolution of wheel. Then we started with electricity, then we started with so many other things, and finally we are now here with the Internet of Things, and we are with all technologies. We are heading towards automated cars. So that is what the industry is running very fast. Invention is running very fast, and always people are saying that industry and academia should go hand in hand. Without that, we will not support the industry. And if we cannot support industry, we will not survive. Our academics will not survive. If our academic is not going to support the need of industry, whatever manpower industry requires, whatever human source industry requires, if we cannot support industry, we will not survive. And to support the industry, we need a continuous research in our area in academics in view of what industry requires, what is the requirement of industry. Accordingly, we have to change our curriculum, we have to keep on doing the research, and therefore we organize this type of conferences so that a lot of brainstorming sessions will be there, people will do research, we are going to publish research papers. And though it is online, but in fact, organizing online is also sometimes very difficult, because continuously connecting with the people around the globe. And a lot of efforts are taken by Dr. Kanchan Fulmali and her team. I really thank to Kanchan Fulmali for taking a lot of efforts. Some 60 people have registered for the conferences with their research papers. She managed to get 4 very elite persons from different countries as the resource persons. I really appreciate her efforts, and I wish all the best to the conference. I once again welcome all honorable guests to Parliamentary Vidyalaya Association's Dahanukar College. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that inspiring and motivational speech. We are indeed honored to have you as our leader. And now, I take the opportunity to welcome our first resource person for the day, Dr. Alan Gattenby. Dr. Alan Gattenby has an illustrious list of qualifications to his credit. To begin with, there is FRIEDR, PRIM, CMF, JP, MEd in Leadership, Graduate Diploma Leadership and Change, BA, Diploma Teaching Certificate IVTAE, which is Thought, Change and Educational Leader from Australia. Alan is a leader among leaders. He is recognized for leading organizational and individual change globally. He is an internationally accredited career and talent development coach with a passion for recognizing and developing excellence. Alan's leadership is energetic, creative, strategic, and empowering. He is sought after in facilitation, coaching, training, and presenting. Alan delivers on developing high-performing individuals, teams, and organizations. So, we are indeed deeply privileged to have you amidst us and welcome you to this symposium. May I now request Somnath to kindly introduce our esteemed resource person, Dr. Cherry May Rotas Palacio, who would be co-presenting with Dr. Alan Gattenby. Over to you, Somnath.
Thank you, Shivani. Thank you very much. I take great delight in introducing a personality who is actually lauded for a remarkable contribution to the realm of counseling, education, and she is hailed as a sustainable lifestyle influencer par excellence. So Dr. Cherry May Rotas Palacio, she's a doctor of education, educational management, Philippine Women's University in Manila, Philippines. And she has done a master in education, also was in guidance and counseling programs from Philippines itself. In addition to that, she has been into healing through art certification from Coursera, University of Florida. And she's a certified life coach of Udemy online programs. And in addition to that, in positive psychology programs of University of Pennsylvania. So these are, we know that she has a tremendous understanding of the challenges of designing a sustainable future. Her passion is actually enabling healthier and happier people whose creativity and innovation will ensure a better future for all. Also, it is extremely significant to mention here that she's leader in the 2030 project and actively engaged in developing sustainable goals in health and well-being. And must mention these additional notations that she's been an advocate of projects of World Health Organization, United Nations Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiatives, US Department of State Bureau of Education and Cultural Affairs, and other communities across Asia. So Dr. Cherry actively seeks collaborator in research and in designing sustainable future. We are really indeed enthralled that we would listen to you, Dr. Cherry, which would open up a plethora of opportunities for collective growth of global community. And once again, we welcome you heartily, Dr. Ellen, Dr. Cherry, and request you both to enlighten our listeners with your ideas on sustainable future. Over to you, Dr. Ellen, Dr. Cherry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for a lovely introduction. And I am wondering, Shivani, if I can share my screen, please.
Yes, sir, please do.
As the host there, you will need to give me permission to share my screen.
Archana, make sir co-host so that he can share the screen.
Yeah.
Archana,
How are we going?
All right.
Yes,
There
sir.
you go.
Oh, we're right
You're
now. Yep.
co-hosting now.
yeah.
Lovely day to everyone. Can you go to the first slide? There you
So,
go.
thank you. Yeah, and thank you for the lovely welcome. And I know that Cherry would agree with me that it's a wonderful opportunity for us to connect with like thinkers and also people with different points of view, because it is only through difference and diversity that we can increase the richness of understanding. And so that is very much the spirit in which we come today. And I should really just explain, in our presentation, we are going to go a little bit beyond IR4. IR4 is a moment in time. It is the present, and already we're moving towards IR5. So, in terms of our passion and our input today, it's really around the whole notion of designing futures. And so what we need to do is to have a little bit of a bigger look. So that is what our intention is for today. But before we dive into that, what I'd like to do would be to firstly give some acknowledgements and gratitude, and particularly to the traditional custodians of the globe, from whom we have inherited a rich and wonderful environment and lifestyle. And with our increased knowledge, hopefully we can restore and regain the true balance within nature and within the in the universe. I'd also like to acknowledge researchers and teachers, past and present. Without your contribution to our lifestyle, then we would not have this knowledge nor wisdom. To Dahanukar College, thank you for the opportunity to be able to share ideas, and that's very much the spirit of today, that we've come to share, not to tell, not to question, not to criticize, but to be critical friends and friendly critics of this question of how do we design and build a better life. And for the students of your college, you are the future leaders. And so it is important that we take a glimpse today of what we can unpack and what we can work towards together. And so with that in mind, I also would give acknowledgement to our student and learners of all ages. And the richness of diversity is what enables us to see further and faster. And my very great thanks to Dr. Cherry May Ratas Palacio to be with me today in this co-presenting. When the opportunity came and I suggested to Dr. Kanchan that Dr. Cherry would be available, I was so delighted that you included her and embraced her, and indeed have gone to extraordinary lengths to welcome us and to be part of this presentation. She is a good friend, but she is an amazing, has an amazing mind and amazing talent. So, very grateful in the way that we can come together here today. So with those acknowledgements and with great gratitude, I just wanted to share with you an introductory thought. And the reason of sharing this thought is to put a context around what Cherry and I will share today, and where we want to take some discussion. It's an interesting fact, isn't it? If the egg is broken from the outside, then life ceases. However, if it's broken from the inside, then life begins. And so, I guess, our real message today is one of looking inside ourselves individually and collectively, in order to understand how we are going to better embrace and develop the world around us. It's not a solitary pursuit. It is very much a community pursuit. But the first step is an inward step, and then we can look at with increased knowledge and confidence outwards. expressing the same point of view as Jack Welch, who is well known for many provocative thoughts, but I think this one was sort of captured part of the sentiment of what Cherry and I will share with you today. If the rate of change is on the inside is slower than the rate of change on the outside, that is, if the rate of change around us is faster than what we are changing on the inside, then the end is near. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And so with these thoughts, these introductory thoughts, then what I would share with you is that just where we were going today, what's our intention? Cherry and I's intention today really is to start a conversation. Yeah. We don't see this as the end. We don't see this as the penultimate of discussions. We see this as the first, and the first of many. So what we want to do today is from the outset is to encourage you as you see fit. As questions come to your mind, put them into your chat box or write them down so that at different times through our presentation, we will be asking you for your thoughts. So, please, we need to hear them in order that we can contextualize our insight and our presentation to where your thinking and where your questions are. We will begin with giving a little context. And so, it's the importance of looking, when we look at IR4, it's important to look at what was before and what is coming after. And of course, during IR4, we've had the additional challenges of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. So that will be our starting point, is just a few comments and observations around the times in which we are living. Having looked at that, we'll explore some of the trends that are emerging through this, through the various industrial revolutions, and ask the question, what is the impact? And particularly because we are social designers, because we are interested in human design and human structures and systems, we'll be looking at what is the impact of these changes, particularly globalization and technological changes, which are inherent in the Industrial Revolution now, which are a fact of life. What is the likely impact of that? What is some of the evident impact, and what was the likely impact as we move through the application of artificial intelligence, which is the hallmark of what people are now talking about in IR5 and possibly even IR6. What are we looking at? So we will today just explore some of those trends and to have a look at, well, okay, what is the thinking around that? In 2015, the United Nations signaled to the world that we really needed to take stock. We needed to look at the trends of what is happening globally and make some changes. And so in our presentation with you today, we will be touching and looking at the sustainable goals framework that the United Nations presented to us in 2015, and we are signatories to. It is in that context that Sherry is doing a lot of her work, and that's why I really think that she will has such an important contribution to make here today through that work and through the implications and networks which are developed through that. We would also very much like to hear your views. Our view is, we don't want this conversation to be a one-way conversation. So we really are interested in hearing your thoughts, and in particular, if there are different views, then it's good if we have that out, because that makes for a more robust thinking and more robust conversation. And that's what I think we are here to do. We're here to make best use of this time. This is a wonderful opportunity for all of us to deepen our understanding. So let's put some rigor and some robustness by expressing views and asking questions freely. And of course, today we wanted to answer the questions that you have that come via our presentation this morning. So that's our intention, and we have some time together to be able to move in that direction. So let's begin by looking at our context. And so from the image that you can see on the screen there, you can see that we're in pretty turbulent times. You know, we have really strong winds which are pushing our sailboat through stormy waters. We're running perilously close to becoming shipwrecked on some rocks here. And, you know, we can, you know, we're not quite sure. There are some black holes around us, but there's also a lot of color and light at the same time. The times we live in have really been not just brought about by IR4, but certainly IR4, or the industrial revolutions, I would say, has created a bigger and probably a more significant challenge, I think, for us, and that is of climate change. You know, already we're seeing the impact of climate change. We have islands in the Pacific Ocean and in the Atlantic Ocean, which are gradually sinking into the ocean as the globe warms up, as ice caps are beginning to melt. And so, you know, we know from around the globe in the last 2 years, we've had unprecedented bushfires, floods, you know, extremes of climate, which are all serving to impact and letting us know that Mother Earth is not feeling too good at the moment. She's in pain, and we need to listen to that. And we need to consider that. And, you know, business has a key role to play in healing. And that is something that we need to grasp with, to understand. And I think we need a lot more information, insight about how we might be able to do that, and how business can make a significant contribution. You know, we've talking, you know, the context today is a lot about IR4, IR5. IR5, for our purposes, you're looking at the introduction or the use of artificial intelligence in the workplace and in business operation. You know, the whole push of industrial revolutions has been able to go further, faster, create monopolies, to, you know, minimize the competition, because, you know, in business, we know if you have a competitive advantage, then you will do better, or at least that was the mindset. But what we're now discovering is that there are other mindsets which also can lead to greater success, which are more gentle upon the natural resource and the universe. And so in these times, we are also experiencing all around the globe social and political unrest and change. People are dissatisfied. Everyday people in the streets, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, aunts and uncles, are increasingly expressing their dissatisfaction. We shouldn't ignore the extreme left or the extreme right. We should not ignore those who are very vocal and those who are very silent. We need to understand their point of view. But what we do know is that people of all walks of life, of all professions, are experiencing in what we refer to as VUCA times. In these times of rapid change, of incredible unrest, then there is an increased level of volatility, an increased level of uncertainty. Issues are appearing to be increasingly complex. And the language and the discussion is becoming increasingly ambiguous. And in that sort of environment, thinking and clarity has become a little bit fused, a little bit confusing. What we need to understand is clarity is empowering. So we need to, through these times, research for increased clarity, which will bring about or increase our ability to bring about change and to bring about a new pathway towards greater happiness and better lives for all. So, you know, what we're seeing now, if you like, is we are driven in business by a mindset which is, as I've mentioned, is based on competition and what I call a more mentality. If we have more of the market share, if we have more production, if we have more or less competition, if we have more monopoly, then we will be better. And I want to just signal a little bit, we'll come to it later on, but there are other mindsets And in fact, I'll refer to later on the research of Dr. Linda Hill and her colleagues from Harvard University, recorded in a wonderful book called Collective Genius. And Dr. Linda Hill's thinking and her 10-year longitudinal study of business clearly demonstrated that the organizations which thrive in times of rapid change are indeed those organizations which are led by people who are the architects of a culture of collaboration.
Yeah.
No
And
mention. Yeah, Cherry?
yeah, and in this context, I want to emphasize that these VUCA times and focusing on these times that all over the world right now, we're in the world of uncertainty when people don't know what to believe. And that's the reason why that research and evidence and empirical data for the vast of information available is important for us to acknowledge which perspective, which ideas, which information we need to believe, because at the end of the day, it will give confusion and isolation to people that they might, going to follow what is going on in the social media and the rest of the information feed to them, right? So this conversation right now is very significant for the students and leaders of the future to focus on what's really information that is empirically based, evidence-based, and they are now in the right track. They're acknowledging research, as the point of resource on doing something, making strategies in these uncertain times. And there's a lot of people right now affected, with the information, circulating all over the internet. And because everyone right now, we have our second citizenship, which is we are netizens, and we are now 85% of our time really into connectivity, and connectivity right now is our best friend. So I think this is the context that we right now going to put not only the fourth IR, but in the fifth IR, because humanity is always be in the forefront, not the technology that we're going to be afraid of, but this is going to be our best friend. It's now call for responsibility and how we're going to take action into this context. Yeah, that's all I love.
Thanks, Sherry, and so true. And so what we're really saying is, look, yes, we live in chaotic times. It has the feel, VUCA times, it's the feel of chaos and confusion. But, from chaos, new order emerges. What we are doing, we are privileged as educators, as researchers, as business leaders and community leaders, we are privileged to be able to help shape that new order, to make sense of what it is that the communities and the individuals in the future will live, experience, celebrate, and express gratitude for. We are in a privileged position to create a legacy of a wonderful and rich future. So we are, yes, in a challenging time, but these challenging times, as we will see, present opportunities. And it's being able to see those opportunities and to work on those opportunities. We do not necessarily have the answers. What we do know is that the answers and the capacity for those answers does lie within the communities as we now know them. If we start listening, if we start collaborating, if in fact we start working together. So let's just have a quick look at the fourth industrial revolution. Where is it located? Well, you can see that this industrial period and postmodernism, if you like, began back in the mid 1700s. Prior to industrialization, we lived community life and living, and the value of human life was really quite different. Pre-industrial communities had a stronger connection to the natural order. They understood, if you look and if you study indigenous cultures, for example, and I'm from a farming family myself, pre-industrial life, farming practice was very much geared to the seasons. I remember my father saying, we cannot control nature, We must learn to live and walk hand in hand with nature. And that thinking was what was handed down through the pre-industrial communities. But look what happened when we got industrialization. And as you can see, the movement through, and the fourth industrial revolution, typified by connectivity. For the first time in our history, for example, in IR4, because of IR4, the decision maker in business, the production team, the sales team, and the consumer can be in completely different continents. They can be living in completely different communities. So how has business leadership enhanced its cultural intelligence, let alone emotional intelligence, to be able to understand the influence or impact that their decisions are having far beyond the community from which they came? When the first industrial revolution was on, even though it did create a divide between those who were engaged in communities and those that suddenly were engaged in industrial activity, so we saw a split between the rural and the industrial communities, what we now have is through IR4 is a completely different notion. The global village is real. It has been real for many, many years. But what we're really saying is that the decision maker, and as future business leaders, need to understand that the decisions that you're proposing, the strategies that you're proposing as a business leader, have impacts on communities that you will never, ever look at in the eye or face and understand the importance or the significance of that decision and the impact that it will have on their lives. So this has created, if you like, another aspect to leadership, and that is the whole concept of how well does leadership make decisions according to a sense of purpose, a sense of moral purpose, and a sense of social responsibility. If we look at the fifth industrial revolution, then we can see that this will be the use of robotics and the artificial intelligence. And so sadly, we will see a big change in workplaces themselves. It began in the 1950s and a shift from the analog to the digital age. It's been increased in IR4, but in IR5, one has to raise the question of where are we dehumanizing workplaces and work practice? And if we are dehumanizing the workplace, what is the likely impact of that? Sure, it is easier to administer. It is easier to lead because the input is coming from a single or a smaller source. However, what is the impact upon the communities of the people who were once working in those places? So the responsibility of business is now shifting not only away from their business, but also to a sense of what is their impact and responsibility to the communities around and impacted by their business practice. You see, we've become, we're still applying competitive mindsets to the production process. We are decreasing, if you like, the number of people who might be winners, who are benefiting from the decisions of what's happening in the business world, particularly the manufacturing world. The service industry will serve us a little bit better. It's not good enough, and in fact, the research does show that the rate of loss of jobs is far outstripping the rate of creating new jobs. So we're having a widening gap in terms of who's going to share in the business for the future, and what happens to the people who once had a job, and what's going to happen to the young people who could look forward with confidence to being able to get a job in a manufacturing or service industry that may not be there. So in fact, what we're doing is saying the winners, the numbers of people who are benefiting is going down, but the number of people who are losing, who is having a negative impact, is increasing. the pandemic really has just crystallized. It's been a catalyst for this trend, which has been occurring over several hundred years now. Yeah, it's a trend that is the shift in the pursuit of competitive advantage. Business are creating a smaller group of haves and a larger group of have-nots, and that is inescapable. Not to mention the rate at which we're extracting elements from natural resources is and has to be of great concern. So this means that we, Sherry, did you want to make any comment, sorry, about the impact of IR4 and what we were just talking?
Can you go back with the previous slide, Alan?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there are two things that I need to emphasize. This one, right? As we moving to the fifth IR, there is one thing that we need to reflect on. If we heard about future proofing our next leaders, our generation of leaders in any particular, in any or irrespective of kind of institution, industry, or organization. So these are leaning into that, going to the human value, how we're going to value people. At the end of the day, even there are technology, there are robots, there are programs, things around us, or maybe we can see that, how far and beyond. At the end of the day, we need to bear in mind that behind all these changes, Alan, is all about human being. It's all about human resources. And that is why we have to take note the value of human being, the main resource, where will change go through and through. And at the same time, to make this balance, of course it's very difficult, but at the end of the day, we need to future-proof them by equipping them what we call 21st century skills. And that's the reason why, Alan, when the pandemic actually confronted the humanity, in the long run, after 6 months, people discovered things that they're not doing, and now they're doing and impacted the community. They're helping each other all around the globe. And this was the reason why that this is really a call for, like, do not be afraid of this change in the future. What we're going to do right now is confront and prepare for the challenge right now, right here and right now. So that's it, Alan.
Thanks, Jerry. And you can see why it's so good to work with Jerry. She's always going to reframe us to the positive. And, it's not doom and gloom. We have to believe in the richness and talent of people, because, I was at Einstein. I talk about this a little bit later on. Einstein said, you can't solve the problem with the same thinking that created it. So we have to change some thinking. So how best to change the thinking? So that is wonderful. Thanks, Jerry. So changing the thinking means that, for the future, we need to shift some, we need to have some mindset shifts. And one might be from profit to purpose. And the purpose may still be to make profit. But is financial profit the only thing which will drive our business or our organization? A great comment in your chat box. I hope you keep an eye on the chat box, but from our principal, a great comment. Yes, there is great fear about dehumanizing this in India, and this is in a country which is recognized as a leader in technology.
I know.
So here we are. We have, on the one hand, great excitement about, a prominence in the world in terms of technology, but a fear associated with that. So maybe one of the mind shifts we have to think about is from profit to purpose. And how do we articulate purpose? I would suggest that we have to, the shape of our business is going to make a difference, the shape we are in. Yeah. So hierarchical organizations are going to need to be replaced by networks. So, the Lean and Sigma 6 have been talking about, flattening the organization and getting the decision makers closer to the consumers. And that's great theory. However, in a world where our decision makers are in a different continent to the consumer, the challenges are there, but it can be done. Just as we today have come together through the grace of God and technology, that we can talk around the globe today, it can be done. So there is no reason why it cannot be done. But we need to have a mindset that says, by building networks of people within and beyond the organization is a context for change. But while we retain our hierarchical structure, then there are going to be checks and balances, because at every one of these layers, people work and live and work with a vested interest. And their interest is to maintain their place in the organization.
Yeah, I would like to comment on this one, Alan, on the first two, profit to purpose in hierarchy and networks, and how this relate to when it comes to business leadership and community development, right? Anything that's founded with purpose, actually more sustainable, more profitable, and they're going to engage more networks. Networks is all about not only strategies, but I think human potential. And the more networks building by purpose, it makes a lot of difference to make things sustainable, workable, and in the context of the people that you're working with. So this one really changed. It's supposed to change right now and even in the future. Because if we're still building our mindset to compete with each other, I think that's the fear of that confronted right now with us, making people get lower and lower in their own identity, and later on they will get isolated and they're not involved anymore with the change. But with this one, at the end of the day, it will all benefited everyone in the community, in the business, and any particular institution there.
Fantastic. And so thanks, Siri. And with that, sense of purpose comes a shift from hierarchy and network, comes a shift from controlling to empowering. And empowering might be empowering people to become innovative. And so entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship, that is, the entrepreneurship applied within an organization, is on the ascendancy. Here is what Linda Hill was getting at in terms of the understanding and using the collective genius. We also need, from planning, that we have been really good at, to incorporate more experiment. One of the difficulties of planning process or build experimentation, design elements into the planning process. And you talk a little bit more about this before the end of the presentation, but it's one of the key things. Since I left education and I'm now in private practice as a coach, I commonly refer myself as a life design coach. Why do I include design? Because it is the elements of design thinking which really make the difference in terms of enabling people to achieve the things that they want to achieve. So in business, we need to shift our thinking a little bit from strategic planning, working towards incorporating more of design thinking into the planning process. And we need to open up. We need to, if we are to build confidence, if we are to build a sense of hope, we need to become more transparent in the dealings that we have, that the, secrets lead to questioning, and the questioning itself leads to downward spiral thinking too often. We need to develop what Stephen Covey and others refer to as abundance mentality. Ben Zander and others talk about this, world of possibility. What is the art of possibility? If we have possibilities, we can have choice, and choice brings commitment. And with that choice and commitment, we get greater involvement. This is one of the hallmarks of collaboration. So shifting our thinking from competitiveness to collaboration is one of the key hallmarks. Here we have Dr. Linda Hill, and sadly she has now passed from this world, but she's saying, look, innovation is not a solo genius. It's about tapping into the collective genius. So when we are preparing, or when we are in a leadership role in business, then how do we tap into the insight and the creativity and the innovative practice of not only our staff at all levels, but also our customer, our client.
Alan, let me
Sorry.
comment. Let me comment on
Yeah.
from the chat box. Just to how it will going to connect with our mind shifts, right? So we know already the purpose, and the school do have its own goals and vision for the students, for our future leaders, and the good thing for us is to open for us to build more networks, is to open communication to all the possibilities, and opening is possibility because there's an endless possibilities. And when we're going to empower ourselves and starting to communicate, our purpose, and our intention to other people, in regardless of their own goals and understanding about it, just open. Because at the end of the day, if we go experimentation, we're actually taking the risk, and we don't know where it ends. But at the end of the day, it's always be the starting point, of if we empower people, there your transparency and trust and building that they can do it. Because people potentials, these are actually like an adventure that no one knows. And that's the reason why this collective genius is not, sometimes you don't know that the person next to you, left or right, they're the people that actually can help you, building more networks and collaboration with other people. So taking from that comment, Alan, is that this the power of collaboration, and the network and the human capacity is actually limitless. And that's where all these things will build trust and understanding to people and bring in, make this shift more powerful than we can imagine.
Very true, Cherry. And picking up on your point about the collective genius and the empowering of people is, it's not to trivialize to say that we need to run a shift from me thinking to we thinking. Yeah, that we need to be more collective. We need to be more inclusive. We need to be more working with, as in the first mind shift there, greater sense of purpose and greater social responsibility. Dr. Dayoki in the chat box quite rightly mentions, there is great fear that, the technocrat will become the new elite, that the technocrat will hold the power that, of switching on and switching off technology. And I understand that argument. I understand that fear. I understand that belief. My feeling is also this, that, a gun was designed to kill, but it needs human input. Until we get to artificial intelligence, it needed the human element to point it and to pull the trigger. So as humans with technology, and as business leaders must work to ensure that there is a sense of purpose, and the purpose is not to be the most powerful, but what our purpose is, what contribution can we make to the greater good? One of the things which we have lost through our industrialization from IR1 to IR5 is that we've lost our sense of spirituality. We've lost our sense of a greater good, a greater purpose. And I think that is one of the things that we will need to reconnect with in order for us to do, to do well, to be able to get the benefits that technology can offer us. And they are considerable, but at the same time, ensure that we, find good. The use of atomic energy in World War II was, the mindset that said this is how we can end the war by might was crazy. And we only now understand the craziness of it, incredible power. And we have faster and bigger machines and energy sources now, but we have the choice. And this is why in education, we need to be encouraging and helping young people to make wise choices. It's not just about education, is not just about increasing information. It's not just about skilling people to a particular venture. Education must embrace the whole idea of wisdom, and being able to make wise choices. And when you look at what is the basis of wisdom, It is what we've been talking about. It is wise decisions are those which are good for the greater good, individually and collectively. Very important. So creativity and innovation need to be encouraged, and through that we increase engagement, and that brings us to this whole concept of intelligent leaders, and we'll come back to that in a moment. The key questions then that we would like to put in front of you today is, one is, for whom does business work? For whom does business work? And you might like some ideas of your thinking about for whom does business work in the chat box, or or open your mic and share with us. And the second question that we want to raise at this point is, what will be your legacy? What is the legacy that you will leave this world as a better place? How will it look like? Or how will it sound? Or what will it sound like? And what will it feel like? There was a very good question in the chat box about wouldn't developing greater network encourage every individual to create their own small organizations and lead it into a hierarchy? How would this be different? Not necessarily lead it into a hierarchy. There are other business models, and there are other, if we read the research, hierarchical organizations are not necessarily the best. If you look at the work of Peter Cole here in Australia, he talks about parabolic structure. If you read the research which underpins lean leadership, then we're talking about a flattened structure, still retaining some hierarchical notion, but certainly not operating with the same silos. And that's one of the key challenges of hierarchies, is the siloing nature that often comes with that. So the asker of the question around, wouldn't developing greater network encourage every individual? Yes, we want to encourage entrepreneurship. Yes, we want to encourage innovation and creativity, but we don't necessarily mean that we develop hierarchical organizations. We will only develop hierarchical organizations if our mindset is that of hierarchical organizations. So as business leaders, we have a responsibility to look at other hierarchical or other organizational structures. What is the difference between, say, a corporation and a look towards the not-for-profit sector, and where typically there are not the same extent of hierarchical development or hierarchical development. The other question, which is in the chat box there, which just a quick couple of comments while you're thinking about your response to the two questions which are on screen, is how do you think AI can help the healing of environment in view of the polling such as AI has a very important, no doubt in my mind, that artificial intelligence has a very important part to play in the healing of the pain which our Earth is suffering. There's no doubt in my mind about that at all. But artificial intelligence, in the framework of the human or the spiritual and the human experience. In other words, I've worked very closely with Indigenous communities in a few countries now, and what it strikes me is the fundamental difference of mindset between Western thinking and Eastern thinking, or Indigenous thinking. And the fundamental difference between the mindset for the Western industrial thinking is we take from the environment that which we need, no more than what we need. So it's really an argument for stopping stockpiling and all these sorts of things, and perhaps even question things like open cut mining and so on. But the Indigenous point of view is very different. We only take from the earth that from which the earth can recover. So yes, Indigenous communities tended to be less sedentary and more migratory. So they would farm or benefit from one area, and then to rest it, they would move to the next. Just the same as our farmers have been doing for years in India, in Australia, in the Philippines. They rotate their crops. They have, the seasons and things. These practices are built on this notion that the earth must rest. But when I look at modern business and service business and manufacturing business, I don't see too much evidence or too much thinking, which is around, we only take that from the earth, that which the earth can recover. So, Cherry, were there any questions in response to for whom does business work?
Yeah, here's what we have here, a question, Alan. It's all about, I love to respond to this one. Removing hierarchy may create problems, fixing responsibility in case things do not work as per expectation. Then in case of failures, normally no one takes responsibility. Famous say success as many fathers. I want to my take on to this, Alan, is that responsibilities or descriptions is really prescriptive in nature. This is the actual title or the description of a person expected to him. And it's coupled always of responsibility and accountability. So regardless of positioning, hierarchy, and if there is a clear understanding how each one in the organization knows not only the title itself, but the sense of responsibility and ownership where they are belong to and working in a purpose, I think no one to be blamed. Each of them should take on what we call their own kind of leadership. Everyone should be regarded, you are leaders of their own actions. And at the end of the day, when you commit something and in your area, of what is expected to you and something wrong, it's not all about blaming Alan, I think. It's all about what we learned out from that mistake, and at the end of the day, taken from that experience and what we can do not to repeat the same mistakes. And at the same time, it gives out also the experience and how it affects not only the left and the right person within the organization, but to all the people out in and outside of the organization. So I think I don't find it a problem because I work with different organizations worldwide, and others are face to face and online. And I don't find the problem on taking the responsibility. And my take on this, Alan, is only one thing. If there's a sense of ownership, this now becoming a we thing, not the me thing. It's not my only thing, but everyone, So I think it's not all about the structure. It's all about the sense of ownership, on where your organization is. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Thanks, Cherry. And as you were sharing that, I was thinking of some other examples of where the hierarchical nature of business and the quest here, I believe, is to, as you do there, as you were saying so beautifully there, is if we increase engagement, if we increase ownership by all people in the organization, at the moment, globally, only 39% of any workforce, any workplace is engaged. In some countries, slightly higher. In other countries, like the United States, it's slightly lower at about 28%. In the Philippines, it's about 33%. In Australia, it's about 31% of your workforce is engaged. What the research is showing, a similar number is actively disengaged. They are toxic to the organization. They are counter-organizational. And so you've got this massive group in the middle, which are neither actively engaged or actively disengaged. Now, from a leadership perspective, one of our key quests should be how to increase the engagement level and how to increase the active disengagement. And from a psychological perspective, what you're saying is so true. If we give people some responsibility, then we are increasing ownership. If we give them an opportunity to be creative and innovative in the way that they meet their responsibilities to the organization, productivity goes up. Interestingly, in the Philippines, as you know, at the moment, since the pandemic, that productivity has risen by about 5%, while people have been working largely from home. We've seen similar figures in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and indeed in the United States. When you cut through all the other political agenda that's been going on, then the figures are the same. Productivity has actually increased through remote working. Interesting. Why would that be so? And the other good question is, after the pandemic is gone, are business leaders going to continue to allow their workforce in those areas where they can successfully work from home? Are they going to continue to let them do it? That is a key question. So back to the question of for whom does business work? If we listen to Michael Fullan, great writer in leadership, then he talks about about people or the leaders building a greater sense of purpose for the greater good, moral purpose, and through that we're going to get increased enhancement. There's a beautiful article or a beautiful TED talk, and I encourage you to look at this one on power and control. Daniel Pink, who's the author of the book Drive, does a great job in looking at this question of motivation, and motivation in the workplace and motivation in business. One of the key reasons why people become disengaged in organizations is because the extrinsic motivators which are offered to them have no currency. There is, research clearly shows there is a threshold beyond which increased money and indeed increased responsibility will not encourage people to work smarter or harder. What does make a difference is the sense of belonging and the sense of value. They are the key things. So that's intrinsic motivation. So what we need to be doing is to, as leaders, as business leaders, is to better understand the intrinsic motivators and how to engage or use more intrinsic motivation in our business. And then questions about hierarchical structure, parabolic structure, or flattened structures become less because the focus shifts from the structure to the relationship and the productivity, the performance of the people who are engaged or disengaged and in the organization. So that I commend to each of you to have a look at that little video clip. The question here about what shape is your business in, and we've talked a little bit about that. We've talked a little bit about the importance of leadership, so I don't want to come back from that. But the question is, an organization does not work for the leader. The leader works for the organization, which must have a greater purpose than to generate profit for the shareholder. We have a greater responsibility, and that is now well known, well researched, but little understood still. So that is important. In terms of what will be your legacy, and I was hoping that we might have been able to see some comments that would drift along the line of one of the legacies that we can leave this world is the legacy of entrepreneurship, of individuals and collectives being more innovative and more creative, of building communities of collaboration rather than a competitiveness, and a community in where design thinking is not only encouraged, but practiced and celebrated. So just before we go to the next slide, Cherry, the question.
Yeah, Alan, I'd like to respond to this one.
Please, yes, please do.
Yes, yeah. I've been working, maybe for many decades working in schools, and the question is here is, let me read it as it is, Alan. In a present scenario, what is the best education for the society? So I'm going to respond not only what we need today, because as we're talking right now, we are looking forward, to 10 more years to come. I think first, Alan, is first we need to open the line of communication for all the sectors of the society. For example, if India wanted to call, all the sectors to first identify what they need and where they're going. That's the first one, first thing they need to do. And then number three is they need to listen what the world needs, right? What the world needs. Because the world, the industry and the business would always speak to the education sector and what they were going to do. And then once we have this open line of communication to all sectors, we listen to the industry outside of the realm of our institution and bringing in all people when it comes to engagement. The third one, Alan, is we need to future proof. We need to future proof. And how to do it, we need to make our paradigm, our framework really address what the country needs and what the generation will be needing in the future. So I cannot now recommend the exact thing because education, Alan, is always based on what's the vision of the society they belong. And that will call again for what is intended for them at what they want in the future. But the bottom line here, Alan, we need to future-proof our education and listen to everyone, and it calls for engagement.
Certainly, Cherry. And India has last year launched the NEP, the National Education Policy, which is calling for huge change in education within India. And I have to commend the thinking behind the NEP, because it talks about it's trying to address the issues of holding on to the richness of the creative arts and the traditions and the culture of the past, but at the same time create new and creative and innovative active citizens. So it's talking about a shift, a fundamental shift in education from imparting information. Indeed, it's a call for shift going further than information and skills. It's talking about an education system and pedagogies, particularly pedagogy, teaching methods, which will enable people to become more creative and more innovative, more investigative, more focused on collaborative solution taking rather than competitive solution seeking. So this is really good thinking. What we need to do now is to develop this thinking throughout our communities, and that leadership is going to have to come from the people who we are sharing these ideas today. In the chat box also there was a question there, a very good question from someone about spirituality. And is this a way for us to develop some of the healing? Certainly it is. And if you are really interested in that, then I commend to you to read The Hero's Journey. The Hero Journey is based on it's if you like, it's a fiction. It's a bit like Pablo or Paul Coelho's book The Pilgrimage, in terms of taking some basic life truths. Now in The Hero's Journey there are 3 phases to a journey. There's the inward journey, or if you like, the journey of moving in towards the abyss, which is the transformational space. The space which thinkers such as Norma Munson and critical thinkers Spencer Niles and others in the United States and Canada are talking about liminal space. This is the space in which change occurs. And if we can understand the importance of story, that is the journey of the person coming to that liminal space, and the change, the metamorphosis which happens there, that enables them to take the outward journey. So the hero's life, the hero's journey, is a wonderful resource book to have a read and to think about some of these issues. It fundamentally is based on the belief of humanness and humankind, and it talks about the journey that the hero makes along the way, meeting other people who can help, people who will help them, on the inward journey, will meet people that will help through the transformation. In the transformation, in the abyss, will meet people, and coming out of it, who will help in the implementation or the externalizing of that change which has occurred. Very rich, and it's very right to say, yes, connecting with the spiritual aspects, the seasonal nature of life. The ancient book of wisdom, the I Ching, contains incredibly rich thinking around this whole thing, which was picked up by Carl Jung in his personality types. He developed that thinking around personality and typing after reading the I Ching, because there are certain truths around the seasonality of life, the truth around the complementary other, and the importance of working together. That is collaboration over competition. Very important sort of stuff to have a look at and to read of. So what is the cost? I'm raising this question. What is the cost of doing business? Well, we know there are financial, social, environmental, and sustainable costs associated with business. But the key question here: what is the moral purpose and responsibility of doing business? And this is, I think, something in terms of how we're educating young future leaders, is to look at the world not just through the world of analytics and not just through the world of technology, but looking at the world through a lens of purpose and social responsibility. So that brings us, Cherry, to the Project 2030. And this was a radical plan to try and solve some of these global challenges that we're talking about. And so, Cherry, I'm just wondering if you can take us through the background to Project 2030 and your connection and your involvement with the project, particularly in relation to Sustainable Goal 3.
Yeah, year 2015 is actually UN member states and countries. They have to think at what we're going to make, why we need to convene each other and then have a common goal. But this goal is very ambitious, Alan, and there's a lot of discussion and points from different perspectives. And they said, I think we need to have a blueprint. We need to have a blueprint when all people all over the world will be guided, so that no actions, no projects, no activities, no endeavors will gonna be left behind, right? So this Project 2030 or Sustainable Development Goals 2030, they envisioning, United Nations envisioning that they were going to have this shared blueprint, to guide them through. For what? For peace and prosperity. Here, Alan, this is what we wanted in the business world, in how we're going to strive, and this is a very ambitious for the people and the planet in general, the world we live in now and in the future. So since 2019, people all around the globe, different sectors, civil societies, government and non-government, schools, and all the people in the community, they started to create a business that is actually founded with advocacy. And this we call make your business, or your advocacy into business and making it to a more purposeful. And there is an urgent call, Alan, for action by all. No ages actually recommended this only for 18 years old and beyond, No, this is always before all the people. This one, they gather into one call to join all together, regardless of ideology, race, color, nationality, and whatever will be their perspectives in life. And countries for global partnership. Though, Alan, the engagement here is limitless because they're going to call countries developed countries, or countries that you never heard of, okay? And there's actions, reported to the UND and monitored by UND, regardless of its projection, regardless of its impact, and everything at the end of every year, they counted and reported impacts for all the people to know. Okay, this also serves as their benchmark for those people not yet there. They're sharing their impacts, they're sharing their collaboration techniques, they're sharing how the people gather together, and this what Alan will be their envisioning. Ending poverty. You know that this one is actually very, very difficult to achieve. However, there's always the hope of this Project 2030 to end poverty, other deprivations of any sorts. Meaning to say there's a lot of deprivation, but they call it all deprivation. Life, freedom, understanding, liberty, all kinds of deprivation, Alan, for wealth and distribution of wealth and power, and strategies to improve health and education. That's actually, yeah, I agree with you, Shivani. This was the reason why that there's later on we're going to show to you the 17 SDG and how we're going to be part of it, and to reduce inequality. It was mentioned over and over again by Alan that if the competition rises, the winners getting low and the losers getting high in its demographics. And the socioeconomic growth, the growth of the economy all over the world, and what we call environmental issues and climate change. So these are actually most of the collective goals that you wanted. But we would like to take a look, Alan, the specific goals that drafted, that serve as a blueprint in the next slide. So yeah, we have here the 17 SDGs. So Alan will provide you the link. So you can also, in the link of United Nations, there's in the affairs and social affairs, you can see contributions all over the world. There are reports, all over the globe and how they will going to contribute, right? So here is the agenda, and the other ones are all reports and impacts. So mean to say that maybe there are already reports from India, but not really, circulated, or maybe is not aware of, and how we're going to integrate this in the educational institution, both in the bachelor's degree, going to PhD degree, right? So let's take a look, Alan, of the 17 specific goals, and let's walk through it. So here there's sustainable development goals. That's we call it SDG 2030. So I don't know if how would the impacts reported from India, but I know because I had a conference before where there's representatives from India, so I know. One, Alan, is no poverty. This is what we call zero poverty. That's what they wanted. This is ambitious one, but at least doing something every day, of all the sectors all over the world, collectively doing engagement and impacts. And number two, zero hunger. All right. This is actually integrated and related to each of the goals. And number three is good health and well-being. Alan, before the WHO is not having what we call taking care of ourselves without the intervention of the primary health care. But right now, more and more people, even they are not health workers, get engaged to this good health and well-being because of the pandemic. There's a lot of advocacies related to this. Quality education. See, like no one left behind. That's the call now. And gender equality, still, Alan, all over the globe, there's not yet achieved when it comes to recognizing the purpose and the possible, promotion of the capacity, both men and women, right? So clean water and sanitation. Still, Alan, there's a lot of percentage in the world that don't have clean water and sanitation. And then affordable and clean energy. Alan, still, there's a lot of percentage in the world that when they reach already 4 p.m., they have to shut down the electricity and there's no power anymore. And then decent work and economic growth. This is what some of the questions, leaning to this. What do we mean by decent work and opportunity for work of people? Because it is directly proportional for economic growth and development. Industry, innovation, infrastructure, your fourth IR and your fifth IR related to this, and reduce inequalities at any sort, right? And sustainable cities and communities, how we're going to make sure that we are disaster proof, our cities are safe, responsible consumption of practices. Alan, this one boils down to if the resources around us, if we're not taking responsibility of our environment and our resources, sooner or later, if we're not responsible for consumption and making things to be recycled, making sure that we're responsible of using it and less of the wastage, and number 13, the climate action. In fact, Alan, this was the first summit before other sustainable development goals he attended and taking into action, and very, very active to this through the Greenpeace. And there's a direct relationship in how people behave and engage and use the resources of the world. And then life below water, there's a lot of business right now that engage in this, that they have to take good care of the life below water in what they're producing, and throwing it to the water, and life on land. So like everything, Ala, that you can see in a life of land. Then the number 16 is actually a battle cry of all the people around the world. Their advocacy is more in peace, justice, and strong society. Because whether you like it or not, oppression is still present, even inside the home, Alan. Even inside the home, there's oppression, and peace is not yet enjoyed by other people. And in a large percentage. And last but not the least, this is actually our call. Why this conclave and the university having this event? Because this is what they wanted to achieve in the future. Partnership for the goals of all the 16 goals. The ultimate thing we need to do and call for action is this one. I think, Alan, today's activity already contributed significant,
Yeah.
impact for the SDG. And I want the school to please make a report to this, and we were going to submit this to UNDP, that your university take one action today. Even it's one day, I think they already, Alan, contributed, this in the Sustainable Development Goals. And in the year 2030, we look forward that we're going to achieve that, not maybe 100%, but at least they're going to go through with all this blueprint, and one way or another, we're going to achieve this. Yes.
Terry, I think what you're saying there is we do have a blueprint here that can make a difference, can make a real difference. Where that difference will be felt will be particularly through our universities and our colleges and in our schools. Your education has a key role, but so too with this business have a key role. And yet it's in business where the take up or the understanding of the sustainable goals seem to be less. But, as time is going to press us a little bit, can you share with us a little bit about the work that you're doing, with this on the self-care project? Yeah.
Yeah. So, Alan, I believe that. So I work with the corporate, I work with international organization, global organization, and I was able to come up with the value of human being. That any change that will come now and in the future, let's go back to the value of human being at the end of the day, because they are the potent, the most important resource of any changes and goals. So I believe, Alan, in the SDGs 3, that good health and well-being is not all about only physical well-being, Alan. And based on the merit that Edu, they made that the 8 dimensions of wellness. It includes your finance, your career, your spirituality, your emotions, your environment around you. So this is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being at all ages. Now I designed the self-care project 2030 in line with SDG 3, because I believe that if we're going to look inside us, empower ourselves, making a difference for ourselves, caring for ourselves, and collectively soon from me to we, we're able to do something and take actions for our family members, to our little environment, to our country in general. So the self-care project 2030, and this is actually on the framework that we cannot give what we don't have. How we're going to empower people, how we're going to make others also make a difference if we ourselves cannot take good care of ourselves. Because we believe that starts from caring, we're starting to live. We live that with all our habits, our routine, our inspiration, and our motivation. And we give that to our other people. And the love, not only for the love of life, and then for the all the the living things around us, and of course the organization we're gonna, belong and lead in the future. So the self-care project 2030, envisioning that in the year 2030, people, we're going to not only be responsible, to themselves, but because what good to them is good to humanity as well, Alan. And the WHO, the World Health Organization, promotes this one, the self-care, because they believe that right now in this time of pandemic, taking good care of ourselves and the people around us make the community stronger, and building that community stronger, they're starting to rise up and start to bounce back. And that's what we wanted to, Alan. So next slide, please, Alan. So what we're gonna do now, for why this project is important, because it's always the belief, Alan, that the human being, the human resources always be at the forefront, regardless what will be the change. So this is a call for action for everyone of the SDG and the SDG 3. We need to have a global participation, and I'm very, very grateful. Alan actually helped me, to engage with you today with the hundreds, of future leaders and our leaders, and our inspiration right now. So this is what we want right now, and I want you to be involved in this action. And I really wanted to work with you. I talked to Alan that I'm proposing a kind of world report that will happen in the year 2022. The most will be January. That from this month up to January 2022, we will involve as many continents and many countries for this one, to show, the power of humanity when it comes through research and collaboration. Because Alan knows this is my best friend. Well, if we were going to circulate, information, it has to be evidence based. And hopefully, after this event, we're going to propose to you the research and collaboration towards your project. And in the night after the end of the SDG 2030, I believe that we can see the bright future not only for India but for all the countries all over the world. So I hope that this call for action is not only for today, because Alan said this is the start of more of collaboration, taking into action and making people from India be part, Alan, of this wonderful project they're going.
Jerry, as I listen to you, it just seems to me the importance of this self-care goal in terms of business. We don't really understand very carefully or to any great depth how to support our aspiring leaders. What sort of leadership training are we giving them? Most of our leadership programs are still coming out of the School of Management, and yet management and leadership are at opposite ends of a continuum. And so what we must be doing, if we are developing people in leadership, then an integral part of that is developing the hero within them. So they can then be able to interact in the organizations, community or corporate that they are engaged with that sense of purpose, a different sense of purpose, and a different call for action, if you like. The other thought that came to mind as I listened to you was, as we are going through a trend of downsizing organizations, really the people, and this has meant a lot of work for me as a coach, and you as a counselor. I know we are, we've been blessed this, but it's creating a whole group of people who are 40 to 50 years of age who suddenly need to make a shift in their life design, make a shift in their employment, because as organizations downsize, typically they take out the middle managers. Now that's in part, an offshoot point of lean thinking, of flattening the organization. Everyone understands we need salespeople and we need our top leaders, but middle managers, we can ask everyone else to do a little bit more either side. So that's the easy way out. But we are engaged in that process without much thinking about the impact of that decision on either the organization or the people whose redundancy is now becomes a reality. So, these are areas as aspiring leaders where research and teaching in terms of how do we develop the character of a leader for the future? How do we develop the competencies and character qualities of our leaders in communities and so on? What education is going to best serve them and us for the future? And that's all part of this self-care sustainable goal. And so if there are people involved in the program today that have some thought around that, then I really commend that they get in touch with you, Cherry. And your email address is on the last slide, and so that you can contact you directly there. But this is, as you described, I'm really excited about your research project, that by 2022 you want to at least have done like a bit of an audit. What is the state of the nation in terms of self-care across the globe? And so we get global participation, and that we want to put a research and collaboration at the base of that, so that we are practicing, we are modeling the behaviors that we would hope that people would increasingly embrace and adopt and become involved in. So
Oh,
that really, really, really good. Sorry, you were going to say something else, I think.
yeah. Is it okay, Alan? We're going to address this in a very quick thing about some from Rakesh. What could be possible impact and global participation for achievements of sustainable development goals due to COVID-19? Oh, Alan, there's a lot of things we can do, right? As I said a while ago, the power of connectivity drives people to be more connected, and engage in different community online. So what we need to do, Alan, is you have to work what is close to your heart. At the end of the day, if you're doing business, how you're going to, Alan, can I make a side example of what I'm doing in the business? Because I think this is more practical and true to its sense. All right. Alan knows that I develop a social enterprise, right? A social enterprise we're in to augment, women when it comes to having some income, is for entrepreneurship and empowering women who are unemployed women. And I didn't know that even in the course of pandemic, I was one of those social enterprise launched its business online. And I was surprised that I had more engagements compare before the pandemic. So what does it mean, Alan? Is that taking into this question is that you have to work on a certain goal that is close to your heart, that is true to you, true to your business, and use the power of connectivity. Engage with them through making your community, regardless of which country, regardless of continents. Please do not hesitate. Just tell them what you believe, just like what I did with Alan one time. Alan, I have this self-care project. What do you think about that? Don't be afraid that you might thinking differently, but this person might get interested. So that engagement alone, Alan, that engagement alone, having a conversation of 30 minutes to a person, of 15 minutes to a person, you can already report that as an impact because you already engaged on changing the way this person think about it. So now the bottom line is, Holland, is always, as I said, taking into action what is close to you by your purpose and intention of any of these goals, right? So you not engage with all of them. That is not the cue here for SDG. Whatever your business into, whatever research you're into, what is your endeavor into, you have to connect that with one SDG to make it more realistic to you, based on your timeline, based on your intention, based in your resources. And if you think there are resources that you need, all you need to do is to open a community and use the power of connectivity to have more engagement with this. That's where we can start our impact.
Jerry, what you're really saying is that each individual drop in will fill a bucket. You know, each
Yes.
drop of water, when it comes together, will fill the bucket, and that's what I hear you saying, which is so true. Rakesh also posed a really good question, which in part you responded to, and I just give my personal response to his question about the pandemic and what impact will it have on the sustainable goals. Actually, I think, Rakesh, I have to say the pandemic is a blessing, because the pandemic is in a very real way challenging our thinking and our traditional thinking and our traditional ways of relating in business. Overnight, we've had to work remote. And so that challenges the whole notion that we have to be on site to be productive. We are now collecting evidence to show that working remotely can increase productivity. Why does it increase productivity? Because people are working with choice. They're choosing where in the day they can be most productive. They're working with fewer disruptions. And so, productivity is going up. In one of our major banks here in Australia, the complaints department, I have this firsthand knowledge. The complaints department is a very small team, but during the pandemic, they were actually, their completion rate went up. The resolution time decreased, was a plus, so they were responding more efficiently and more effectively, even though the number of complaints had remained about the same or a slight increase. When they put some metrics around their team's performance, this is during the pandemic of 2020 in Australia, that team was doing the same amount of work as employing 16 additional people. Productivity went up by that amount, simply because they were working remotely and were able to choose when they were engaging in their tasks and when they were completing in the amount of time. So, the happiness factor is really, really important. And that's what we need to also understand and to measure. So, Rakesh, I think the pandemic, in a way, has been great because it's forced us to think about some of these issues. Is it necessary for us to always be on site between particular hours of a day for productivity? The answer is clearly no. There are some of us who need to be on site, but if workers, if staff have clear targets and the targets are reasonable, and if they have choice in the timeframes that they will support them, Daniel Pink's research will again support this. Drive goes up, grit goes up, productivity and performance goes up, resilience is increased because people are engaged, their bounce back breakthrough ability increases. So there are incredible winners here. We've had to embrace technology. This is a second way that the pandemic will enable us to unpack and get involved in the sustainable goals. We've been forced to use, many of us have been forced to use technology in creative and more productive ways. Before the session, we were chatting, and I was saying that in my own business, the pandemic has meant that I've spending more time on the ground and less time in the air flying, and that is a plus. I've become more productive. Our programs that we now offer virtually are getting higher evaluations than when we were delivering in person. So in person, we were getting 8s and 9s out of 10s, but we're now getting 9s and 10s out of 10 on the feedback, in terms of saying the activities, the stimulus that you're giving, the activities that you set us to do, and the way that we're processing all that insight has really shifted the learner's capacity or competency and character qualities to engage more productively in the tasks that they have in front of them. So the pandemic, as tough as it is tough love to us, and we need to embrace it, not for the challenges, but for the opportunities that it is affording us. Terry, I'm just going to move forward a little bit. There is a question at the bottom of the screen there for people to contact us if they wish to contact you, if they wish to become part of a global network of research around self-care and caring communities and so on. And if others want to contact me about other issues, leadership being one of them, then I'm happy to work with you there. So, consider that of how you want to get involved. I thought it was worthwhile at this point just to spend a short time on, what has been the response to the sustainable goals? How are we faring? And I refer you to this article, which is an excellent article. Again, it's here. I'm presuming everyone who has participated in this event will get a copy of the PowerPoint that is certainly offered from our point. There is no cost associated with that. It is freely given, and in the hope that people will pick it up and will research and do some further reading. And this is a really worthwhile article to read, because the headline of it is that how will a corporations embracing the sustainable goals development? Well, not great, to be honest, not great. And the writer says, and he refers to the Business Trends Report of 2018, says that we're at risk of organizations whitewashing the sustainable goals. What a shame. What a shame that business leaders are not willing to embrace. The research shows us that, in terms of business strategy, 31% in this trends report, 31%, which was conducted by Gallup, I think, could be in Reuters, 31% that they don't even incorporate the sustainable goals in their business strategy. Only 69% of organizations around the world are using the sustainable goals in their business strategy. 31%. In terms of sustainability impacts, what is the impact that sustainable goals are having? 51% make no reference. In other words, they're not even considering the possibility that if they embrace the sustainable goals, that they will have a significant impact. Thirdly, what contribution? 56% of organizations are choosing not to make a contribution. The question is, why not? Why are these business leaders ignoring some very important information here and insight? This is about the future. It's about sustainable future. Surely business leaders have a sense of responsibility, not only to themselves, but to their employees and to the community, to be concerned about the sustainability of their business, the sustainability of our environment. So there it is. In that article, it goes on to say, sustainability is well understood by people who are in sustainability, but outside that and with policymakers, not understood. And in banking and financiers, unfortunately, the influencers dominate. So there seems little or no meaningful progress in staving off the end of humanity. That's not my words. That is the words of the researcher. This is imperative. Now, sure, there is bias behind what the researcher here is saying. There's bias behind every piece of research. But, I think we have to face the reality that, in some way, and I think, congratulations to your college, your university, because you have taken this step to open up the eyes of your students and your staff to possibility and see what we can do with it. What it's saying is that our technology is racing forward at an exponential pace. And what's in green may well answer a question which was in the chat box earlier about unemployment. Unemployment is increasing with IR4 and IR5 at a dramatic rate. The reality is there was never enough jobs for everyone, but I am really concerned about the fact that, while ever the focus is on employment, or whatever the focus is on jobs, we are going to miss out on the critical issue, and that is, how do we build creative, innovative, sustainable communities? And so in this article, if you want some rich material that you could possibly be researching, then the writer here is starting to look at some of the flawed thinking. The current thinking which got us into this situation is trying to get us out. Things like systems thinking and so on. And what talking about is the concept of employment. That is, doing something for financial gain. That's what employment is about. And so, this person is talking about regenerative contribution, a fascinating concept. And what I love about this article is that it engages in radical thinking. It's changing some language. I mean, if we change the language, then we can change thinking. If we change thinking and valuing, we change behavior. There is the hope. We can have changed behavior for the better. So, your opinion does matter. Each individual opinion matters. Let's get it down. Let's get it out. Let's have a look at it and let's work with it. Yeah. So the question then is, what are you thinking? And I am mindful that we're going to race up towards the end of this conversation, so I'm just going to move fairly quickly through these few slides because I want to open up for other questions or comments. But what are you thinking? You see, fascinating thing. What do you see on the screen there? For most of us, we'll see an I and an X, or Roman numeral number 9. Yeah. Roman numeral number 9. So we're thinking there's Roman numeral number 9. So if I gave you a little exercise, which is, sort of underpinning maybe a sustainable goal, and say, okay, if that's Roman numeral number 9, draw one line to make it 6. And so you could get your pens and paper out and you'd be wondering how you could actually do it. Well, whatever you're thinking Roman numeral number 9, you won't see the solution. But if you do some radical thinking, then you can get a solution which looks like this. See, the radical thinking is a line is generally perceived as something straight. So most of us were going vertical, horizontal, trying to divide I of X into V1, and it just doesn't work. But a line can be curved, and this needed to be seen differently to a Roman numeral, but seen it as letters IX, and of course then 6. An S in front of IX makes 6, and it's a perfectly easy observable solution. So this brings us to the point of how do we, how do we conceive or conceptualize the thinking that we're doing? As Einstein said, you can't solve a problem with the same thinking that created it. So here's some questions for you. How do you see change? How do you, as a young person or an older person who is involved in research and has been involved in business and preparing business leaders for some time, how do we see change occurring? Yeah. From psychology, we know that behavior comes from, or thinking and valuing informs behavior. So logic says, if you change thinking or valuing, you'll change behavior. Yeah. And so that's where the focus is. If we can do something to inform the thinking, or if we can do something to change the way that we, our valuing of certain things. So instead of valuing profit, we might begin to value purpose, for example. Language is a key. And that article that I referred you to just a little while ago is exciting for me because it actually helps us have a new language to get a new perception of the challenges and the opportunities which are in front of us. So language is a key. In 2005, I was nominated for a national award in educational leadership. I initially was a bit embarrassed by the nomination. I didn't feel that I really deserved it, but I really then realized it was really more about the work of the people who made the changes in the school necessary. One of the key factors of that, which I have written up, was how in the first 5 years, we did what the research was suggesting we should do around educational curriculum and pedagogy and so on. And, you know, we had no change in the learning outcomes of any of our students. Then one day, it was a day in January, the beginning of our school year, I went to the staff and I said, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not asking you to work harder. I want us to work smarter. Tell me, what is it that will make you a better teacher? And as a leader, we started listening. In the next 3 years, we pushed our student performance on national benchmarks up by 4 percentage points. So dramatic was the improvement that people then start to say, you must be cheating on the national assessment. Well, how can you cheat on the national assessment? Yeah, sure, we work to the rules. But the important thing was that when, as leaders, we started listening, and when we started as leaders engaging our staff in the solution finding, when we allowed them to become creative and innovative, all of a sudden they became better teachers. And it reflected in student outcomes, student learning. So it was a really worthwhile exercise in terms of saying. Now, one of the turning points, one of the real learnings from that was we changed our language. You know, schools are notorious places for having classes. Why do we have a class society? You know, hierarchical. So we changed we didn't have classes anymore. We had learning groups. Now you might think, well, that's a small shift. But it's significant that I could walk into, no matter what classroom in the school, I could walk in and say, what are you doing here? You know, whose learning group are you in? I'm in Mrs. Wheaton's learning group. Well, what are you doing here? I'm learning how to learn. She was a special ed teacher or a learning support teacher, but the children themselves started to use this different language, and it was all about a language of learning. And they were excited. And they became excited. The teachers became excited. And that is what made the difference. Language is the easiest and quickest way to start changes in the way of thinking and the way of valuing. Very important. I also believe that we need to have increasingly intelligent leaders. And this is a little, I'll just share with you something that I've been working on with my colleagues in Success DNA, Dr. Brian Schwartz, in terms of leadership intelligent. We need our leaders to become more intelligent. More intelligent, you know, we talk about personal intelligence. That is your self-knowledge. And I'm defining intelligence here as having knowledge of and applying that knowledge for the greater good. Okay, so we've built into our belief statements about and our language of intelligence the elements of not only good for me, but for a greater good. So personal intelligence is my knowledge of myself and using that knowledge of myself to better understand others. Emotional intelligence is well written and well documented about the importance of emotional intelligence in leadership studies. And some people would go to say, so much to say as emotional intelligence is the most important intelligence. That I don't agree with that. Personal intelligence is the base key. That's why I've put it at the pointy end of the pencil, the writing end of the pencil. Emotional intelligence is important because emotional intelligence enables you to understand the emotions associated with change. And emotional intelligence enables us to build better relationships. And cultural intelligence, likewise, our organizations are becoming increasingly multicultural. Our communities are increasingly multicultural. Organizations now are spanning 3 or 4 national, let alone regional boundaries. So cultural intelligence is increasingly important. We've talked today about the importance of spiritual intelligence. That is, having an understanding of the greater purpose of ethics associated with working for community good, not just individual or shareholder good. Technical intelligence, I define that as having these skills, the techniques to lead change. It's different to a managerial set of technical intelligence. Leaders are about change, yeah? So the leader must have technical intelligence. He must understand change and change dynamics. Needs to have a certain quantity of intelligence, personal, emotional, cultural, and spiritual, but have processes. We are about understanding how to improve performance. So we need to understand passion, purpose, process, and product. And we need to understand, intelligent leaders have processes whereby they can connect with the passion and the purpose within their people and get it focused on the product that they're actually producing. So, as it sort of says there in this little framework, is a self-exploration and deeper knowledge and actualizing for the greater good is what intelligence is about. And this here is very small, but it says increasing depth, increasing capability. So the more we have of each of these and the more intelligent we become, the more we touch across all five. Question is, are we training people? Are we providing an educational process whereby our leaders, current and aspiring, can become more intelligent? Love to talk about that a lot more, but I just wanted to put it out there because this is an area that you may want to research further and go into further to look at and develop tools. We have well-developed, in Career DNA, we have a wonderful self-discovery tool. There are no end of psychometrics, that you could be using to deepen personal intelligence. Emotional intelligence tools are very well developed now. Cultural intelligence tools also. Spiritual intelligence, less so. It's a frontier. And also in terms of change and change dynamics is a frontier in terms of how do we look at and understand change and change dynamics. How do we go beyond the work of Wilber and others that talk about spiral dynamics and coaching as a methodology and so on, and empowering methodology and so on. So there is a lot here that you could be engaged in contributing to meaningful discussion or thought. The other idea that I wanted to share with you today was particularly around design thinking. If we are designing futures, we need to understand something of design thinking. And we know already that clarity is power and clarity is empowering. So design thinking is about understanding a person's, or increasing performance by understanding passion, purpose, process, and product. So design thinking, if we take the thinking behind what comes from engineering and so on in terms of a process of a way of conceptualizing understanding and ideation and implementation, then we can incorporate this into our leadership development. We can incorporate it into the thinking around sustainable goals. So the key step here is the 3 phases here. Understanding, it's understanding with feeling. We're not just understanding for does it make economic and monetary or financial or even governance sense. What we're understanding here is, we seek understanding to clarify and for us to be able to develop empathy. That is emotional, cultural, spiritual, and technical intelligence, let alone personal intelligence. It should also be there as well. But so the first step is always understanding the story. Where have we come from? Where do we want to go? What is the dream? What is the legacy? This is the language of design thinking. It's not about, what's the strategy we're going to use. Notice the word strategy does not appear in this framework. What we do is we move to, we're moving towards a sustainable mindset in terms of understanding how we can get there. The second step then is to explore. And so the work of Ben Zander becomes very relevant here. If you haven't listened to Ben, go to YouTube and have a look at The Art of Possibility and how he believes in getting the talent coming out from within. within the person, from within the organization, from within the community. The talent is there, that the talent, has not necessarily been exercised. So it has to be massaged and groomed and coached, and it will come. Yeah. So in the exploration, you get this step of ideation and creating ideas. And so, apply radical thinking. Think outside the square. Think beyond IX being a Roman numeral. Apply some radical thinking. Are we talking about jobs? Or are we talking about a community of the future where every individual can make a contribution of some kind? Regenerative contribution may be a better way to conceptualize jobs and employment and salary if we want a sustainable goal. So how well are we applying radical thinking? Giving choice builds commitment, giving choice builds engagement, giving choice contributes directly to intrinsic motivation and greater happiness. Greater happiness brings greater resilience, greater productivity, greater engagement. So, choice is critical, and the work of William Glasser in choice theory and reality therapy is excellent. And if you have a chance to look at any of his work, then Glasser was a practitioner. He was actually a superintendent of a delinquent facility institution for young women, and realized that traditional psychology for them wasn't working. And so he, from that experience, he developed choice reality therapy. And then, because reality therapy was working, that is, we have a reality, we have to live in it. We can't live in our dreams the whole time. We have to turn our dreams into reality. That's the difference. So, his reality therapy, that is, living it with your own reality and the reality of around you, then he developed a theory which he then called choice theory. But in the first 14 pages of his book, Reality Therapy, 1984, Harper Row, then he devotes that to understanding responsibility and the importance of understanding and putting the focus in our education and our dealings with people, leaving responsibility with those who have it and need it. So, Glasser and choice theory would be a really useful place for some of you, those who have an interest in that way, to start. Design thinking talks about developing prototypes, plural, not just one, but preparing more than one possible way to approach. But here's where research enters into the design thinking process. If you have different prototypes, then you are in a better position to test and experiment and to come to some understanding of which is the better way. And it's the importance of experimentation in this, or the testing, if you like, in this process. So here we are. You have to take action. You have to experiment in order to understand. But it's experimentation with the whole intention of doing it, then reviewing it or refine it, or in another way, fix it or fine tune it. So this is a mindset that we're not seeking perfection before we take the step. What we're doing is looking at possibility. Let's explore possibility, put some data around the possibility, and now we can make a more informed decision about the impact and desirability or otherwise of the prototype of the approach that we've been doing. My dear friends, that brings us time for a few questions before we have concluding comments. So, here's a time. If you have a question or a comment, then please either use the chat box or open your phone, open your mic, and let's have a little short conversation in the 5 or 10 minutes that we have left together.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Cherry and Dr. Allen, for the thought-provoking session and enlightening us on how we can make the most of VUCA IR 4.0, 5.0 in transforming the world. It actually forms the crux of our international symposium. So thanks a lot. We are coming towards the end of the session, and we have a few questions from our viewers and participants.
Yeah, please.
The first question is, since you mentioned about awakening the hero within us, So Akiti Yadav wants to ask, how would you recommend that a person takes care of their well-being and go on their own hero's journey?
Cherry is a counselor. I am a coach. so we have a different approaches here, but I guess what we can do is to give you the benefit of both. The first comment I would make is the journey is never alone. The hero's journey was never alone, because along the way you meet people that you need to meet in order to understand yourself, the world in which you are living, and to be able to conceptualize the better future, the better life that you want to have. So in the hero's journey, and in Awakening Heroes is really about understanding self and connecting with others. Now, whether you need to do that through a coaching process or through a counseling process, that's a more an individual thing. You know, the counseling process may be more focused on unlocking those things which are stopping you from reaching out and getting the benefits of working with the people with whom you're talking. In coaching, we tend not to focus on that. We are tending to focus on where you want to get to and the possibilities that can be generated to be able to do that, and what new learning do you want to engage with. So, you know, there are some fundamental differences in approach, but I think the common denominator is the journey into and out of your liminal space is never a solitary pursuit, or should never be a solitary pursuit. Stop and think about it. Yeah?
Oh, sorry, Alan.
Jerry? No, go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, my take on to that. So you can have your both worlds, okay, for this one. Since there's always change in how we approach perspectives when it comes to giving leading a person towards its growth and development and acknowledging the human potential. So we are now leading into the possibility of recognizing who we are first. That's why the self-care project and psychology and counseling and coaching rolling together to work hand in hand, not to really, divide it in how we believe in perspectives, but we believe that if we understand your capacity from within and you're able to know what you want in your life, this is called Alan $1,000,000 question, because people are actually blinded or what they want in their lives. They are actually living in the expectations of other people in the system what they're living in. But if they started to look inside them and able to connect this and what's actually the thing they want in the future, how they envision themselves, and make those actions more constructive in nature, the things will things they will going to discover that at the point in their life, this is one thing, this is the aha moment, that this is one thing to work on to see, the kind of me, the better me. And we call that better our best. If we are better now and we are best right now, we have to do something because we need to flourish every day. And that's where the discoveries and the limitless of the capacity of human being that's we delve in. And that's why I always believe that all of the perspectives that we're believing into about discovering ourselves and making ourselves as a hero in our own right is actually the collaboration and collective when it comes to understanding the dimensions of human being. Alan.
And Shivani, the research is very clear that those organizations which offer its employees career development, that is the opportunity to look at their own career and lifestyle and contribution, those organizations that do that perform better, because what they're doing is in a practical way, they're demonstrating their belief in the people who are employed by them. So it's not the purpose of career development in organizations to ensure you're going to keep your best workers. The point of having career development in organizational structure and having a vibrant human resource sector which is looking at career development and not just looking at implementing workplace requirements or learning and development and so on, but something on career development and lifestyle design, is that it engages people in the organization, makes them feel as though that they are important, even if they decide to leave, because a good decision is for some people to leave. When we were undertaking change in the school where I was principal, I said to all staff, if you genuinely do not believe in what we are trying to do here, that is what the staff have agreed we're trying to do here, if you want to leave, then I understand that and I will support you respectfully. You know, 2 people elected to seek support, and we were able to do that, and that was the best decision for them and a best decision for the organization. So it's about, not always retaining the best talent. It's about identifying and developing talent and making that talent feel as though they are valued. That's where the growth and the high performance comes from. Yeah.
Yes, and I always believe, Alan, that each of the human being in this world has always a role to play, small
Yeah.
and major role to play, and it makes the ecosystem, a better place to live in. And that's what's supposed to be the mindset of our leaders.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So, Shivani, I think our time has come. But I
Yes.
did want to just ask people to think about 3 questions. And Shivani, if you can collect these for us, I'd be really, Sherry and I will be greatly appreciative in terms of what have you enjoyed about today, what have you learned from this input today, and secondly, what's one thing that you're now going to do? So there are 3 questions that we want to put back to the people who participated in this session around that. And just finally, from Sherry and myself, we just want to give you our contact details because genuinely there is an offer. And our final word really is one of a huge thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. The
And
pleasure is all ours. Thanks a lot.
okay, take
Yes,
care.
and thank you so much.
Our message is be the best you can be,
I
Shivani. Stay
request,
well, stay safe, stay
yes,
connected.
yes, Dr. Alan and Dr. Cherry, we'd request you to wait back if you can, because we do have a formal vote of thanks and, we would love to have your presence, for the other deliberations as well as the other speakers. If that's possible, it'll be great.
No
Okay.
problem. Yeah, we're looking forward to work with you. As I said with our presentation, that we are going to start our collaboration in next month. So we're going to propose it to Alan about the things we're doing, and we're looking forward to work with your university and your organization as well, and maybe to the larger group of people. And you will be the advocate of this one, and we're looking forward to that.
Definitely. Looking forward to collaborating.
And thank you to Dr. Doe for your invitation, and also thank you to Dr. Kanchan. It's been a great pleasure for us to be here today, and the organisation, as I said before, has been spot on, and so we really appreciate that. Wish you well for the rest of today in your deliberations, your considerations. It's a long day; it's a full day for you, and unfortunately, I won't be able to stay because I'm now heading into my dinner. And my family are here. It's a public holiday here in Australia today, so I will go and have a little bit of family time. But I really will be interested to see what the proceedings from today's deliberations with you all. So thank you very, very much, Shivani. Thanks, and thanks to you, Cherry, also.
Yeah, congratulations to everyone. Rest assured that this activity, if you can give me some proceedings and the things outcome for today, I'm glad to report this in our self-care project page, and we're going to report this as one of your contributions. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Cherry. Thank you, Alan Gettenby. And we will looking forward soon here again physically. We'll see when we will do it. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care. Thanks. See you again soon, Cherry. Cheers. Bye.
Okay. Yeah, once again, so we begin on this note of thanks and to our previous speakers, Dr. Ellen and Dr. Cherry. Now I'd like to move towards our next speaker, Dr. Marguerite Voto. She's here, and welcome, ma'am. She's an associate professor, a researcher in the Interdisciplinary Center of Research and Development on Lifelong Learning, a recognized trainer and a specialist programs evaluation. Her experiences are of varied nature, and as she deftly moves about and traverses into the world of engineering, management,
multidisciplinary research, majoring in urban planning, sustainable development, decision support system, transportation, and political science and information and communication technology. Currently, much of her research focuses on program evaluation and lifelong learning. With regard to the following emergent issues, namely information and communication technology, artificial intelligence, and professional continuous development. She works to build and improve broad-based partnership and coalition to enact local, regional, and global developments, governance, and environmental policy changes. Dr. Otto has obtained a PhD degree in urban studies from the University of Quebec at Montreal, Canada, a master's degree in project management, a degree in program evaluation, a degree in adult education and training, a BA in communications, a professional diploma in civil engineering law. What a fascinating run through the resume, man. It stands as a testimonial to the real interdisciplinary approach that you have. May I now request you, Dr. Otto, to take over and throw some light on the topic that you've taken out. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much. So we are in the dark night here, so it's just 3 o'clock in the morning. So you can see that I'm a little bit sleepy, but I think I can handle with the presentation. Could you allow me to share my screen? Can I share my screen? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Just wait.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so yes, I will minimize. So my presentation will be about industry and research. And from my point of view, I think that more consideration should be taken into account to have the gap, to bridge the gap. So this presentation, oh God, what is going on here? Sorry. Okay, it's like the title is a subtitle, you know. It's just industry. I will speak about industry 4.0 and industry and research. But I think that we will discuss more about the consideration. Okay, so industry 0.0. The fourth industry comes after 3 period of industry. We have the first one at the end of 18th century. It's about 1769, and it concerns mechanization, water power, steam power. The second one is in the beginning of the 20th century. So it's mass production, is mechanization, also assembly, electricity. And about 1917, we have the third one, which is about a computer, it's like computer, we have telecom, we have telephone, we have information and let's say technology, information technology. And now about 2011, this denomination comes from German, and they said, okay, we will have for the fourth industry. And the fourth industry has something about the physical, cyber physical transformation. So with this comes big data. We have big data. We have also cybersecurity. We have IoT. We have what else? 3D printing. We have also everything. We how to manage big data, and also in the research domain, we have also some new way to deal with that data and how to collect them. Now, what it is really? It's the integration of a complex physical mechanism and the device within network, sensor, and software. It's used to predict, to control, to plan, for better business and social outcomes. So yes, with the third industry, we come to a new level of value chain organization and management. And this is also it looks like an umbrella concept. So everything is in it, but what we know exactly is every kind of device and technology device is included in the way to manage business or to make production and to satisfy a customer. It's something like that generally. So this is evolving, very evolving concept, because this technology also is evolving a lot. But what we know exactly, the foundation of this industry is digitalization. I say digitalization because it's not digitization because of it is a process. When we say digitization, it's like you plug something to someone you transform information, and you look just at the result. But this is a process, and is an evolving process. Very quickly, it is evolving process. So what comes with the fourth industry? We have big data, as I said, autonomous robots. We have blockchain, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cybersecurity, cloud, computing, additive manufacturing, and the mixed reality. So it's a lot of things, and we don't know tomorrow what will they will reinvent again. So it's evolving process, they say just. But on the business, we can see this as four things. So at the strategic level, we have the structure, the people, the processes, and the technology itself. So what happened, I think in the previous presentation, we have a lot of a subject of to think about, and I think that also we have some questions to answer for our own purpose. So this is what they said that we have to look for, but this is just inside the business itself, the companies, yes, but we also have to think over outside the companies. So the industry, which is normally a group of companies doing business, a specific kind of business. We will say that the objective of the fourth industry is to enable mass customization of manufactured products, in which production must adapt to short batch or even individual needs, automatic and flexible adaptation of a production chain to changing requirement, improve human-machine interaction. That's, I have a big question about it, because do we really improve human-machine interaction by technology? That is the question. We could also think about it. Way to interact and operate in factories, production, optimization, and this. And we have radical new type of services and business model contributing to changing way of interaction. This is a view of objective, and the view is very economic, and also it's focused on the company's benefit. So, but with this benefit comes a lot of constraints. What we can say, adopting IT and this type of industry is not so simple, because we have some constraints, which are financial resources, technical changing, continuous adaptation, because just think about Microsoft Word, Microsoft Office, and why not Windows? Very recently, they announced that we have Windows 11. So we have to adapt ourselves to all this, and it's a matter of financial research. So this also, we should think about the waste management. So all this technology for what? Because we change, and how do we change? And how do we think about waste? And on this point, I think I will join the reflection, the presentation of the previous Alan and Mary. So I for zero and digitalization. What is digitalization? Is a way, because I told a very few minutes ago that digitalization is a process, is a way in which many domains of social life are restructured around digital communication and media infrastructure. This is a good definition for me, because when we think about the digitalization, we think just industry when we speak about fourth industry. But an industry also should think about customer satisfaction, customer production for customers, or a kind of customer. So in this way, we reach the society, all the society, and why not all the world? So my, I will say that my point of the way I tackle this kind of presentation is, first of all, we have the industry, and we should think about the industry today and in the future. Then we have the technology, internet facilities, information technology. What are the opportunity these facilities are offering, and what are the risks? Then we will see the business or the industry itself, have a production, consumption, we have exchange needs, share, use and reuse, because we have to think also about the waste. We have also operational management, development, business model. Which model could be sustainable for the industry? Have quantity, diversity, disparity. What all this mean for the society, for the person in the society, each of us? Then we will see the society itself, the standard and norm of this society, workforce development. What will be the workforce development for the society in the business, in the industry, and outside the industry. So, learning accessibility, yes. The previous conference said that, yeah, we have, with COVID, we have a lot of accessibility now. We have maybe increased productivity, maybe, but before the COVID and after the COVID, we know it will be never the same thing. But at the same time, we should think about this society in a sustainable way. So high need, we have a high need to know what is going on. High need to know context today. Because if we see about just social media, how people interact, they interact with variety, false news, fake news, and maybe they don't know really what it is. So we have also a big deal there. And for the strategy, they said they speak about COP27, 21st in Paris, on Paris Agreement. And we have innovation, we have economic resilience, education, relation, environment, sustainable development of a society, a specific society, but also for the world. So all these aspects should be at the center of our research when we think about Industry 4.0, according to me. And then I 4.0, so as we can see, is also a chain of transformations. A chain of transformation, why not? Because we have new performance challenges in the business itself. We have changes in the work type, requirement, job, employability, distance learning, continuity education, because we have industry itself, but you have those who prepare workers for the industry. So these people are universities, teachers, any kind of level of education system. So employability depends on those people. And today we could ask ourselves, how can we prepare job workers for tomorrow, for today? Because the industry is evolving, people are changing, we have the robot in it. And how can we prepare today workers to be good worker, and how can we prepare them for tomorrow? So exchange value and recognition of prior learning is a matter. Inclusion also is a matter. So by adopting Industry 4.0, we are in some organization changing their needs. But what we realize is many workers do not have the right skill for a new job today. We have 6 out of 10, according to the survey of OECD. So technology continue to change the workplace and also to change the workers. Transformation for today and to future, as I said, jobs are outdated, deep changing in the job profile. We have between 2005 and 2016, 40 out of job created are automated. And that is a point we have to think. Are we improving production for those who are unemployed tomorrow It's a matter of, it's a real question we have to ask. So by 2030, up to 44 of current automated working hours will be automated. Over the next 5 to 20 years, 14% of existing jobs could be lost as a result of automation. More than 32% of jobs will change drastically as individual tasks are automated, no job and no sector. These numbers, these stats are before the COVID. I don't know what it is right now, but I'm still working on it. So what in this context, learn is for today and always. So continue education, continue learning. People should learn to adapt themselves to the new profile of job, but learn for everything. Learn as a citizen, learn as a worker, learn to deal with the neighbor of a co-worker who is a robot today. So we need to understand the relationship in that context, the relationship between AI and the human being. For sure, the industry, one of the objectives they underline is to improve the relationship with human and the machine, but how, we don't know. Because this need, fundamentally, this need a worker to be autonomous, to have the knowledge to deal directly with the robot. Otherwise, we won't have an increase in production. So digitalization and self-education becomes two parallel objectives we should realize. So we have first ever converting formal education skill into appropriate skill to support development, and also recognize emerging form of learning, diversity of learner profile, non-formal, formal, and informal learning should be recognized. Build curricula to recognize and ensure the value of learning exchanges. This is for education system, because to prepare workers is not just have a diploma today, but to update this knowledge day after day. So also, I said that it should be inclusive, because these kind of devices call for a specific information, specific knowledge sometimes, and those literacy today is not just ABCD. You know ABCD or you don't know ABCD. You can read or you can't read. We have technical literacy also, which is an issue. So digital information, communication, teamwork, and interaction in a virtual network. Today we can see with COVID is already there. Social participation, thinking skills, reflexive skills, and build an inclusive society is very important today. Managing for self-process efficiency. We should help people to be, I think, what the previous conference said, and they said, retribution of contribution or something, you know, and they will have no job, but it's not a job. But this is, it comes with the process efficiency, self-process efficiency. Self-process efficiency means that you can know exactly, you are able, a worker is able to know exactly how miss in his, what is missing in his profile, and how he can get new information or new knowledge to do very well his job. And when we say that, is the efficiency also of the business, because the fourth industry is for the efficiency of the business, but we also have the efficiency of the society, the efficiency of the environment. And this all this is important, not only automation or using big data or IT technology. Is not only that, which we need to think globally. Every step we are making toward the improvement of the production. So first, for me, Industry 4.0 is a culture, but the research is at the heart of the culture. And when we think as this industry as the heart of the research, because even IT or any kind of device we are developing is at the heart of the research. But in this culture, we have conscientious and inconscientious elements we should take into account. Conscientious element and conscientious element for policies, because research should nourish, should contribute to the policies, government policies to support youth in learning process, to empower people, especially marginalized people, to encourage an effective information use. High consideration must be given to adult literacy, respect to the need of poor and marginalized group, consideration for sustainable development. Research for action, and this should be all the domain, environment, climate change, security, health, governance, agriculture, and participation, for personal and social development, workforce improvement, citizen construction, socialization, and interaction. All this to be entered in industry, not just industry, fourth industry, not just automation, AI, or IoT, or any kind of device. So what I think is the objective of a fourth industry should be global. Global because we should think of energy transition, waste management, development, entrepreneurship development, new training approach, autonomy and empowerment of women, and empowerment and investment in rural areas, intergeneration learning, and social development. Again and again, I will repeat that it should be global, have a global view on it, and the research should help for this purpose. So research today and the future, how to handle this. I think, personally, I think that as the inconscious, to tackle the inconscious element of the fourth industry, we have to build a participative universe. A participative universe by adopting multiculturalism. I think that they said CQ. I found some word of my presentation in the preview presentation. So multiculturalism, multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and also communication. Communication, because it is very important. And communication also needs IQ, EQ, and social Q. Any Q is important. For our researchers and more, also for every kind of in every kind of education industry. I will say industry because we are also exposed to this IT. We have to learn to spread in lead. Lead is lean management, everything management coming with fourth industry. But for us is to learn and spread. Why? Because we have to support action for literacy and education relevant for useful people daily lives and development activity. Provide financial support, that is the government and over public, so they should provide to reinvent and redefine individual and social learning approaches and experience, learn and exchange to build a large network of collective learning, collaboration with all partners and stakeholders. Adopt meaningful policy designing, assess and collect data to measure progress, because it's important to know where we are going. So if we know it, we know how we are going there step by step. Develop through building literate environment and society and action. For research, especially, what all this means to communicate, how we collect data, how we do research, and how we are improving knowledge on all the situation, the global world and the society, specific society are facing. So we have to publish our research to increase accessibility and visibility, because people in the industry or everywhere, they have to know what is going on. And the researchers, I think, it's our duty to say that, yeah, we have this look, this kind of specific look, rational look on this situation, and that's how we come to this result, and what we find we should communicate with people. So such a shorter publication time compared to non-open accessible access journal, we have to know what is the difference. No financial, do we have financial support? Do we don't have financial support? Where should we publish? And my advice today, yes, we have some experience when we publish a lot, but today, as we have automation, we have technology information in industry, we also have it in research. So what is important today? To make our research accessible and visible. So in this way, I think it's not an advice, a piece of an advice, but it's just my own opinion to say that where is possible, how it could be possible to make our research visible and accessible is important. And sometimes to publish in the well-known journal is not the way to make our research accessible, because at the same time, people who are searching for learning, they can't have access to this kind of thing. So we have to think a bit about it and to know. But at the same time, if we publish in an open journal, we should think how sustainable could be this journal to help everyone, because to make the information accessible and visible today is very important. I think that I have a lot of things to say, but I think we come to time is going on, and I will say for this, I will send you the presentation.
No, ma'am, we request you to speak for a while, a little more. It's very engaging, definitely.
Sorry.
We request you to speak for a while, a little more. We have a while.
Yeah, no, but I spoke about Open Journal, but it could be just a waste of time because I heard the previous presentation, and it was on sustainable development, and I think it's very important to discuss about this subject instead of discussing about how to publish in this. What is important today is to make our research very visible, accessible to those who are not searching, or those who are not a researcher, but they want to use our research to make decisions, to take action. So thank you for your attention. And I will be very pleased to share knowledge, and if we can discuss for the time, the remaining time, it will be important for me also, because it's also important to exchange a little bit.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for a profound orientation, which has certainly added value to the objective of the program and has provided impetus to the multifarious aspects of research. And ma'am, a special thank that you have managed your time in our symposium. Thank you so much for that. It shows your great leadership quality also, ma'am. Ma'am, now with your permission, shall we move to the question and answer session?
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah. So first question from our participants is that as an academicians, we wonder if robotics would pose a threat to our role in the learning process.
E-learning.
Yeah, I repeat, as an academician, we wonder.
Sorry, I will increase my volume a little bit. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I repeat the question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, I'm repeating. As an academician, we wonder if robotics would pose a threat to our role in the learning process.
Okay. This is the first question.
Yeah.
How can I answer this? Yeah, it's all this depends on the view of the perspective you want to adopt in this reading. You know, I honestly, I will say that I have some. I think that robot could yeah, they are doing a lot of progress in this way, exceptionally when we think about Neuralink of Elon Musk today is just to do something and connect people to robot and something like that. You know, yes, all this is important, but it's creative. Yes, we are creating a lot of things, but I think deeply that everything we are creating, we should first think of a human being, because nothing we are doing should be for, you know, AT, you know, it's just for human. So the first step should think about human being and human being needs, not just as a consumer, but also as just, you know, a person, you know. And in this way, I think that a robot is good, but not to replace a person at a job, you know. Even the previous presentation was saying that, you know, we will reduce the size of the organization, yeah, if at a society of level, if you reduce the size of organization, you will have unemployment. And who will give care to those people who are in, So do you think that people could consume every product the industry will produce? Also, a lot of questions. So it's good to improve the performance of organization, but also we should think about the workers, the citizen, and global citizen and specific citizen. That is my point of view. I think not a threat globally, but at sometimes we should think about all this evolution and know exactly what it is and how it could help human beings. Help human beings.
Definitely. Yeah. Another question from the participant. Shall I, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah. Social networking has brought us close. We are at far. How, according to you, we draw a balance of technology and human touch?
Yeah, social networking. Yeah, that is another question. Another, it's not only a question, but it's a huge preoccupation, because what we are seeing today is we are erasing social interaction, social physical interaction, and transformed to social, device interaction. So Facebook, social net media, and something like that. And with COVID-19, we have seen also with lockdown, we see in that situation how hard, how tough it could be to have no social interaction. So I think it's a great lesson for us. So we should say that the human being is a relational being. So what distinguishes a lot us from the other being, I think, is the way we interact and the way we get together. And this, I think, normally shouldn't be, but is what we are observing, and we should be very careful and reinvent the social network itself again. That's my point of view. We have to reinvent it to get together, and the momentum is already there. After the COVID, we have seen that without social interaction, physical interaction, we have some problems, and we can't go further with just social network and social network and numerical networking. Yeah. Okay.
Ma'am, with your permission, can we take one more last question?
Yeah, no problem. I prefer that one.
Because, now we are exactly up to the time. So one last question. We are thrown into a vicious circle with requirements of more of production on one hand and stress-induced life on the other.
Yeah.
How do we work out this problem, ma'am?
We will pray Shiva or no, no. Yeah, I think that is it's a huge problem. We have more stress. The productivity, more again, and then we have to deal with robot. And now yeah, that is where we are, and we have to reinvent the social physical network. And as they said, your retributional contribution instead of job. I don't know why it is job, and job is not a job anymore. It's just a stress. And how to deal with, I think, it's not at the personal level. It's not at the individual level anymore. It's at the government level, because those who can survive at this high level of stress, how can they live? It's a lot of things, and the research should help to show how it's hard for those people, for some people to handle, to deal with that situation. And that is our job. As a researcher, we have to show how people can survive in this situation. Those, yes, but not all of them. And if they can't, how to help them to survive. It's a matter of, so I said research should be for action, research also for policies. And this is very important.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. So I really apologize. I have to go to bed now.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Equally incisive comments.
I have to go to bed.
We would love to be you here, but yes, the time is very odd for you.
Yeah.
But still, if you can manage, that will be more better. But depends on you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Margaret, I'm really thank you to you as a convener, and you are here in such a odd time. So we will really grateful to you, and thank you. We will keep in touch. Thank you, really thank you.
Okay, thank you, all of you, and have a good, nice continuation in your symposium, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah,
I
bye.
just want to...
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Moving ahead to the speaker. Next speaker of the session, Dr. Rosa Maria Velasquez Sanchez, and the translator, Mr. Jesus Velasquez. I take great honor to welcome you both to our symposium. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am. Now, with the permission, I would like to introduce the speakers. Dr. Rosa Maria is a Doctor of Science in Business Planning and Regional Development. She is Professor of Sustainability and Sustainable Development Tourism. She is an esteemed member of the National System of Researchers of Mexico. She also holds the position of a guest professor at the Eastern University of Santiago de Cuba. In addition to that, she was a research stay in summer 2017 in the University of the West of Barranquilla, Colombia. Research stay 2016 in Lusofono from Lisbon, Portugal, and also a research stay in 2018. She has to her credit numerous publications in scientific journals such as Community Worldviews and Heritage Conservation in the development of tourist destinations, innovation adequacy in Mexican indigenous ecotourism, community sustainability and tourism in the pooled towns route, Oaxaca, Mexico, permanency of the tourism micro, small and medium enterprises in Puerto Rico, a balance between traditional and modern elements, among others. She is also a book coordinator for a book titled Multidiscipline. Ma'am, we are indeed greatly privileged to have you amidst us. We also have in our midst Mr. Jesus Velasquez, who would translate Dr. Rosa Maria's Spanish talk in English. I would take the opportunity to introduce him as well. Dr. Jesus is a Master of Science in Natural Resources, National Polytechnic Institute of Mexico from Oaxaca, Mexico. He has mastery in languages such as Spanish, English, French, and Italian. Currently, he is a research assistant in the Autonomous University of Benito Juarez of Oaxaca, Mexico. He has been in research internship exchange programs in Washington, Colombia, and Lisbon. He has numerous publications in Mexican and other international journals to his credit. Other than that, he has participated in several Mexican and international seminars as a resource person as well. He has numerous awards and distinction to his credit. I'm not going to in that, but really a good personality. I have also met him online earlier also. So Dr. Rosa Maria and Mr. Jesus Velasquez, we are indeed thankful to you both for your presence amongst us. And may I now request you, Dr. Rosa Maria, to kindly share your views on tourism industry 4.0 and its prospects in the context of current scenario of COVID-19. Over to you, ma'am. Go ahead, please. Yeah, over to you.
Adelante, doctora Rosa María.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And in this moment, okay. Okay. Voy a hablar en este momento de algunas experiencias que hemos tenido trabajando en turismo durante más de 20 años en México, en otros lugares de México, y precisamente cómo el turismo está siendo afectado por el COVID-19 y principalmente en todo el tiempo que se dio de confinamiento. Entonces vamos a ver un análisis de cuál es la situación mundial antes, durante el confinamiento y qué se espera en la recuperación del turismo. Adelante, Jesús.
Okay, well, good morning for us from Mexico. Today we have 2 a.m. in the morning. We're so happy to be here, and today we're going to talk about the situation of tourism based on our more than 20 years of experience in research in this topic, as well as what are the conditions during the confinement, as well as the changes and trends that we are going to face from Mexican perspective, as well as for the world.
Okay. Primero empezaremos a ver la importancia del turismo en el mundo. Para muchos países, México se ha convertido en un destino turístico, pero a nivel mundial se ha dado a conocer precisamente en este momento de pandemia por ser uno de los lugares más visitados. Pero hablando de la importancia del turismo en el mundo, son varios los factores que influyen en las economías y en los países. Principalmente, el turismo ocasiona un gran movimiento comercial. Si se analizan las balanzas comerciales, el turismo es sumamente importante para muchos países. Ocupa uno de los principales productores de divisas, que es una de las mediciones que se da a nivel mundial, pero también el turismo ha ocasionado muchas inversiones, trasladando capitales a lugares que antes no tenían posibilidades de desarrollarse, pero también es un generador de empleos, entonces por eso es su gran importancia a nivel mundial.
Worldwide, the relevance of tourism is not limited to the economical conditions that it is going to allow. Yes, it is going to give inversions from international supporters, as well as it happens in Mexico. It is going to develop infrastructure. It is generation actually employments for the people in the developing countries, as well as business exchange, and for sure there is going to be a a whole package of economical income with the foreign currency income that we're having in Mexico, which is a very important factor from tourism activity as well as from the migration issues.
¿Qué actividades son las que impulsa el turismo en los países donde se desarrolla? Una gran impulso al transporte de personas, pero también de mercancías. En términos de construcción, infraestructura para el hospedaje, también es un gran detonante en infraestructura, pero también afecta otros ramos de las actividades económicas como la venta de alimentos, la venta de servicios necesarios para apoyar el desarrollo turístico, la venta de productos de la región. Aquí se impulsa mucho la venta local como artesanías y souvenirs.
So the business regarding tourism in local aspects is going to be a full package of the services related to the tourism activity, from transportation, lodging services, foods and beverages, and other services related to tourism, as well as the products from the regions, which can be handicrafts and souvenirs.
Entonces, hablando de sectores productivos, ¿cómo se vería esto? En términos de transporte, el turismo impulsó muy ampliamente el desarrollo aéreo. Muchísimas líneas aéreas se dieron en diferentes países y regiones que no había llegado la transportación aérea, pero también a nivel terrestre, tanto nacional como internacional. En el ámbito hotelero, pues grandes infraestructuras empezaron a invertir cadenas internacionales en el sector restaurantero para la prestación de servicios de alimentos, pero también se dio mucho el impulso para los eventos como los congresos y otro tipo de reuniones internacionales. También en el ámbito de las comunicaciones, el turismo ha impulsado mucho el desarrollo, sobre todo en esta pandemia, de la comercialización a través del Internet. Como ya habíamos mencionado, el intercambio comercial y los servicios.
We can see that before the pandemic, there was a high development of transportation development, not only by airplanes transportation. There were also ground transportation, and in Mexico, generally by land transportation, but to go overseas, there was a high development of flights along the countries, not only in Latin America, also with Europe. There was a high inversion from foreign capitals in the development of hotel infrastructure as well as restaurants. There were high planning of events such as the conferences in all of the countries. Communications were also related with the services of booking, as well as other commerce activities related to tourism. It was a high development before this situation.
El fenómeno del turismo en todo el mundo y principalmente en los países que se destacaron como oferta turística, se observó un cambio muy fuerte a partir del 2010 en el cambio de capitales hacia la llamada industria verde. Entonces se observó como muchas empresas contaminantes que tenían problemas precisamente por las contradicciones de emisiones al ambiente, por las restricciones de cada país, pues trasladaron sus capitales a invertir en turismo. Entonces esto se fue dando cada vez más y fue muchísimo el traslado de inversiones hacia la construcción de hoteles, de restaurantes o de prestación de servicios turísticos.
We had also seen from 2010 orientation of the tourism enterprises for green strategies to develop themselves. We had seen the certification in green industry, as well as a high inversion related to the decreasement in impact that they been generating and also a preference of the tourists for this kind of destinations.
Bueno, pero entrando en el tema ya del turismo con la pandemia y a la aparición del COVID-19, vamos a mostrar algunos datos de cómo en el 2019, cómo se movía las personas para visitar otros países. Y de acuerdo a la Organización Mundial del Turismo, pues hubo un movimiento de más de 1.500 millones de visitas en el mundo. Y para el 2020, pues la misma Organización Mundial del Turismo proyectaba un crecimiento del 3 al 4%.
Before the pandemic, the tourist data there was, according to the World Tourism Organization, that it was going to be a growth of between 3 and 4 for the period of 2020. Unfortunately, we can see that it didn't happen. Although in 2019 there was an income of more than 1,500 million of international tourists. It was 4 million of people arriving per day, at least in this part of the world.
Pero, ¿qué pasó con el turismo en el confinamiento? ¿Sí? Se observó a nivel mundial que desde el momento en que empezó la pandemia, desde que se supo de su aparición en China, pues empezó a hacerse restricciones de movilidad, primero interna y posteriormente externa. Entonces muchos países optaron por cerrar sus fronteras y el desplazamiento de personas pues se vio completamente afectado a nivel internacional. Entonces, de esta manera, pues hubo periodos de absoluto cierre de fronteras y de movilidad. Entonces, esto fue una de las principales afectaciones que tuvo el turismo durante la pandemia.
As we can consider from this point in the point of confinement, we saw that there was a high impact in tourism activity, not only with the situation of closing, the movement along countries and within the countries was a high situation that made not only closing of the business related to this industry, also the situation of moving along the countries was the main situation that generated these problems in tourism industry.
Esas consecuencias de confinamiento se pueden observar en las estadísticas, realmente cómo fue dramática la afectación del turismo y para todos el contexto que involucra precisamente la prestación de servicios, tanto directa como indirectamente. Entonces, algunos países se vieron afectados dramáticamente por el descenso y el cierre de sus fronteras, pero otros países, como México, se vieron beneficiados. De acuerdo al ranking mundial de turismo, en el 2019 México ocupaba el 7º lugar en términos de llegada de turistas. Sin embargo, en el 2020, con el confinamiento, México accede al 3er lugar. Es decir, México recibe en promedio más visitantes que lo que recibieron otros países.
In this point, we saw some consequences after the confinement. After closing of some countries, the numbers in arrivals, in tourist arrivals, changed suddenly. While for example, in Mexico, while in 2019 we were located in 7th place of tourist arrivals. For 2020, we had already been in third place of arrivals. Generally, it can be before the policies of closings, as we can see that Mexico was one of the countries that never closed for the tourist arrivals. So we were in 3rd place during this dramatic situation.
Así como México, otros países también se vieron beneficiados con el cierre de fronteras. Entonces, países como Rusia, como Polonia y Australia, que no figuraban en años anteriores en el ranking mundial de turismo, pues ingresaron incluso por encima de países como España, que siempre han liderado el ranking mundial de turismo. Entonces aquí, como se puede observar, países fueron afectados, pero otros países se vieron beneficiados con este confinamiento.
Because of confinement and border closings, generally in Europe, such as in Spain, we saw that there was a high decreasing in tourist arrivals, but some other countries, such as Russia, Poland, and Austria, which were not in the top of the tourist arrivals ranking, were located in this point. But also this is related with the closing policies, that they didn't apply the same conditions such as it happens in Western Europe.
Como se puede observar en la siguiente tabla, aquí se ve el comportamiento de los arribos de turistas del 2019 al 2020. Entonces, países como Italia, pues conservaron su participación en el turismo, pero algunos países como Estados Unidos, que siempre ha sido un líder en la recepción de turistas, pues se vio seriamente afectado, con una caída de más del 70% de sus visitas. Entonces, como observan, hablando de España, también pasó a sexto o séptimo lugar precisamente por esa situación de cierre de fronteras. Europa, después de China, pues fue de los países que más dramáticamente se vieron afectados por la pandemia. Entonces, el cierre de fronteras, el atender de manera inmediata la situación de salud de la población, pues ocasionó estos datos. Y como mencionábamos anteriormente, pues se ve también países que no aparecían antes en el ranking, como ya habíamos mencionado, y que sacaron a países que tradicionalmente ocupaban los primeros lugares en recepción de turismo. Entonces aquí en esta tabla se ve cómo se dio el comportamiento y el porcentaje en el que cayeron las visitas a esos países. Entonces, en el 2019, Italia y Francia permanecieron, pero con una caída dramática, y como se ve, México subió al tercer lugar de visitantes, aunque pues en promedio no se ve tan dramáticamente el crecimiento, sino más bien fue por la caída que se observó en los otros países.
As we can see from data, according to data of the Ministry of Tourism in Mexico, we can see the flows differences. Generally, the following statistics of tourist arrivals that we had during the confinement and the pandemic. We saw that the leaders still stayed in the top of tourist arrivals, such as Italy and France. Then Mexico, located in this point. It was still decreasing in numbers, with a fall of 44.5%, but it was not as dramatic as that fall in tourist reception, such as that what had the United States with 72%. As I told you, this is related with the closing policies that allowed anyhow within the situation the tourists still arrived to Mexico, not just in other parts. It was almost impossible to keep arriving by tourists. And we can see also, as we stated before, that the countries such as Russia, Poland, and Austria, which were not considered in this type of tourist, thought as an advantage this situation, even with a fall also in their tourist arrivals. They are located in the top of the statistics worldwide.
Okay. Independientemente de la situación de riesgo de salud y de las acciones tomadas por muchos países como prioridad la salud de sus habitantes, pues no se vio la misma actuación en todo el mundo. Mientras algunos países le dieron prioridad a la salud, a otros países le dieron prioridad al ingreso de divisas. Entonces, ¿cuáles fueron los principales factores que influyeron en ese ranking del turismo relacionados con la pandemia y en particular con el confinamiento? Pues fue la situación geográfica de cada país. El problema de la pandemia empezó en China, se trasladó a Europa, afectó directamente a 3 de los principales destinos turísticos, a Francia, a Italia y a España. Entonces, ahí fue donde se dio primero el cierre de fronteras. América llegó después, incluso pareciera que se estaba esperando ese arribo de la pandemia, pero no se tomaron las medidas. Entonces, ese periodo de tiempo, en periodos importantísimos de vacaciones, como son las vacaciones de verano, pues se dio en diferentes momentos, así como las medidas tardías del cierre de fronteras. Debemos decir con muchísima pena que pues México no cerró fronteras y eso fue lo que le permitió subir en el ranking de turismo. México es conocido internacionalmente por un destino en el Caribe llamado Cancún, pero también se vio beneficiado en el turismo a la Ciudad de México, al interior del país y a la frontera norte de California. Entonces, esos son algunos de los factores que influyeron en esta situación.
So, thinking back to the situation we were talking about, the factors relating to the tourism ranking changes that we saw during the confinement, it was generally the situation of each country, talking about the position, the geographic position that they had. For example, we know that the development of the pandemic began with China, then it moved to Europe, affecting the three most important countries in Europe, talking about tourism, which were Italy, France, and Spain. Then they're closed, and when they were closing, it began just to arrive to Latin America, almost into this a second wave of the development of the pandemic. Then the reaction that every country had was related also to the movements in percentages that we saw. The behavior during the tourist incomes were related to these reaction activities that they had. We are not proud of it, but we know that Mexico never closed borders for tourist reception, and also they didn't establish a protocol of safety for the tourists. It was always open. But anyhow, it allowed Mexico to keep in third place in tourist arrivals during 2020.
Como ya habíamos mencionado, esto se vio reflejado en el ranking de los 10 países más visitados en el mundo. ¿sí? Entonces ingresaron Polonia, Alemania, que había sido uno de los destinos importantísimos, descendió al 9º lugar, así como el Reino Unido. Turquía, que ha sido un competidor muy fuerte de México en términos del ranking mundial, permaneció en el 6º lugar. Había desplazado a México del 7º al 6º, y pues vemos a México, ¿no? Con un crecimiento una evolución de -46. Aquí todos los datos se ven negativos, pero en términos reales, la proporción fue beneficio para México. Países como Reino Unido e inclusive como China, que siempre ha estado en el ranking mundial y no aparece dentro de los 10 países más visitados, pues se dio precisamente por ser el origen de la enfermedad, pero también porque fue el primer país que evitó la movilidad al extranjero. Entonces aquí se ve con mayor claridad cómo se comportó el turismo y cuáles fueron los países que lograron estar en el ranking mundial en el 2020 a pesar del confinamiento.
According to the World Tourism Organization, we can see that during 2020, while confinement and pandemic was occurring. In all of the top 10 of the tourist arrivals ranking, we saw a decrease, a fall in all of the percentages of arrivals in all of the countries that we can see in the table. But anyhow, that countries such as China, which was previously in the top, it's not figuring anymore. We can consider many situations. First of all, that the tourists related the the situation according to the origin of the disease, as well as it happened in Europe with the situation they had of the high. There were high risk destinations in this point, but then also their behavior was according to the policies that they established to react, and the closing borders that they developed as a consequence of the pandemic. There we can see the flow in these percentages.
Como se puede observar en esta gráfica, de manera general se ve cómo fue el cambio del 2019 al 2020 y cómo empezó a comportarse la recuperación a partir de la apertura de algunos destinos turísticos. Como se puede ver aquí, en suma, entre el 2019 e inicio del 2020, pues la caída en el mundo fue del 85%. O sea, estamos hablando de los 15 mil millones que se recibían de visitantes, como se perdió el 85% de movilidad en el mundo. Y como se puede observar también aquí, pues los países o los lugares o destinos mundiales que se vieron más afectados, pues fue precisamente Europa, con una caída del 85%, Asia, donde pues estaba el brote más terriblemente, el 95%, pero el menos afectado pues fue América, ¿sí? América, tanto México como el Caribe se vieron beneficiados con esto y la caída fue menor. También en África se vio la afectación y en los países de Europa del Este. Entonces, así es como se ve en términos porcentuales y de una manera general cómo se vio ese comportamiento y esa caída del turismo.
In percentual facts, we can see that the general condition of the countries, while the pandemic was a reduction in mobility as well as in the tourist arrivals, we can see in the world a whole decreasement of 85% in tourist arrivals, which is the same in Europe. It dramatically rises in Asia and the Pacific, with 95% decrease of the tourist arrivals. But we can see that in America there was a decreasement also, but not as dramatic as it was in Europe and Asia. In America, we had a decrease of less 72%, which is about 10% less than those impacts that we found in Europe as well as in Asia.
Pero como decíamos al principio, ¿qué espera para el turismo en el 2021? ¿Qué es lo que se esperaba y cómo se dio el comportamiento a partir del 2019? ¿Sí? Primero que nada debemos de mencionar que, de acuerdo a la Organización Mundial del Turismo, pues es la crisis más grande que ha tenido este segmento, y se esperaba que para el 2021 pues esto mejorara, ¿no? Entonces los datos preliminares de enero y mayo, pues las llegadas de turistas internacionales fueron 85% menores que las del 2019, es decir, no hubo una mejora, ¿sí? Fueron 65% inferiores a las del 2020, según muestran estos datos de la Organización Mundial del Turismo y que ya se mencionaban en la lámina anterior. Entonces, a pesar de un pequeño repunte en mayo, con la llegada de la primavera en varios países y la apertura, pues esto se retrocedió nuevamente por las variantes que se han dado del COVID y también pues las medidas que han tomado los países para retener el avance de estas variantes. Entonces, ese intento de recuperación, pues no se ha observado en el resto del año.
So what can we consider for 2020? What is the view for 2020 in tourism? We saw that the pandemic was the major crisis in the tourist history, now in its second year. We have seen some improvements in numbers, talking about the period between January and May in 2021. The international tourists began to arrive of about yet 85% less than those we had in 2019, and 65 less than those in 2020, according to the World Tourism Organization data. So we saw in May a little recovery because of the spring season, and then anyhow the situation is not improving so far, such as there is a high necessity of income in tourist arrivals, as well as in business related to them.
Hablando de la situación actual del turismo ante el COVID, que se da en el 2019, los últimos datos de la Organización Mundial del Turismo, pues muestran que se registraron 147 millones menos de llegadas internacionales, ¿sí? En términos de los visitantes que llegan y se hospedan, ¿sí? No solamente los que pasan, sino los que realmente se quedan en un país. Y eso en relación al mismo periodo del 2020, o a los 460 millones menos que el 2019. Entonces estábamos hablando de 80 y tantos por ciento, 85% de caída en términos de visitantes, ¿sí? Sin embargo, los datos apuntan a que debía de haber una subida, se esperaba una mayor subida en mayo, pero pues los resultados, hay una disminución de llegadas del 82%. Entonces, no se observa ningún crecimiento, no se logra recuperar el turismo a nivel internacional. Entonces, vamos a ver más adelante, pues, cuáles son las medidas que están tomando los países ante esta situación.
In real numbers, the drop of tourist arrivals were a decreasement of 147 million less that they had the first months of the year, and compare with those 460 millions less than those we had in 2019 before the pandemic. To reach those numbers, it will take longer. So even with this very little increasement in May, we can see yet a drop of 82% compared with those found in 2019. So even with the allowance of some conditions and restrictions quitman, it begins to be a situation in tourism. The trust of the travelers was the main topic in this point, and it's another important fact that we can consider for research in tourism.
Entonces, como ya hemos mencionado, ¿sí? El crecimiento relativo en cuanto a llegadas de turistas, pues tuvo una caída del 86% comparado con mayo del 2019, ¿sí? Entonces, esto pues ha ocasionado que se rompa el récord de llegadas y que pues se esperaría que se relajaran las restricciones y el significado del cierre de fronteras.
Okay, so we're still expecting that after, such as the example we had in May, the situation is about to rebound. We are not sure if it is going to happen, such as the numbers that we had in 2019. Being realistic, it won't be the same for longer, so we can consider as an example the small rise that we had in May. So it is related always with the relaxed restrictions that we are having in countries such as in Mexico. But also another important point, as I told you, is to promote the visitor confidence, which is a rising factor that we need to consider in tourism industry.
Okay. Con todo este panorama del turismo, pues siempre la Organización Mundial del Turismo trata de prever cuáles son los alcances que va a tener la pandemia, pero también cuáles son las posibilidades de recuperación. Entonces, de acuerdo al secretario general de la Organización Mundial del Turismo, Surev Alokowski, dice que para restablecer el turismo va a ser esencial la vacunación. No solamente para el turismo, para cualquier actividad en el mundo, pues se esperan resultados a partir del nivel de vacunación que tengan los países, pero también de la mano a la toma de decisiones en cuanto a las restricciones de viaje. Hay muchísimos problemas en los países que empiezan a abrir porque no son claras las condiciones para ingresar a esos países o están restringiendo el tipo de vacuna con la que se puede viajar. Entonces, si no se lleva de la mano esas dos acciones, no va a ser rápida la recuperación del turismo.
According to the World Tourism Organization, there are two essential conditions to take back to the tourist rhythm that we had before the pandemic. First of all, the vaccination, which is the first condition. Generally, we can see in some countries that is there's a uncertainty of the access criteria for the visitors coming from other countries. Some others are giving preference for some vaccines, such as in case of Europe. So this situation of putting certainty of vaccination and requirements for traveling is going to establish the appropriate conditions for the tourist development, as well as to this declaration, the trust of the tourists to take back in travel is going to be a determining situation in this point.
Si regresamos a ver los efectos por regiones, pues se observa cómo Asia y el Pacífico siguió sufriendo el mayor declive en el 2021 con una caída del 95%. Sigue el temor de viajar a Asia y siguen las restricciones. O sea, las dos condiciones para que no se recupere el turismo se están dando ampliamente en Asia y en el Pacífico, ¿sí? En los 5 primeros meses del 2021, en comparación con el periodo del 2019. Con respecto a Europa, pues es de menos 85% en el segundo mayor declive en las llegadas. En el Oriente Medio de menos 83% y en África de menos el 81%.
Compared with the decreases we saw in 2020, it's still a high decrease in this part of 2021, generally in Asia and Pacific, which is the highest decrease with 95% less compared with those numbers in 2019. In Europe also, it's conserving this drop of 85%, the same in Middle East with 83% less, as well as in Africa with 81% less.
En la región de las Américas, como ya habíamos observado en las tablas, pues el retroceso fue del 72%, ¿sí? Comparativamente menor. En junio, el número de destinos con las fronteras completamente cerradas se redujo al 63% de los 69 de febrero. De ellos, el 33% están en Asia y el Pacífico, siendo los 7 en Europa, la región con menos restricciones de viaje vigentes en la actualidad.
In detail, we can see that in America, there was a drop of 72%. Then in June, the situation improved to 63% compared with those 69% in February. From those, the situation less affected, most of them are going to be in Asia, and only 7 destinations in Europe began to get to the top in tourist arrivals, which are currently being in the top of tourist arrivals in this moment.
Por otro lado, en otros destinos como el Caribe, pues la caída fue menor, del 60%. Entonces obtuvo mejores resultados, principalmente durante el mes de mayo. Y esto pues se debe a que crecieron los viajes de Estados Unidos hacia el Caribe y hacia América. Realmente el beneficio que ha tenido América, de tanto el Caribe como México, ha sido por los viajes del norte de América, principalmente de Estados Unidos, de Canadá, pero también ha habido muchísimas llegadas de Europa. Al no cerrar las fronteras completamente, dar libertad de arribar sin controles de vacunas, pues es lo que ha beneficiado a esta zona, pero también si se observa y se comparan los datos de contagios, pues van de la mano, ¿no? Entonces, no se puede ir, como menciona el secretario de la Organización Mundial del Turismo, con una sola acción. No solamente es abrir fronteras, no solamente es bajarle a la restricción, sino asegurar la vacunación, incrementar la vacunación. Entonces, los países, haciendo aquí una recopilación de esta información, los países que se han beneficiado han actuado solamente bajando sus restricciones, pero no mejorando su nivel de vacunación, y que más adelante esto puede verse en resultados negativos para los países receptores, pero también para los visitantes que llegan de otros países.
We can see an even better situation in the Caribbean with also with a drop of less 60%, which is also related with the tourist arrivals from Northern America, the United States and Canada during the tourist season, the spring break season in 2021. We can see in this example that the tourist destinations of the Caribbean and Central America, as well as Mexico, is opening to international tourists. Unfortunately, they are not improving the vaccination strategies, so it can affect the situation for the local populations, as well as for the tourists visiting these countries with this proliferation of the disease in this context. So the situation bends to be better in this part of the world, but there are some conditions that need to improve according to the vaccination issues generally.
Okay. Pero ¿qué se espera del turismo? ¿Sí? ¿Qué es lo que se esperaría para la recuperación? ¿Cuáles son las perspectivas? ¿Sí? Como se observa en las estadísticas, pues está remontando muy lentamente, aunque sigue siendo muy frágil y desigual. ¿Sí? O sea, mientras en algunos países está remontándose, en otros, en cuanto hay una variante del COVID, vuelven a cerrar y vuelve a perderse todo este sector. ¿Sí? Actualmente, tanto la variante Delta, que se dio al inicio del año, pero todas las nuevas variantes, pues están volviendo a poner medidas restrictivas, principalmente en Europa, además de la falta de información sobre los requisitos de entrada. Entonces, todos los días cambian precisamente por los variantes, no se ponen de acuerdo qué tipo de documento debe de presentar el visitante para ingresar, y esto ocasiona también pues la desconfianza. No hay, aunque tengan el interés de viajar, el llegar y no poder entrar al país por no contar con el certificado que se requiere, pues ocasiona que se desmotive la movilización. Sigue siendo Europa el destino con mayores problemas de movilidad externa. Se ha mantenido el turismo en esos países gracias al turismo interno, a la promoción del turismo interno, al turismo que se mueva dentro de sus propias fronteras, y eso ha permitido que Italia, Francia, Alemania y España conserven su infraestructura turística, dado que en otros países pues sí se vio reflejado en la desaparición de los servicios turísticos y el abandono inclusive de grandes zonas que eran visitadas por extranjeros.
So the perspective in this point is that tourism is taken back slowly. Also, the situation is not the same, and conditions are changing day to day. The restrictions are going to be related to vaccination as well as the closing. Another factor of example in this point was the variation delta of the virus, which took back to the confinement situation or borders closing in some countries, and restriction measures that are always changes are going to be the factors defining these numbers as well as the percentages in the tourist flow along the world. But anyhow, to take back to these points, some strategies have also been seen in some parts of the world. For example, in Europe, such as in Italy, France, and Spain, which were seriously affected by the pandemic, they established an internal tourism strategy, which was promoted by a sense of pride of supporting and trying to recover and giving income for the tourist industry from internal income of the tourists.
Entonces, ¿cuál es el futuro inmediato del turismo? Que no obstante la vacunación en todo el mundo, junto con la moderación y las restricciones para los viajeros vacunados y el uso de herramientas digitales como el certificado COVID, que ahora es la única forma para entrar, por ejemplo, a la Comunidad Económica Europea, están contribuyendo a la normalización gradual de los viajes. Sin embargo, como lo muestran las estadísticas, no se ha habido reflejado realmente en números en el ingreso de extranjeros. Entonces, se tiene que trabajar mucho a nivel mundial en hacer colaboraciones, en poder garantizar y recobrar la confianza de los visitantes en el mundo, por una parte, y por otra, pues hacer más accesible el ingreso a esos países. Entonces, aquí está en una balanza el turismo entre poder impulsar los viajes, pero a la vez tener que garantizar la salud de los viajeros, pero principalmente de los habitantes de esos países.
The condition of the tourism in this point is going to be in a balance between the allowance of the movement along countries of the tourist incomes and the allowance for the opening in tourist industry, but also in the other hand, it is going to be related to the measures of security that they can provide for their visitors. So in this point, the most important factor is going to be the vaccination as well as the security conditions by hygiene and the protocols of social distancing and these factors to guarantee the security of the visitors.
Okay. Entonces, además de los viajes internos, la recuperación en muchos destinos es precisamente por eso, porque tienen mercados internos. Ahorita Europa lo que está promoviendo es viajes internos entre los países que están en la Comunidad Económica Europea, ¿sí? Entonces, realmente la capacidad de áreas de vuelos, por ejemplo, en China y Rusia, pues han mejorado. Entonces, se están tomando diferentes estrategias para poder recuperar el turismo. Para muchos países es una de los principales determinantes de la balanza comercial. Como mencionábamos al principio, el turismo genera empleo, genera intercambio de mercancías, genera intercambio de personas, impulsa la industria aérea, impulsa el sector comercial. Entonces, es sumamente importante para muchos países y se vio reflejado precisamente en las balanzas comerciales, en los efectos que tuvo el confinamiento y que sigue ocasionando la pandemia de COVID-19 en todas las actividades que integran la oferta turística.
We can see that a very feasible point of strategy in tourism reactivation is the internal tourism movements, which is the highest example has been Europe with these strategies of internal tourism. They are giving a good outcome in this point, even with the serious situation. For example, in Russia and China, which were also seriously affected by the pandemic, they are taking back to the numbers they had before the crisis, and then also we can see the conditions of the internal trips in the United States, but it's not related with not only with the size of the country. We can see this condition in a shared community of Europe. They are allowing this movement and promoting this strategy along the countries in Europe as well as in the United States.
Okay. Pues con una encuesta mundial en los países que integran la Organización Mundial del Turismo y a una sola pregunta de cuándo espera que el turismo internacional vuelva a los niveles anteriores a la pandemia, es decir, a los datos que había en el 2019, sin contar las proyecciones que se esperaban de un crecimiento del 3 al 4%, pues miren, la mayoría de los países, ¿sí? Tienen diferentes opiniones. Por ejemplo, en África, dice que es el 1%, en América el 14%, en Asia Pacífico el 39% y en el Medio Oeste el 49%, que fueron el número de entrevistados. Todos coinciden que la recuperación del turismo no tiene un momento inmediato, que empezará la recuperación en el 2024, siempre y cuando se den las condiciones de ampliación de la vacunación de la población y un establecimiento claro de las medidas de viaje. Entonces, eso es lo que se espera en el turismo. Esa es la situación que alarma a muchos países que dependen en gran medida de las divisas que se generan por estas actividades. Entonces, la situación para muchos prestadores del servicio fue de sobrevivencia, pero también debemos de decir que pues, los despidos de personas fue donde más se observó el efecto, y aunque muchos están tratando de reactivar, los constantes cierres por las variantes del virus, pues están ocasionando que el panorama sea por el momento muy oscuro y que la recuperación se prevea hasta el 2024.
So we close this speech with a survey for potential tourists. When do you think that international tourism is going to take back to the 2019 statistics? Most of the people think that it is going to happen in 2024 or after, which is very feasible. In this point, we recognize the situation that the conditions are still changing, even with the variations of the pandemic. which a high example was the Delta variant, which had a very high impact in this part of the world. So these are the considerations that we are going to have for the future. It will take longer, but there are certain strategies that can allow the tourist industry to survive.
Okay. Pues esto es el panorama que se enfrenta el turismo. Como he mencionado, para muchos países representa uno de los principales factores de generación de divisas. Muchos países como México y otros países que están en desarrollo, pues dependen de estas actividades para su balanza comercial, para su nivel de empleo y desempleo, para su nivel de intercambio con otros países, y que está afectando a muchos sectores que apoyan al turismo, como es la aviación. La reducción del número de vuelos ha puesto en crisis a muchas líneas aéreas, ha puesto en riesgo la introducción de productos al extranjero. Entonces, el turismo para muchos países como México representa un sector sumamente importante y que se ve reflejado en la situación económica del país. Entonces, esta es una información general, así se está dando. No hay buenos momentos todavía para el turismo durante los años que siguen. Se espera una recuperación muy lenta, probablemente para el 2024, esperando que no haya más variantes, o algunos virus o algunos otros factores de contexto que lo afecten. Quiero agradecer la invitación, la paciencia por escucharme en español, a mi traductor Jesús. Muchas gracias a la doctora Kanchan por la invitación, y si quieren checar algo de los trabajos que realizo en términos de turismo, les dejo mi contacto, y pues estamos pendientes de sus preguntas.
Okay, so in general, we can see that from a developing country perspective, there was a high impact in employment conditions, which with this decreasement of the tourist mobility, the money exchange also decreased, affecting other sectors such as the aviation and logistics, affecting also the exportations of products and services, which was a complex situation derived not only by tourist activity, but also related with the general movement restrictions overall. Overall, there we can see that it will take longer, even in situations such as in Mexico. As I told you before, we didn't close the borders and make some serious restrictions. Even with these conditions, we see a very slow recovery further 2024, considering that we are not going to have other lockout conditions that affect this situation even worse. So thank you very much for your attentions. I appreciate that you allow me to give this conference in Spanish. I really appreciate the invitations and to share my point of view as a researcher, as a person related with this tourist activity. So thank you very much. This is my contact. You can scan the code to see my papers and the research I am developing. So I am an open contact. So please keep in touch. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much, Dr. Rosa, for the tour of the prospective world of tourism, which is one of the major sectors affected by COVID-19. You brought a lovely cross-culture touch to the symposium. You not only highlighted impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Mexican tourism industry, but also provided information about tourism industry in Europe, Asia, Africa, and US. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this knowledgeable session. Dr. Rosa, with your permission, we would like to take few questions, if your permission is there. Can we take few questions from participants? Hello.
Jesus, could you please translate for your mom?
I thought she said, she agrees. Doctora Rosa María, le preguntan si pueden hacer algunas preguntas.
Sí, por favor.
Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, Dr. Rosa, you have explained very properly. There is always a adverse impact because of COVID-19 pandemic, whether it is Mexican economy or Mexican tourism industry or American tourism industry. But what measures should be taken by government to the faster recovery of tourism industry? Could you highlights on that measures that can be taken by government for the faster recovery of tourism industry?
Sí.
Ok.
Ok. Sí, sí, efectivamente, el manejo de la pandemia, pues tiene que ver mucho con las políticas de cada país. En México realmente pues se ha favorecido el aspecto económico y no se cerraron desafortunadamente las fronteras, no hubo ningún cierre. Hasta el momento no hay restricciones de viaje. Entonces eso ocasiona en que de todo el mundo pueden llegar. Inclusive se habla de que México es receptor de todas las variantes del COVID, porque no ha habido ninguna restricción, ninguna medida de cierre de fronteras. Se ha favorecido porque para México el sector turístico ocupa el 4º lugar en la balanza comercial de México. Así de importante es el turismo. Entonces, la política ha orientado a favorecer la movilidad internacional sin tomar en cuenta los efectos que ha tenido para la salud. Contrariamente, México ocupa uno de los lugares más dramáticos en contagios, ¿sí? Como les decía, en México se encuentran todas las variantes del COVID precisamente por esa decisión política.
Thank you very much for your question, Professor Rakesh. So in this point, we can say that, in fact, the government issues are related from our example in Mexico. It could be an example in case of tourist opening while not giving any kind of restriction in this point. But we have to take it in account also, which is a high risk. We can tell you that in Mexico, we're having all of the variations of the COVID-19. So this is a worrying situation, but also it is going to depend on the government actions, which in this case, in case of Mexico, is more related with the economic reactivation, more than assuring the tourists to have a safe stay in Mexico, as well as a safe destination development overall.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rosa. There is one more question from participants. Can I ask that question? Okay. So, ma'am mentioned that in her speech, ma'am mentioned that there is an internal stability policy implemented by Italy. And because of that policy, more number of tourists, they start to visit in Italy. So, any certain points about highlights about that internal stability policy?
¿Se entendió, doctora? ¿O gusta que le traduzca?
¿Me traduces?
¿Qué nos puede comentar de la política de movilidad interna? ¿Considera usted que ha sido una buena estrategia?
Ok. Para países que integran la Comunidad Económica Europea, esa ha sido la respuesta para mantener sus niveles de turismo, para mantener activo al sector turístico. En México, también cuando vemos la balanza comercial, también el turismo interno ha aportado mucho. Después del confinamiento, pues la gente tenía la necesidad de viajar, entonces sí ha aportado mucho la movilidad interna a la balanza comercial turística. Pero para otros países, como del norte de América, ha ocasionado que en cuanto se abren las fronteras, pues viajan para América, y eso, como ya mencionamos, ha impactado en los resultados de que México y el Caribe pues tengan como un mejor destino para esta población.
So in case of internal and regional alternatives, the local mobility of tourists and internal tourist visitors seems to be the best strategy. As we explained before, in Europe, it is taking a good advantage of the internal tourism strategy. And the same for Mexico. It's a very important topic talking about these statistics level. We can find some further information to show this topic, but it's a very relevant topic, the internal tourism strategy, and I am pretty sure that it's giving a good income related to these factors.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rosa. Your remarks to the queries received from the audience certainly leave us to speculate on the way to deal with the various challenges that the current situation has posed before us. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Rosa, for your insight, and thank you, Mr. Jesus, for effectively conveying the essence of ma'am's message. Thank you very much once again. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you, Rajesh. As we approach the end of this highly intellectually enriching session, I request our respected Vice Principal, Srimati Chandana Chakraborty, to address the audience. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shivani. A warm good afternoon to all. Today has been a very enlightening session that we have had on the Industry 4.0. We have had a wide variety of speakers who have given us so much of insights in this area. To begin with, we are extremely thankful. I, on behalf of all my team members, the college, and the management, I'm extremely thankful to our first speaker, Dr. Alan Gattenby and Dr. Cherry May. They have given us various ideas on a sustainable future, and climate change is what they have highlighted on, taken us through a journey from the first industrial revolution to the fourth industrial revolution, and also given us an idea that there is a fifth 5.0 industrial the revelation that is still awaiting us, which is going to be on robotics and dehumanization of the workplace. So we got people, students, even teachers. We got a variety of information on what is awaiting us for the future. Dr. Cherry has also talked about her project of 2030, on peace and prosperity, wherein she has highlighted on the sustainable goals, which I guess all nations are trying to achieve. So thank you both of the speakers for giving us such an enlightening session. Our second speaker for the day was Margaret Woto. She has talked about the significance of humans as social beings, and how we cannot live in isolation. We have to consider the social aspects of development as well. Thank you, Dr. Margaret. The third speaker is Dr. Rosa Maria Velasquez. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. And also I want to thank Jesus Velasquez for his translation. Today, the session has made it obvious to us that language cannot be a barrier for information and knowledge to be passed on. So thank you, ma'am, for giving us, I can just say an insight into this tourism industry.
Te veo bien, pero creo que se trabó la sesión.
Perdimos conexión.
Hello. 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 Shivani madam.
Yes, sir.
Hi. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dr. Phagre speaking.
Hello, sir. Sir, just a moment. We are like starting off with the session.
Okay, no problem. No
Yes,
problem.
thank you so much.
Hearty welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We welcome you, Dr. M.L.Dahanukar, sir, also.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Kankar sir, namaste.
Namaste, namaskar, sir.
I'm Phagre from Kolhapur, Maharashtra.
Okay, sir. I'm from Mumbai only.
Okay.
I'm the director for Deccan Education Society, Naveen Chandra Mehta Institute of Technology and Development.
Good,
It is
good.
located at Dadar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
So you're from Kolhapur, which institute?
Kolhapur, SB Khade College, Kopparde. Nearby, it is 10 kilometers from Kolhapur.
Okay.
Sorry, all of you. That is technical glitches always going on, and just we lost our connection. So really, it is sorry for the technical glitches. Now, as we begin with the second and final session, I profusely thanks our esteemed speakers, Dr. Alan Gettenby, Dr. Cherry Palacio, Dr. Margaret Voto, Rosa Maria Velenquiz, and Jesus, whose sessions were highly effective and thought-provoking, I'm sure, and it served the purpose of the symposium. I am thankful to all the audience which they are here and they are taken away from us, I think, a lot of different things. Now I welcome our acclaimed and well-known resource person, namely Dr. Gurunath Phagre and Dr. Samadhan Khamkar, who would also judge the presentation session and would present their views and observations. Declaring to best, also they are declaring to best presenter awards. I'm sure it is going to be a great learning experience for all of us. Thank you. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a proud privilege for me to introduce Dr. Gurunath Fagre, who is highly acclaimed for his contribution to academics and research. Dr. Gurunath
My
Fagre.
pronunciation is Fagre.
Fagre. Sure, sir. Thank you, sir, for that. Dr. Gurunath Fagre has completed Master of Commerce in Advanced Accountancy, MPhil in Marketing, and PhD in Finance. Sir has also successfully completed GDCA and also worked as Government Certified Auditor. Sir was the principal of Srimati Gangabai Ghorawat Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Jaisinghpur from 2014 to 2019. Sir is also a recognized research guide from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Under his able guidance, 5 research scholars successfully completed PhD and 3 research scholars submitted their thesis. In addition to this, he has guided 4 research scholars to complete their MPhil thesis. Talking about his achievements and awards, Sir has visited 8 colleges for NAC assessment as a peer team member. He has published numerous research papers in international and national journals. He has attended total 197 seminars, workshops, and conferences. He is a member of Board of Studies of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and many autonomous colleges. Sir is also a member of referee panel for assessment of PhD thesis of many universities, such as Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Mumbai University, Solapur University, and so on. With a slight variation to his vast achievements in the field of commerce, Sir has an artistic and creative bent of mind as well. He has written 51 Marathi poems, which would be publishing soon. So, we are really grateful that you have graced the symposium by your august presence and for agreeing to be the judge of the presentation session. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Rakesh.
Thank you, Shivani. Today, we are indeed fortunate that such luminaries from across the spectrum of academia and industry have come on a single platform. Their vision is sure to assist us through this extremely difficult time. Our final resource person who would also judge the presentation session is Professor Dr. M.L.Dahanukar, who is a director at Deccan Education Society's Naveen Chandra Mehta Institute of Technology and Development, Dadar, Mumbai, which is affiliated with the University of Mumbai and approved by AICTE. He is having a great corporate experience as well as academic experience. His area of interest is pharmaceutical marketing and dairy marketing. He was a channel partner for Amul company. He had several research publications at the national and international level to his credit. His subject areas are marketing application, sales management, and service management. He is also a PhD research guide in management studies at University of Mumbai. Sir, we are indeed privileged to have you among us. Once again, thank you very much for being with us. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you, Rakesh. And now, with your permission, shall we commence with the presentation session?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Our first paper presenter, well, before we go ahead with the session, let me also make a quick announcement. The instructions have also been sent to the presenters, so they are well aware. However, I just thought I'd just put in a word. The presentation time, please ensure that it does not exceed 5 minutes, and so that we keep the flow of the event very smooth and it wraps up on time. And once you complete 4 minutes, we would just put in a gentle reminder, so that you can start summing it up. Yeah, thank you, that's all. So our first presenter for today is Mr. Shailendra Shukla. Over to you, sir.
Hello.
You have to enable to share the screen.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Just a moment.
Sure.
Archana ma'am, could you please enable the screen sharing?
Mr. Shailendra Shukla. Yeah, for Mr. Shailendra Shukla.
Yes, we're just waiting. I am Dr. Ajay Bhasin. We're just waiting for the screen share, sir.
Yeah, now allowed. Sir, please confirm my screen is visible, sir.
Yeah. Shall I start?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so gentlemen, our answers, our topic for the day is role of augmented reality under Industry 4.0 in the engineering and technology sector. I will be presenting along with my co-presenter and guide, Dr. Arvind J. Bhasin. To summarize quickly, augmented reality is one of the key components of Industry 4.0 amongst the various bricks which is visible on the right-hand side of the screen, other than autonomous robots, IoT, and several other factors we have discussed in the morning. What exactly is augmented reality is clearly depicted in the diagram below. It is basically a computer graphics which is placed in the real world, which will help and assist various organizations. You and me would have seen several usage of this in the consumer industry, but there are equal number of applications and higher in the engineering and technology sector. So the purpose for this paper is to explore the applications and benefit of augmented reality on engineering technology sector, and also suggest measures for future benefit. To present this paper, we have reached out to 70 respondents based on non-probability purposive sampling. Basically, those who are users or decision makers or opinion makers in the industry who use Industry 4.0 and related inputs. The data which was gathered was analyzed using SPSS. To arrive at the originality, we reviewed a lot of research papers. Some of them I've just highlighted on the right-hand side. But to summarize, the study intends to determine the impact of augmented reality on overall efficiency of engineering sector, as well as the study will help to understand the benefits of augmented reality and also help for the future adoption. So this is the purpose and originality. With this, I will move to objective, and my co-presenter, Dr. Bhasin, would now take over.
Thank you, Shailendra. So can we have the slide? Shailendra, you've gone to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we have scissored the objectives into three strong parts. Is to begin with the application of AR under Industry 4.0, and our focus has been on engineering technology sector. Then we went to study the advantages and the user experience, and we have taken the opinion leaders, especially people at the middle and the top level management who are the decision makers for the application of AR. And finally, we tried to, our objective was to suggest measures for future reference. Based on the objectives, the three strong hypotheses that we built were is that whether AR has been instrumental in increasing the overall efficiency. So is there a significant impact of AR on overall efficiency of engineering technology sector? The second hypothesis was to study, whether there have been any significant benefits to the engineering technology sector. And the third hypothesis was that in the years to come, the engineering technology sector, will it adopt only AR or probably a combination of physical world and AR? That's what is the new norm, is the hybrid world. Moving on, yeah, Shailendra.
Yeah, doing that, sir. The slides are got stuck. Yeah. Yeah. So moving on, a quick view on some of the questions which we asked. Other than the profile of the company, we have had asked around 10 questions. These questions were directly aligned to our objectives. The first two questions was directly linked to our hypothesis 1. The third and fourth questions.
Sir. Just a minute to conclude. Thank you.
Yeah, the third and fourth questions was directly linked to the second hypothesis, and the last questions for the future adoption. Around 88% of the respondents, they gave us our view, and we had a fair mix of decision maker, opinion maker, users, and influencers. With this, a quick input on the efficiency and application. Almost 59 to 79% of the respondents were either highly satisfied or satisfied with the various applications of AR which they experienced. Similarly, 75% to 82% of the respondents either agree or strongly agreed that AR has brought advantages and benefits for the various applications they have experienced. More than 92% of the people would want to continue using AR. More than 90 will also use to recommend AR. And in the next 5 years, almost 88% of the respondents believe there will be higher adoption. And finally, in the nature of adoption, it's going to be the hybrid which will come in. We did a lot of SPSS analysis, and our hypothesis, 3 hypotheses we proved through the SPSS and the questionnaire which we ran.
Sorry, the time is up.
Sure.
What do you, for Grace, up? It's okay. I mean, if we.
Yes, 1 minute. I would like to bring to the notice of all the presenters that the total time is available for your presentation is only 5 minutes, and within the 5 minutes you are to go. You are to give brief introduction to your research in 1 minute. Then you are to switch over to objectives, hypothesis. Then you have to switch over to the methodology you have used, and directly go to the findings and conclusions.
Sure. Okay. So this is my conclusion and implication. This is my last slide, sir.
Okay.
This is my last slide. Yeah. So in the last slide, I would conclude and imply. So in conclusion, we found the overall efficiency of AR, especially for training, on-site services, virtual tool, and 9 different applications. For benefits, there was a significant benefit which was proved on from time saving to travel elimination to cost optimization, and 5 more benefits. And finally, moving ahead, the adoption of hybrid, that is physical world plus AR, for the various sectors of the business application came as a conclusion. On the implication part, this obviously can be used by the engineering and technology sector for their future adoption, and it will also guide them to be effective and highly efficient. So with this, sir, we conclude our presentation. Thank you so much. Any questions are more than welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Sailendra.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Fagre, sir, we are also passed on the parameters suggested by the chairpersons to the presenters before time, sir. So thank you, sir, for that. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thank you, Shailendra, sir. We are now moving on to our next paper presenter, Ms. Kavalpreet Kaur Puri. Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please enable the sharing rights.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The host is doing it right away.
Yes. Good afternoon, one and all. Is my share visible? Screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, good afternoon, one and all. And the title of the research is a study on identifying the priorities of the commuters for traveling by BST buses in Mumbai city during COVID-19 pandemic. Commuters are people who are traveling for regularly on a daily basis, almost for their work purposes. And BST buses are the public buses operational in Mumbai since 1873. I am Ms. Kavalpreet Kaur Puri, Research Scholar, DTSS College, Mumbai, and I'm presenting the paper on behalf of Dr. Meeta Pathare. As we all know, the situation has turned unpredictable since the outbreak of COVID-19, and we all know that the human lives have been impacted badly in all the sectors. If I talk about public transport, we all know that being it an essential service provider, but it still was operational only for the frontline employees and emergency services. So people who were completely dependent on the public transport suffered a lot in comparison to those having their own vehicles. And as soon as the restriction was eased down, people started traveling in BST buses again. We saw a huge rush for them. And recently, when local trains have been resumed for general public, they are back to their favorite travel lifeline. So this motivated us to understand that how people have made them so much comfortable while traveling during the pandemic, especially in public transport, which are always crowded. So with this background, we try to identify the factors which have become a priority by the bus commuters. This study, the result of the study may be implemented by the service provider, which will help them serve their customers more safely even during the pandemic. The objective of the study is to identify the factors considered as a priority by commuters traveling by BST buses during COVID-19. There is no hypothesis testing in this study, as under the multivariate technique, we had adopted the interdependence technique where there is no hypothesis, as we do not test any relationship between the variables. The research methodology, the research design adopted was descriptive, and the data was collected from both primary and secondary sources. The questionnaire was designed comprising of 2 sections, demographics, and 17 questions, which helped us to identify the priority factors. The sampling method is convenient sampling under the non-probability, and people were requested to fill the form only if they were traveling by BST buses. The data was collected from 100 commuters and was analyzed using SPSS, and the technique used is exploratory factor analysis. Due to time constraints, I would not like to discuss this part. Before the analysis, the reliability of the scale was testing using Cronbach alpha, the value of which is 0.80, which is deemed adequate for further analysis. The KMO technique, Kaiser-Meyer-Olkin, is a measure of sampling adequate, which mentioned that the sample size is adequate for the exploratory factor analysis. Bartlett's test of sphericity signifies that the correlation matrix is distinct from the identity matrix, and the variables have sufficient correlation. Commonalities are the sum of the squares of the factor loadings horizontally, and the threshold value of which is 0.50. So the values are more than that. Commonalities are the deciding factor whether the variables have to be retained or not. This table explains 3 panels: the initial eigenvalues, the extraction sums of square loadings, and rotation sums of square loadings. Eigenvalues are the sum of the square of the factor loadings vertically. The thumb rule for eigenvalue is the value should be more than 1. So we can see that only 3 factors.
Sorry to intervene, Kawalpreet ma'am. 1 minute to conclude. Thank you.
Just 1 minute. I'll take percentage of variance, the different variance explained by each factor, and the cumulative is of all the 3 factors. So this is a screen plot, which again is a graphical determination to determine how many factors could be retained. So 3 factors. The component rotated matrix explains the factor loadings, which are the correlation coefficient between the variables and the items. And we could see that only 3 factors could be retained. First factor is composed of 9 items. The second is composed of 3 items. And the third is composed of 2 items. The first factor is labeled mandatory essentials. The second factor is labeled hygiene and protection. And third is labeled as strict compliance. So we can see that these 3 factors were identified. It means the commuters want certain basic facilities during the coronavirus pandemic available in the buses. And if there is hygiene and protection maintained, then definitely it helps to spread the virus, control the spread of the virus. And if stringent guidelines are followed, then definitely it reassures the commuters for traveling by BST buses. I can suggest that the service.
Ma'am, time is almost up. Thank you.
Okay. Can I conclude?
Okay.
So I can just conclude that we all know that Mumbai city thrives on public transport, and if people are also responsible along with the government and the service provider, then definitely we all can fight this pandemic fight, and definitely we understand the role of public transport. Further studies can be conducted with hypothesis and impact of COVID on the usage of public transport. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions?
No question.
Okay, thank you.
The overall presentation was good. Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we are proceeding to our next presenter, Ms. Vedika Kalbage. Vedika, ma'am.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Time starts now.
Okay, so I'll start. So the title of my paper is Effect of COVID-19 on the Usage of Social Media for E-Commercial Activities from the Perspective of Buyers and Sellers. So now, to talk about this, so the advancements in technology has brought about many changes in our society. Social media is one such avenue, which is a result of this evolving technology. So social media is being used now increasingly, and COVID-19 has made social media a platform which is being used for e-commercial activities as well. So now looking at it from a business perspective, many brands and companies use social media for promoting their products, services, basically interacting with their audiences as well. But now many small businesses have started taking over social media and mainly Instagram for business activities, that is buying and selling. And the effect of COVID-19, which imposed restrictions on physical movements, also shifted our focus and everything became online. So people started using a lot of social media, and this enabled the business owners to go shift online using social media platforms. So talking about the aim of the study is to establish the usage of Instagram as a social media platform for e-commerce activities during the COVID-19 pandemic from the perspective of buyers and sellers. The objectives of the study are to establish significant difference among the e-commerce users in terms of usage of Instagram as a social media platform for e-commerce, and to demonstrate the level of awareness of Instagram as a social media for e-commerce. Further, the hypotheses are that there is a significant difference among the e-commerce users in terms of usage of Instagram as a social media platform for e-commerce, and there are different levels of awareness of Instagram as a social media platform for e-commerce from the perspective of buyers and sellers. So these are the research questions. And further going, theoretical perspective. So the theory is basically based on two theories. One is performance theory, which was popularized by Judith Butler. So this theory basically tells us how these online avenues are providing us opportunities to interact and to enact ourselves. And the theory also says that we learn to behave online and to we behave in such a way that fits the society. And the second theory is the uses and gratification theory, which was given by Katzenblummer. So the basic premise of this theory is that individuals seek media to satisfy their needs, which ultimately lead to gratification. Further, the methodology used, that the sample size was consisted of 108 e-commerce users. Method was a survey method. Then the research tool consisted of a basic demographic, introductory, and a main question, and the data was analyzed using SPSS. So going ahead with the results and discussions, I'll not discuss this in detail, but this is the classification of e-commerce users in terms of Instagram usage. The p-value obtained was 0.171, which indicated that there was no significant difference between the Instagram usage. Second one is the level of awareness of Instagram. It indicated that there was a significant difference between the e-commerce users for the awareness. To summarize the key findings, usage of Instagram by e-commerce users was homogeneous and majority, that is 96% of the e-commerce users were making use of Instagram for e-commercial activities. Secondly, the users possessed full to medium level of awareness, and majority, that is 26%, possessed high level of awareness of Instagram as a social media for e-commerce. And a unique finding that I found was that majority, that is 61% of the e-commerce users belong to the female gender. These were the research limitations. And to conclude, the descriptive analysis and inferential analysis of the data depicted that majority possessed high level of awareness of Instagram as a usage social media platform for e-commerce. Besides, during COVID-19 pandemic, most, that is 96% of the Instagram users were aware of usage of Instagram as a social media for e-commercial activity. Thank you.
Well.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vedika. Sir, shall we move on to the next presenter?
Yeah.
Great, thank you, sir. So our next presenter for today is Ms. Sherry Nasir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is my screen visible?
Not as of now, ma'am.
Now is it fine, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. Shall we begin?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, very good afternoon, one and all. And today I'm here to present a paper. My name is Sherry Nasir Siddhati. I'm a research scholar, Department of Physics, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, India. And I'm here to present a paper titled A Cost-Effective Embedded System Using Internet of Things Technology, that is IoT, for monitoring health issues in rural areas in Indian perspective. As we all know that during the last 2 years of COVID pandemic, what was the condition of rural areas and especially the health sector there. So this is a proposed model of embedded system that could really help in this direction, we hope. Talking about the contents, I'll be dealing with all this. And we all know about the Internet of Things technology. It is basically dealing with the internetworking of various non-living things without human intervention. And that is why it can really be helpful, especially in the rural areas or the remote areas where the doctors do not have a direct reach. So talking about the block diagram of the proposed embedded system, this is just a part of the entire IoT, which will be comprising of a microcontroller board. And for this purpose, we have selected Arduino Uno board because it is compatible with most of the health-related sensors. And what it is going to do is simple interfacing, and that too with a battery, a lithium-ion battery. We can use solar power batteries also for the areas where there is electricity issue. And what IoT basically will be doing is that this node will be collecting data from the patients, and it will be processed through the code provided to the Arduino Uno board, and the processed output shall be uploaded to the internet. And from the internet, it can be easily available to the doctors. But this is not the only picture. This is just one node that can be helpful at one health center. Such different nodes can be actually communicated via Wi-Fi network, and they can be provided to a central station. From there, they can be easily uploaded to the network and can be accessed globally. So even the rural areas of India can get assistance from doctors abroad. Talking about the components, as I already discussed, it is, and first of all, I said that it is a cost-effective system. The cost of all these components together is less than rupees 2,000, and it can be easily accessible in the market. This can be designed really well. Only the part left for us is the coding that can be done in the embedded C language if we are using Arduino Uno board. In the another project that we are dealing with is with the Raspberry Pi board, where the programming can be done with the Python language. But this can be far better because there are many predefined codes for health related issues, and this can be in practice applicable very easily, and to deal with machines is very easy, especially for the remote areas and the people who are actually in the villages who cannot access many things. And we all know that the ratio of number of doctors in India to the number of residents of the rural areas is very, very less than 1. So for a country like us, this is the need of the hour. And we also know that telehealth, it needs a lot of attention in India. Talking about the block cum signal flow diagram, it is just like this. It will be simply taking the data through the sensors to the control board. Thereafter, using the Wi-Fi module or even GSM module, we can communicate this data anywhere in the world. And this is how telehealth can be promoted at very, very low cost. And for the assistance of, we would definitely require the help of the government. And Ayushman Bharat Yojana of India is actually promoting telehealth. So this it is really very kind of you all that you all provided us the platform to actually discuss with this. Sorry.
1 minute to conclude, please. Thank you.
I would just briefly say that this is what is the model, how IoT will be working. These blue nodes are the one that previously we were discussing about the block diagram of the node, which comprises controller and sensors. So these will be communicating to a master collector. From the master collector, they can be actually sent to the base station. From the base station, they can be uploaded to the network, any kind of database. It is very, very much simple. simpler, and it can thereby reach to the doctors, and hence patients can get the assistance as soon as possible. Even paramedical staff can help in this. In the conclusion, I would definitely say that as I have already discussed, that IoT is a platform, IoT is a topic that has got immense to do, and this is just a one simple step that we have tried to actually do something with respect to the health conditions of rural areas of India. Apart from this, I would say that this was conducted under the supervision of my supervisor, Professor Ashish Verma sir, who is the Dean of School and Mathematical and Physical Sciences, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya Sagar. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Sir, could we move on to our next presenter?
Small question, Shivani, a small question.
Yes, sir.
Sherry, that the topic is really phenomenal, a very nice topic. But only one question I want to ask that you don't think that it will be a big challenge regarding awareness about IoT among the doctors and the people of the rural area, because yet the concept is very innovative and very trendy. It is not so popular in the urban area also, and it is a need of the hour actually. But I think it will be a big challenge. What do you feel?
Definitely, sir. This is a big challenge. But one thing I would say that I already discussed about the Yojana, the scheme that the Indian government has launched, that is Ayushman Bharat. And under that, actually, there are definitely several issues, especially if we talk about the condition of India 2 to 3 years back. Network was a very big issue. That is why also many electronic devices do not reach remote areas. But if we are actually, if we'll discuss these things with and with the assistance of government, it's very easy to actually execute. We can execute it even in our laboratories, and if it comes in the market, it.
Got your point. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for that insightful question. We're now moving on to our next presenter. It's Ms. Carolina Jennifer. Carolina, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Sherry, madam, off
Sherry,
your.
could you just could you please stop presenting your screen, Sherry, ma'am? Yeah. Yes, Carolina, ma'am. If you could try presenting it.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible now. You may start now. Thank you, ma'am.
Greetings of the day. My title for today's presentation is A Study on Buying Behavior Towards Kids Branded Clothing. Growth in kids branded clothing has led to many international and domestic brands to expand their business in this segment. In the current days, with increasing exposure, children are likewise self-conscious and alert of their appearance and aesthetic. Today, due to the entry of foreign brands, there is change in consumer behavior towards branded wear. Moving on to the literature review, where this literature were reviewed, and it was observed that branding is one of the most significant indicator of competitive capacity. Fashion wear, it acts as a motivator, and in the initial stage itself, if marketers need to give importance to the brand. Following research questions were formulated. What are the types of kids branded apparels preferred, and what are the factors which influence the buying behavior of kids? Objectives of the study. The study is intended to analyze the brand preference of kids branded apparels in Mangalore city. The study also analyzes the factors which influence the buying behavior. Two hypotheses were set. Firstly, there is significant difference between the factors affecting the purchase. And secondly, there is positive correlation between the factors and demographic variables. Research methodology. Descriptive research design has been followed in the study, and it aimed to analyze the respondents' buying behavior towards kids branded clothing. Both primary as well as secondary data is utilized. Primary information is gathered through structured questionnaire from 130 respondents to random sampling method. It covered Mangalore city area. And to test the reliability, Con alpha test was applied. Moving on to the findings, the demographic variables such as gender, income, age is collected to understand the diversity of respondents in the study area. And it was found that majority of the respondents preferred branded clothing, and they were aware about this through social media. Hypothesis testing. First hypothesis, it shows that the mean value of disposable income gives us the first rank, followed by the fashion conscious, that is second rank, and the lowest rank is given to the design of the product. So here it is found that it can be inferred that there is significant difference between the mean ranking between the factors. Second hypothesis, that is there is no correlation between the factors and demographic variables. Here, a serial correlation was run to determine the relationship, and it was found that there is negative correlation between the factor and age, positive correlation between the factor and gender, and negative correlation between factors and income. To conclude, gone are the days where parents were the sole decision makers. We find even kids being actively involved in the shopping process. Awareness among kids about fashion brand apparels are also increasing, not only among high income segment consumer, but also among middle income consumers. With the rising double earning of the working population and better disposable income, along with the rising international travel, it has influenced the purchasing behavior for branded fashion. Here, to be noted, price of the product is not keeping the parents away from buying the fashion apparels, but availability of branded clothes and the design, especially for the boys, are the important factors that has to be considered in this segment of the market. Growth of e-commerce in India has created upsurge of online shopping website, bringing favorable, fashionable clothes even more accessible to everyone. Online stores are capable of providing even discounted products. To conclude, I can say that it is really obvious that kids wear section has attracted retailers' attention, and now the apparel retailers need to focus on the factors such as pricing, supply chain, discount.
1 minute to conclude, please. Sorry to intervene.
Yes, I'm done, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's done. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So shall we move ahead with the next speaker?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, so I request, call upon CA Savita Desai, please. Thank you.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. So title of my paper is A Study of Students' Perception Towards Autonomous Colleges in the Field of Commerce. And I'm privileged to write this paper jointly with respected Dr. Kanchan Filmani. So what made me choose this topic? The question is, what leads to choice of institution for higher education to 12 students? And does the status of autonomy really matter to students? Because in Mumbai, last 3-4 years, several colleges are going for autonomy. So I thought, let me do some research on this. So I began with the objectives. I wanted to check awareness among students regarding autonomy. I wanted to find out students' perception towards autonomous colleges. I wanted to study the criteria of choosing institutions for their higher education. And of course, I wanted to investigate whether the decision of pursuing professional courses along with graduation, whether this really affects the choice of the college. I will not read hypothesis as of now, so I will tell you when I share my findings. So as far as my research design is concerned, I collected data from students, 102 were the respondents, and due to pandemic, I restricted my study to the students of colleges from Western suburb, and I used convenient sampling method. My study was restricted only to commerce students, and as I said, I restricted it to the students of colleges of Western suburb. As far as statistical tools are concerned, I use Fredman test and the chi-square test for my hypothesis. So my first hypothesis was the null was there is no significant agreement in writing the criteria to select the college for pursuing undergraduate programs. So in the questionnaire, I asked respondents to rank in the order of preference these criteria: reputation, infrastructure, commuting, curriculum, profile of the students, status of autonomy, and fees. So they had to rank it in the order as number 1 as the most preferred and the number 7 as the least preferred. So since chi-square value was greater than the critical value and p-value was less than 0.05, the null got rejected. That means it was accepted that there is a significant agreement in ranking the criteria to select the college for pursuing undergraduate programs. My hypothesis 2, the null was decision of pursuing professional courses along with graduation and preference to choose autonomous colleges are independent. So the chi-square was less than critical value and hence my null was accepted. That means the decision of pursuing professional course and the preference to choose the autonomous colleges, they are independent. So now I will share my conclusion with reference to my objectives. So as far as awareness among students was concerned, 88.2% of the students were aware about the difference between autonomous and non-autonomous colleges. As far as perception is concerned, you can see the data out of 102, more than 80% of the students agreed that yes, autonomous colleges offer updated and updated syllabus. Autonomous college use innovative methods of evaluation. As far as job market is concerned, or the further higher education is concerned, or professional courses is concerned, they all believe that pursuing higher education in autonomous colleges help them for all this, whether even if they want to go for a job or for higher education abroad, or whether they want to pursue professional courses. And yes, they all believed, more than 80% believe that autonomous colleges provide.
Last 1 minute. Sorry to interfere.
Yeah, and in the criteria, the reputation of the college and profile of the students, they were the most preferred criteria of the students. And yes, whether they were pursuing professional courses or not, actually their choice of autonomous colleges, it didn't matter for the students. So my suggestion is that the findings of the research was really motivating for autonomous colleges. They should offer better quality innovative programs as students expect from them. And those colleges who hesitate to apply for autonomy, they can take bolder steps to sustain the competition by taking baby steps of applying the autonomy. So these are my references. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to present.
Okay, Savita Desai.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
One query from my side.
Yes, sir.
Whether these findings can be applied for non-autonomous colleges? I think so.
Sir, the 12 students whom I selected, some were from autonomous colleges, like Jumina College students, I collected data. So while selecting students, I didn't see whether they are from autonomous or non-autonomous colleges.
What did you find whether among these two students from autonomous and those from non-autonomous?
So basically, I didn't compare amongst themselves because I wanted to find out what is the overall impression of students regarding autonomous colleges and what is their overall perception. So I didn't compare 12 students of autonomous and non-autonomous colleges, because junior college, it doesn't matter whether the degree colleges are autonomous or not.
Okay. I arose this query because you have suggested to improve the quality and application of innovative programs. So that can be applied for non-autonomous colleges also.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Definitely.
Okay.
But autonomy is the doorstep to introduce new and innovative programs.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for your observation query. Thank you, CM Savita Desai, madam. May I now call upon the next presenter, CA Karuna Nair.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I, CA Karuna Nair, would like to present our research paper today on behalf of my guide, Dr. Meeta Pathade. Does online grocery click with Mumbai? A study on online grocery retail among consumers in Mumbai. I would like to start with something said by the CEO of L'Oreal. He said, e-commerce isn't the cherry on the cake, it is the new cake. India, with one of the youngest population, cheapest internet, and highest labor supplies, is a nation which is a ripe market for online retail. It is also predicted that the factors which are going to fuel e-commerce growth in the coming years will be grocery and fashion retail. This is very much reflective in the market scenario currently, with industry bigwigs entering this market, such as Reliance Retail, Tata Group, and startup unicorns like Zomato and Swiggy making big moves in this hotbed of investment, the online grocery retail, or OGR as I am calling it in this paper. But as Mumbaikars, are we ready for this? Are we ready to purchase our groceries online without the touch and feel of seeing the grain of rice before purchasing it, sniffing a mango before purchasing it? This research paper tries to shed light on that. In addition to that, the COVID-19 pandemic has really impacted this sector. It has caused many customers to try online grocery retail for the first time, giving a unique opportunity to retailers to understand consumer behavior, how to cater to consumers, and how to turn these sporadic one-time purchases into the accepted norm. The objectives of the study were to try and understand the level of awareness of consumers about online grocery, to understand the demography of consumers who are currently purchasing groceries online, and to understand what impact the COVID-19 pandemic has had on online grocery purchase trends. The hypothesis for this was to understand if there is any significant association between demography of the consumers and adoption of online grocery by them. The demographic variables considered by me were age, gender, marital status, occupation, and family size. Data was collected by primary as well as secondary sources. Primary data was collected via a structured questionnaire from 182 consumers in Mumbai using convenience sampling. Secondary data has been collected from research articles and market research reports. The data has been analyzed using statistical tools such as percentage mean scores, and hypothesis testing has been done with the chi-square test of independence using the SPSS program. Just a look at the demographic profile of the respondents. 38% of our respondents were among the age of 31 to 50, equitably distributed among gender and marital status. 56% of them were salaried, and 59% having family size more than 3. When asked about level of awareness, it was found that definitely there is a lot of awareness of who the online grocery retailers are in Mumbai. And Big Basket came out as a clear winner with 83% people being aware of this Indian, and it is India's largest online grocery retailer. Regarding adoption of OGR, it was found that currently almost 48% have stated
last 1 minute, please.
That they almost always or often do use online grocery retail. When this was analyzed demography wise, it was found that the two factors of age and marital status were found to be significantly associated with online grocery purchase, having a moderate strength of association as per Kramer 5. And when it came to understand the impact of pandemic, it threw very interesting results where there was a 106% increase in customers saying that they now often or almost always use online grocery, and a 53% decline in customers saying who have never used online grocery retail. Therefore, to conclude, I would just like to say that definitely, even due to the pandemic, online grocery retail has definitely made a place in a lot of Mumbai homes. And I could suggest that retailers could take advantage of this. Yes, sir. Can I just finish in the
time
last?
Yeah, finish it.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay. Sir.
Retailers could use this opportunity to understand their consumers and to make OGR the accepted norm. I would just like to conclude something said by the HUL chairman after the pandemic, that growth of e-commerce in grocery sector will be irreversible. Thank you.
One query is,
yes,
have you taken the have you considered that both the working couple,
yes,
if
sir.
there is working couple, what would be the result and what is
Yes.
the result?
Yes,
have you
so
tested it?
not currently only for working and non-working. In fact, sir, that is exactly my PhD topic. I'm going to test young working professionals.
This would be a very interesting area to really study
Definitely.
this.
So because of the longest Mumbai having the longest working hours, like surpassing even Tokyo last year. That's what my study is. What would young working professionals like? Because they want that groceries delivered after work time, even till 11 p.m. at night. So to understand how online grocery retail would work for them, and they being very comfortable with internet and online payments as well.
Okay. Being a chartered accountant, you are chartered accountant, no?
Yes, sir.
Being a chartered accountant, I was expecting all these parameters that should be considered in your research. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. I'll definitely keep it.
Yeah, Karuna. Yeah, I'm Dr. Khamkar here.
Yes.
So I want to ask on the lines of Gurunath sir also only.
Yes.
See, in demographic variables, we are taking age, gender, marital status. Why not income? Because income is one of the prime determinant.
Yes, sir. Currently, for this paper, I have it. For my main PhD research, I do plan to. So the thing is, for my research paper, I'm going to consider finance professionals. And as a chartered accountant, I know that that is one factor which a lot of people are a little, not very comfortable with sharing. But I'm definitely going to consider family size, income, and also average ticket value of each purchase of their groceries to try and understand the grocery trends. Yes,
okay,
the monetary trend will be taken into consideration. And so,
okay.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Mr. Sanjay Premchandani. Yes, sir. Mr. Sanjay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Sanjay Premchandani, and I am research scholar. My guide is Principal Dr. S.B. Artini, sir, and my research topic is a study of upshot of GST on hotel industry in Kalyan region during before and after pandemic COVID-19 period. Now, why I had selected this topic? Just because of the hospitality and tourism industries affected during the COVID period. So that's why I have selected this topic. And the Indian hotel industry has taken a hit of over rupees 1.30 lakhs crore in revenue for the fiscal year 2020-21 due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Now, this is my literature matrix. I am not going to invest much time on this slide. And my objectives of the research paper are to analyze the impact of GST on hotel industry in Kalyan region before pandemic COVID-19 and after pandemic COVID-19.
Mr. Premchandani.
Yes, sir.
Go to presentation. Slide presentation. Slideshow. Go to slideshow.
Slideshow.
Yeah. Upper line. Go to slideshow. Yes, in the upper. Yes, come to right side. Come to right side. Come to right side. Yes, slideshow is there. Okay. No. Yeah, slideshow. Yes. Okay. Right now. Proceed.
Okay, I'm not going to invest much time on literature review. So these are my objectives. First is to analyze impact of GST on hotel industry in Kalyan region before pandemic COVID-19 and after pandemic COVID-19. And second is to examine profit and price of hotel industry in Kalyan region before pandemic COVID-19 and after COVID-19, to explore sale food items of hotel industry in Kalyan region before pandemic COVID-19 and after pandemic COVID-19. Now, my research methodology is that primary data was amassed from the 92 respondents residing in Kalyan, Ulhasnagar, Ballapur, and Ambana cities. Data was mustered through questionnaires. Z-test was used to analyze the data. Simple random method was used to collect the data. Convenience sampling method was also used to collect the data from the respondents. Data was gathered through the Google form and coding was done on Excel. Averages, variances, p-value, z-value, and z critical value were calculated on the Excel software to analyze data. Now, this was my first question, that sale of the food items of hotels in Kalyan region has dropped due to GST. You see that here my null hypothesis mean of the before pandemic group and mean of the after pandemic group is equal. And alternative hypothesis mean of the before pandemic group and mean of after pandemic group is not equal. And 2-tailed test was used to analyze the data. Alpha was 0.05. Since the Z score is between minus 1.96 and plus 1.96, that is 0.14. This is a Z score, and it is lower than the Z critical 2-tail test. We can conclude that there is no significant difference between the mean of the before pandemic group and mean of the after pandemic group. P value is also it is 0.89. 0.89. Hence, we fail to reject the null hypothesis. I can conclude that sale of the food items of hotels in Kalyan region has dropped due to the GST.
So last 1 minute, please.
During, before, and after. And in the prices of the food items of hotel industry in Kalyan region has dropped due to GST. Here also I can conclude that price of the food items of hotel in Kalyan region has dropped due to GST during the before and after pandemic. And profit has also declined. Findings of my research are, finding of the study were price, profit and sale of food items of hotel industry of Kalyan region were declined due to GST during before and after pandemic. And my recommendation to the government are, government should announce specific policies for hotel industry. They must offer a waiver of property tax, water charges, electricity charges, excise license fee for lockdown period to hotel industry. A moratorium on loan and interest payment must be announced by the government. And this is my conclusion. In COVID-19 pandemic period, most of the hotels were scarpered and didn't earn anything, and unemployment was at the pinnacle in the hotel industry of Kalyan region. Profit and prices of hotel industry in Kalyan have plummeted due to pandemic COVID-19.
Okay, finish.
If you have to say
okay, Mr.
Okay,
Sanjay ji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think you have considered only the GST and the what is the time span of your study?
So time is spent, it is almost, this is from 1st July 2017, GST was implemented. So, and my research papers time span is last 2 months.
That means you might have segregated time between two, that is from 17 to the beginning of the pandemic. And
no, sir, I have collected the data through questionnaires from the different respondents from the Kalyan, then Ballapur.
Prior to pandemic and after pandemic. This is your comparison, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So,
what is the time span considered after pandemic?
Sir, it is 2021. 2021, March 2020, and before that period.
But I think it is during the period, during the pandemic. It is not after pandemic. After
both
pandemic
covered,
period.
Sir. After pandemic is going on, sir. It is not over yet. It is not over yet, sir.
So how you say that it is after pandemic?
No, sir, but it is going on. It's a going on process. Pandemic is going on. It is not over yet, sir.
Go to your title. Title slide.
Yes, sir.
Slide 1. During, before, and after. How you have studied the after pandemic period? How you have considered it?
Sir, I have covered only up to March 2021.
So it must be during, before, and during. You have not studied after because the pandemic is still going on. Okay, so your title should not include the afterward. Okay.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for your observation.
Next.
May I now request our next presenter, Mr. Dattakumar?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I am Dattakumar, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, University College, Mangalore. Am I audible? And
yeah,
is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. My title is Availability of Healthcare Services in the Rural Health Sector, a study with reference to Karnataka. I'll go to this thing. According to our father of nation, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, it is health that is real wealth and not pieces of gold and silver. The recent COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized the significance of the healthcare sector and its interlinkages with other main sector of the economy. The health of a nation depends analytically on its citizens having access to an equitable, reasonable, and accountable healthcare system. As health is a state subject in India, expenditure on healthcare by states matters the most when examining government healthcare spending. On quality and availability of healthcare, India was ranked 145th out of 180 countries in 2016. So rural healthcare system in India. So there is a 3-tier system in India, rural India, that is the related to healthcare system in India. First one is sub-centers, second one is primary health centers, and third one is community health centers. Methodology of this study attempts to evaluate the availability of medical facilities to rural community in Karkala Taluk of Udupi district, Karnataka. Both primary and secondary data were collected for the study to know the impact of availability of medical facilities on the development of rural health sector. So data was collected from 100 respondents of rural Karkala with the help of structured questionnaire. The objectives of the study were to know the various government schemes related to rural health sector, to know the awareness programs conducted by the primary health center and community health center, to assess the medical facilities available to the beneficiaries in rural Karkala, to identify the level of satisfaction of rural community regarding the services provided by PHC and CHC. The findings of the study say that doctors are available every day in 80% of primary health centers of Karkala Taluk. In 20% of primary health centers, doctors are available only alternative days. Majority of patients are not so much satisfied towards the medical examination in primary health centers. Emergency services and surgery for cataract are not available at primary health centers, but they are available at community health centers. Inpatient services are available only during the working hours of the day and week. 24/7 service is not available in any of the primary health centers in Karkala Taluk of Udupi district. Rural women are getting benefits of antenatal care, postnatal care, temporary family planning, and Janani Suraksha Yojana facilities at primary health centers as well as at community health centers. Intranatal care, normal delivery, permanent family planning, and abortion facilities are available only at community health centers, not in primary health centers. Treatment of low birth weight babies is not available at primary health centers, but they are available at community health centers. Drinking water and sanitary facility, labor room facility, laboratory and wheelchair facilities available in majority of primary health centers. Operation room facilities and emergency room facilities are available only at community health centers. Majority of primary health centers create malaria awareness program, TB awareness program, diabetes awareness program, AIDS awareness program, and polio awareness programs from time to time. 90% of respondents are satisfied with the services and facilities provided at primary health centers and the community
So
health
last
centers.
1 minute.
Recommendations are: government should see that everyday availability of doctors and try to provide emergency services and surgery for cataract in all the primary health centers. Government should also introduce 24/7 service in primary health centers so that rural people need not worry for medical services during night time. Rural women are not getting intranatal care, normal delivery, permanent family planning, abortion facilities in primary health centers. Therefore, government should take necessary measures for the availability of these services in primary health centers. Then finally, to conclude, the study finds that the various facilities which are available in community health centers are not available in all the primary health centers. Government has to take necessary steps to upgrade the facilities available in the primary health centers, and it should start from some new health services in primary health centers which are available in community health center. In the study, it is revealed that majority of the respondents are belonging to
Yes,
BPL
sir. Time
family.
out.
Therefore, government should provide sophisticated
Time
healthcare services and facilities in all the primary health centers,
Yes,
because poorest of the poor are getting the treatment in primary health centers. Finally, to conclude, the recent COVID-19 pandemic has underlined the status of healthcare, and government must take steps to improve healthcare accessibility and affordability in the rural areas. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Gurunath, sir, if you have any query.
Yes, next. Take the
Yes,
next.
yeah.
Okay.
I have one query.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, Datta Kumar, so you want to say that we have a set healthcare sector, but only there is a problem with the healthcare services.
Sorry, sir?
You want to say that we have a set healthcare sector, but only there is a problem with the healthcare services.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, one of the recommendations you have given that there should be a provision of the cataract operation in the primary healthcare center.
Yes.
But I want to know why you are very much inclined towards the cataract surgery only, because that is not a deadly disease. There are many other deadly diseases which needs utmost attention. So I should suggest that you should recommend that there should be a surgery for small gastrointestinal infections, or some gallbladder, or some prostate, like that. These are the things. See, cataract cannot, a person can sustain for few period, or he can travel to other part of the city or the district. So, so that was, beyond my imagination. Why you are stressing more on cataract surgery?
No, actually,
and
in
the
rural
feasibility
area,
to
Yes,
the feasibility to establish the cataract surgery system in the rural health center, that may not be feasible.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
so much,
Exactly.
sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for your interventions and observation. May I now request Ms. Falguni Matthews and Ms. Prachi Vankiani to come over to present.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ms. Falguni Matthews, and my colleague, Ms. Prachi Vankhani, will be presenting on the topic to examine the impact of digital media apps on consumers' purchasing habits in Mumbai. Now, with the advent of internet and the easy accessibility of internet use, the trend of e-commerce has expanded quickly in recent years, and easy internet access has led to online shopping of consumers. The ubiquity of internet access has leveled the retail playing field, making it easy for individuals and businesses to sell products without geographical limitations. The objectives of my research are to study the consumers' preferences of digital media apps to make purchases, to comprehend the factors that influence consumers' decision to use digital media apps, and to analyze the impact of digital media apps on consumers' purchase patterns in Mumbai. The research methodology says that we have used data which is secondary as well as secondary data. We had certain limitations like geographical boundaries. So we've taken a sample of 100 only using Mumbai city. There would be opinions which could be influenced and biased. The later part of research will be continued by my colleague Prachi.
I really hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so coming down to data analysis and interpretation, we've used Google Form surveys for our analysis. And with this, I would like to show you that the various reasons why people found online shopping is more feasible and more easy was with wider variety of options available, along with easy buying process and various modes of payment given to them. Next, coming down to consumers' preference while buying online, giving them 5 categories. Clothing and accessories was found very easily accessible product purchased by 73% of the audiences out of the total of 100. Coming down to frequency of online purchase, we found out that 70% of our respondents made purchase for more than 10 purchases annually, and that is the study that proves how digitalization is now moving around. Coming next to the payment patterns, the consumers were in favor of the digital payment, which is more easy for them to go ahead with, and next comes the cash option. Going down now to the digital media apps that influence the purchase, the chart basically shows that the respondents are willing to buy more to the online payment gateways. Next is using the satisfaction level of online shopping. There are majority of people who feel that they strongly agree to the satisfaction level that they get while shopping online. Various factors that leading to repeat purchase, coupons, discounts, that is customer loyalty, playing an important role herein to lead the consumers to make a repeat in purchase. And you also, with the repeat and purchase, with the loyalty programs and with easy access, the consumers would like to recommend the app usage to others as well. Going down to concluding this topic, expectations around the retail digitalization have increased, and a desire for the personalized experience is growing very well in the e-commerce space. The inclusion of digital kiosks that mimic the online shopping experience, giving less face-to-face interaction, will become an advantage here. Use of RFID scanners, trackers, and many more tech-savvy devices will create a virtual world within the retail space and will also initialize the creation of in-store personalization. Use of augmented reality in a showroom environment will also give consumers the ability to see and end result of the products would be more in a touchless way. New technologies now are constantly being developed to provide consumers with a better online experience and to keep them informed about the changes that are likely to shape
Ma'am, last 1 minute.
yes,
Please
to
conclude.
shape the economy's industry future. So that's it from our end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for keeping to time. Sir, any observations or any query?
No, proceed.
Okay, sir. May I
If Conclave sir is interested.
Yeah,
No,
Conclave, sir.
no, sir, no, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Samrat, sir, please.
Yeah, thank you. So our next presenter is Miss Roshni Lecha.
Thank you.
Your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible? And is my screen visible?
Yeah, just a moment. It's coming. Yeah, now it's visible. You can.
So good afternoon, one and all. I, Roshni Lecha, would like to present my research paper on study on impact of social media influencers on consumer purchase intention on behalf of my guide, Dr. Meeta Pathari. As we know, the social media platforms are growing largely. As per the recent data, there are around 448 million users who use social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, Instagram, Snapchat, etc. And with the rise of use in social media platforms, there are rise in social media influencers also. So this study is basically based on to understand how people use social media platforms and what is their intention regarding their purchase through social media influence. There's various review of literature which I'll not go into detail. The objectives of my study are to study the various social media platforms used by the consumers and to study the consumer purchase intention due to the social media influencers. My hypothesis of this study are there is a significant relationship between the demographic profile and use of social media platforms. and there is a significant relationship between consumer buying and reviews by social media influencers. The data is collected through primary and secondary method. Primary data was collected through a structured questionnaire through Google Forms, whereas the secondary data is collected through various journals and research papers. My method of sampling is a snowball sampling. Size of respondents is 102, and I have used the SPSS package and 2 sample independent chi-square. Let's move on to the findings. My first hypothesis was to find a significant relationship between the demographic profile and use of social media platforms. Here in demographic profile, I have considered 3 demographics: age, gender, and occupation. As we can see, the p-value in age and use of social media platform is 0.0075. This means that there is a significant association between the age and the social media platform. Whereas we can also see the p-value is 0.02, and there is a significant association between the gender and the use of social media platform. Whereas in case of occupation, the p-value is 0.976, which is greater than the level of significance value. Hence, there is no significant association between the occupation of people and the use of their social media platforms. Moving on to my second hypothesis, which is the significant relationship between the consumer buying and the reviews given by the social media influencers. So as we can see, the p-value is 0.05, which clearly states that there is a significant association between the reviews given by social media influencers, which directly and indirectly impact the consumer buying process. I'll move on to my conclusion, which states that, as we have discussed now, the age has a significant relationship on the use of social media platforms. And here we can see the majority of people using the social media are young people, more preferably from the age of 15 to 25. And not the older, much older people do not prefer using social media. There are around 57% females who use social media platforms as compared to 43% of the males. So this hypothesis again is proved. My next hypothesis was regarding the consumer buying behavior. So this findings show that people usually look up for the reviews by social media influencers, specifically for beauty products.
Sorry, last 1 minute.
Specifically for beauty products, restaurant suggestions, and clothing and accessories. They basically follow reviews given by influencers, travel bloggers, and daily life bloggers. Positive word of mouth publicity also creates a positive impact on brand and influences purchase decisions of various consumers. So this was all for my presentation. Thank you. Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. So our next presenter is Dr. Saifa Masgaonkar and Ms. Pallavi Sawant. Dr. Saifa and Ms. Pallavi.
Yes, sir. 1 second, sir. Yeah. Sir, is this hello?
Yeah, ma'am.
Am I audible, sir? Is my screen visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
1 second. Is it visible now, sir?
Just a moment.
Share me the screen. I am sharing. Can you see the screen?
Not yet, ma'am.
1 minute.
Yeah.
Sir, I'll just do the needful. To the window and
Yeah.
I am unable to share the screen.
Now it is visible, ma'am.
It is visible, sir. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can
Is it
start
now?
Yeah.
Shall I? All
Yeah.
right. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I, Ms. Pallavi Sawant, along with my colleague, Dr. Sahifa Masgaonkar, from M.L.Dahanukar College of Commerce, Department of Accounting, we together have made an attempt to study the impact of COVID-19 on the premium of life insurance companies in India. As we all know that COVID-19 has engulfed the entire globe in a vicious circle by spreading its fatal fangs, and therefore it was declared as a World Health Threat by the World Health Organization. COVID-19 has affected almost every sector of the economy, right from business houses to individuals. All has suffered financially in this wave of pandemic, where loss of jobs deteriorated the savings and investments of the people at large, thereby affecting their purchasing power. On the other side, the deaths of the nearer and the dearer ones, the fear of disease triggered the demand for securing the life, which indeed could be only achieved by having an insurance policy. And with this, the objective of the study was framed to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on the premium of life insurance companies in India. To achieve the same, the hypothesis of the study was framed as average insurance premium of life insurance companies in the COVID-19 period has significantly increased as compared to the pre-COVID-19 period. Our entire research is descriptive as well as analytical in nature. The period of our study is divided into two parts, pre-COVID-19 period and COVID-19 period. Pre-COVID-19 period basically consists of 15 months starting from November 2018 to January 2020. COVID-19 period consists of 15 months from Feb 2020 to April 2021. There are two related groups in the study. One, average monthly premium in pre-COVID-19 period, and second is average monthly premium in COVID-19 period. For the same, the data was been collected from the monthly insurance premium reports published on IRDAI's website. Therefore, the limitation of the study is basically the study is based on the secondary data. Our universe consists of 23 life insurance companies that are operating currently in India, out of which only 19 life insurance companies were selected as sample size, 4 being the outliers. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Sahifa Masgaonkar ma'am to continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Data analysis tools and techniques. Descriptive analysis is carried by applying bar diagrams, percentages, and pie charts. Outliers were identified in the study by applying Tukey-Spencer's method. Normality of data was tested through Shapiro-Wilk test, and testing of hypothesis is done through paired sample t-test in the study. The descriptive analysis of the study revealed that out of 19 selected sample companies, 12 companies have witnessed increase in their average monthly insurance premium, and 7 companies have seen decline in their average monthly insurance premium during COVID-19 period over pre-COVID-19 period. As far as outliers are concerned, HDFC Life, ICICI Prudential Life, and SBI Life have seen marginal increase in their average monthly insurance premium, whereas life insurance has seen the marginal decline in its average monthly insurance premium during COVID-19 period over pre-COVID-19 period. As far as inferential analysis of the study is concerned, normality of data is one of the pre-requirements for parametric test. The results of Shapiro-Wilk test revealed p-value 0.068, which is greater than 0.05, and thus we fail to reject the null hypothesis of Shapiro-Wilk test that the data is normally distributed. The results of paired sample t-test revealed that average monthly insurance premium during COVID-19 period, that is rupees 174.79 crore, is significantly higher than the average monthly insurance premium in pre-COVID-19 period, which is rupees 156.90 crore. With a t-value of 2.17 and p-value being less than 0.05.
Last 1 minute, please.
Yeah. This spike in average premium can be well justified with the inclination of the buyers toward online insurance products. Moreover, increase in the life uncertainty and the fear of COVID-19 have further accelerated the demand for life insurance products, resulting in increase in the revenue, that is premium of life insurance companies. Finally, I would like to conclude my presentation stating that in this COVID-19 period, many companies had to shut their business and others had to face huge losses. There were many people who lost their jobs. In this hard time where many companies in the other sectors were still struggling to survive, COVID-19 turned to be blessing in disguise to some of the sectors, and one of which is indeed insurance sector. Thank you all.
Pallavi, small. Gurunath sir, if you want to ask any question, please. Hello. So shall I ask?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Pallavi, see, during the COVID-19.
Just a minute, sir. I'll give it to Pallavi. Just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Question to you.
Yes, sir.
This is a question for both of you. See, during COVID-19, the period was of, full of uncertainty. Then also you mentioned that the big insurance companies like SBI Life, HDFC, there's a marginal increase in their premium, whereas some of the small companies, their premium was slightly less as compared to the previous year.
Yes,
what do you feel? What is the reason for this? Because some of the companies have enjoyed a marginal increase in premium, whereas some of the other companies have seen decline in the premium. So what factors do you think are responsible for this? Have you analyzed?
So this is basically, as we said, that people, the fear of life and, the willingness to secure I can say the fear of life, the demand for the product might have increased. Secondly, the marketing strategies of insurance companies that has helped to accelerate the demand. Because
Yes. I got the answer. It's only because of the strategy they have adopted.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
50% of the companies were able to increase their premium, whereas 50% of the companies were unable to increase their premium. That means that there were wider difference in their overall strategy. Got the answer.
Difference in their marketing strategy.
Okay.
Any more questions, sir?
Yes, Gurunath sir.
No.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So our next presenter is CA Priyadarshini Nair.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible. Your screen is also visible. You can start.
Yes, sir. My topic is an empirical analysis on the usage of OTT platforms and its impact on Indian movie theaters and consumer preferences. So basically, internet usages has drastically increased in the recent times with the pandemic and the nationwide lockdown. New door of online world is introduced to all. With this digital world, internet usage has skyrocketed. And with this technology and smartphone usage penetrations was high amongst the younger generations. Entertainment has constantly been dynamic with the technology right from our storytelling plays to theaters, and now OTT is not an exception. So internet penetration right from 2007 to 2021, we can see how it has drastically increased. And we can see a major surge in the year 2016 where there was demonetization, and again in the year 2020 when the pandemic had hit the country. What are OTT platforms? So OTT stands for over the top platforms, and these are the streaming apps via which we have a comprehensive variety of multimedia contents and provides entertainment via broadcast, entertainment, cable, and satellite television platforms. As the technology changes and people's lifestyle have upgraded, there is an increased usage of OTT platforms, especially among the younger generation, that is the millennials and the Generation Z. So several OTT platforms have emerged like Amazon Prime, Netflix, Sony Live, Hotstar, etc. So we can see the market share of OTT platforms in India in the year 2020, that is Netflix absorbs approximately 20%, Prime Video absorbs 20%, and the remaining by the Hotstar, Z Live, Jio Cinemas, etc. So again, as per the literature review, Verghese and Chinaya have also found that how OTT platforms can prove to be disruptive to the Indian movie theaters. Approx 50% of responses have shown that they are more driving towards OTT platforms. So the objective of this study is to study the usage of OTT platforms amongst various age groups, to study the impact of OTT platforms on Indian movie theaters and the user preference. So a sample size of 80 respondents was collected using primary data collections, and secondary sources were also collected using journals, newspapers, statistic database, and the online resources. There is no hypothesis, it's purely based on descriptive analysis. So we can see the major users of the OTT platforms falls below the age of 18 to 35. And also the major platform used were the Amazon Prime by the 90% of the users, 71% preferred Netflix, and 56% used Hotstar, and the remaining by Z5, Sony Live, Jio Cinemas, etc. Amount spent on an average basis is 1,000 rupees per year, and analysis was done based on which we found that the majority of them used were sharing the accounts with their friends and relatives. So with the account, so hence an average cost of 1,000 rupees per year. It can also be seen the average watching hours is less than 2 hours by majority of the people, and rest by 2 to 5 hours. So what are the major factors for using the OTT platforms? It was found that it is the convenience, cost, binge watch, and the new content. So we have also analyzed whether these people does miss watching movies in the theaters. 78% have responded yes, and only 9% have responded no. So it was also analyzed what are the factors for missing movie theaters. The major reasons were the Dolby sounds, the screen size, the ambience. Though they are getting all throughout in one package of OTT, still these things are still missed by the masses. So OTT platforms saw major surge during the pandemic. 43% of the sample used mobile phones, and 33% used smart TV, and the rest used laptop for using OTT platforms. So major factors, as we saw, it was cost, convenience, and new content. And like it also provides for all the age groups, right from the younger generation, from the kids to the older generation, everyone like cartoon. And it is not restricted only to movies. It has movies of all languages, documentary, web series, etc.
Ma'am, last 1 minute, please.
Conclusions, yes, I'm concluding. So with the recent trend, the OTT platform growing and with great speed, especially among the younger generation. So according to the study, majority of the respondents still want both the option of OTT and movie theaters to exist in future. So the suggestion is, it is suggested the movie theaters need to come up with new element like special effects and 4D to attract and retain the existing customers. And they also should focus on reducing the prices of the food courts, as similar entertainment are provided by the OTT platforms at cheaper rate. OTT does have an impact on the movie theaters, but as per the customer preferences, both might run together in the near future. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes, Gurnath sir, questions?
Just a small question. Yeah, Priyadarshini madam, when you talk about the OTT, you have collected the data on the basis of the age factor. I want to ask you, have you considered somewhere a gender factor?
Gender factor I had, but I didn't put it up in the slide.
But that is again a very important parameter. The reason is that, as you mentioned somewhere, that is one of the important factor is convenience. That's the reason consumers are switching towards OTT. So who are the one who are very much inclined towards convenience are the female one. Even as per my observation, I have observing most of the females, maximum, especially in the urban area, are very much inclined towards the OTT platform. They have Amazon Prime or Hotstar. Maximum उनके पास होते हैं as compared to the male.
True. Okay, correct. So basically my major area was whether it is impacting the Indian movie cinemas or not, and whether which age groups I had focused. So gender factor, yeah, I'll definitely consider. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Gurnath sir, any questions?
No. Proceed.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. So our next presenter is Mr. Deepak Zada.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Can you share your screen?
Just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
So I'm just facing some technical glitches. Just time, wait for a minute. Please, is my screen visible?
Yeah, now it is visible, sir. You can start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. My title is the study on problem of aspirant immigrations Gulf Cooperation Council countries from India during COVID pandemic period. I'm going to present my topic and my presentations with behalf of my guide, Dr. Kanchan Purmai ma'am. Why I choose this and all. First thing is that the subject is chosen because India is one of the highest foreign remittance receiving country from last 10 years, and in this 10 year we are having a significant role in GDP as well. Because of time constraint, I'm not going to detail all this. The objective of the study. The objective of the study is to understanding the problem of aspirant immigrant in GCC countries from India. Second is to explore the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on aspirant immigrant in GCC countries from India. Third is in the present recommendation and to minimize impact of COVID-19 pandemic on aspirant immigrant in GCC countries from India. Hypothesis. I put a one hypothesis. There is no hypothesis. There is no significant relation between the problems of aspirant immigrant with the COVID-19 pandemic, and the real hypothesis there is relation between the problem of aspirant immigrant with the COVID-19 pandemic. 105 respondent from this and the offline both way. Sample size it is selected by random sample size, and I use the standardized tools as some chi-square test. Remittance in Indian economy from last 10 years, the India is receiving the highest remittance in foreign from the globe, and percent of GDP the worker outflow. Data analysis. For data analysis, I using the SPS software using treatment mean ranking test, treatment mean ranking test. The results I'm going to share the screens. It is I explain the 13 questions or the problems of aspirant immigrants in GCC countries from India. The majority of these aspirant immigrants are facing the lack of knowledge about the job opportunities, and then uncertainty in a job in COVID-19 pandemic period. Hypothesis testing test, and my result is that the p-value is 227.36. P-value is greater than the 0.05, and significance is less than at 5% level. So ultimately, my null hypothesis is rejected and real hypothesis accepted, which says that the COVID-19 pandemic is affecting on the aspirant of immigrants. I'm going to conclude that the research on primary and secondary data shows that the most of the aspirant immigrants are facing problems in travel, training, healthcare, insufficient support from the government authorities, which is contribute more fruitful and hassle-free migrations in India. The government of India need to be develop policies and grant opportunity for the aspirant immigrants and recovery phase in COVID-19 pandemic. The confrontations of the economy and in GCC countries and other global geopolitical challenges into new policies for fruitful immigration from India. The recommendation as the government of India
Last 1 minute.
Take the focus. Yes, sir. Aspirant immigration develop a new policies for fruitful and easy immigrations. The price control of action and financial assistance while providing a minimize the health assistance and medical checkup, as well as to be provide vaccine diplomacy properly as social special travel policies for aspirant immigrations or grant the opportunities need to be developed. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Jadhav.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Deepak.
Yes, sir.
Please go to your objective slide of objectives.
Yes, sir. Someone is already.
Objectives.
Sir, it is not on my screen.
Huh? You have stated on objective number 1.
Yes, sir. Just a minute.
Okay. Click there.
Just a minute.
Okay, I will
Yes,
talk then. Okay.
Yes.
Go to
Hello, sir.
Aspirant immigrants, and your study is to assess the impact on immigrants. Okay. So
Sorry, sir. I'm not heard you properly.
Objective had
Please
not.
repeat again.
Okay. Now is it audible?
Yes, sir.
If you have not inserted the objective number 1,
okay,
it would not you study the problems?
I'm not getting you.
Your basic objective is to explore to study the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on aspirants.
Aspirant immigrant.
Yeah. So if the first objective is not there, would you not study the problems?
Yes, sir. I study the problem. I choose the problem of aspirant immigrant in GCC countries with the using of secondary data and as well as the primary.
Okay. Okay. Whether those problems were due to pandemic?
Yes, sir. Actually, it is the problem, and because of COVID-19 pandemic, some problems are increases. I choose only the problem which is particularly increased because of COVID-19 pandemic, as like the job uncertainty in the job or financial, we can say, or unnecessary medical checkup, or we can be increasing high cost of medical checkup, etc.
Okay, and the suggestion number 1.
Just a minute, sir.
How will you correlate that suggestion with your objectives and findings?
Just a minute, sir. I'm going to suggestions, no?
Yeah. Suggestion number 1.
Just a minute, sir.
I think slide number 10. No. Yes, recommendations.
Yes, sir.
On what basis you are suggesting that the government of India need to focus on aspirant immigrants and develop a new policy? On what basis you have suggested it?
Yes, sir. If I go with my questionnaire, so there is a high cost of this medical checkup, and the medical checkup cost will can be declined by government of India. As well, second part is that to be ECR, immigration checkup is required. So this cost will be can government will decline. Then there's like the Pravasi Bharatiya Kendra. It is institutions by government of India, which is giving a assistance for to be immigrants. So these institutions can more help and in COVID-19 pandemic. So I'm going to suggest these one.
Okay. Hamkar sir.
Yes. Yes, Samadhan sir, any questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak sir also. Our next presenter is Dr. Anant Maria. Next presenter, Dr. Anant Maria.
Yes, just sharing the screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Screen is visible.
Yes, okay, lovely.
You can start.
So my topic that I'll be presenting on is to forget or not to forget, a legal journey of right to be forgotten in the European Union and India. This right has gained a lot of prevalence in the current modern era because we have an incessant habit of posting things online. And sometimes when we want to be known by everyone, what happens is that our digital footprint is all across the world, and when we want the world to forget us, the world net does not let us be forgotten. Now the problem exists when we discuss social media apps such as Facebook, or let's say your search engines like Google and Yahoo and all such. Binge are the search engines which we discuss in this case. The primary place that we place our research in is the fact that how search engines need to forget you if you apply. This case study is done in keeping in mind that how the digital rights and cyberspace, the nuanced provision exists. Now, when we talk about cyberspace and digital rights, I've been hearing presentations and they've presented rather a fair version of how this is to be regulated, what are the shortcomings, how the market is analyzing and the market is responding to. But what I'm trying to present you is how the digital right, that is the right to privacy, exists in such a digital space or not. The primary legal framework for this particular thing is Article 17 of the GDPR, that's the European regulation, erstwhile known as the European directives. This is the place, this is the nexus event where it all started from. There is something called as a right of erasure that happens, or removal of permanent data of the user, which presently exists. For example, today if Riya Chakravarti wants to remove her data and enters her data on Google search engine, every news channel, every link that she's linked to, her private sensitive data is visible. Now tomorrow she's acquitted of all charges and she wants her right to be restored, that is her name to be restored. The first application she can move before the honorable court would be to grant a right to be forgotten request, that I am not guilty, my private sensitive data exists, people judge me according to this particular thing, I should get the benefit of law that exists in the favor of privacy. The philosophy behind this is very clear. The philosophy is where we discuss that every privacy or every individual's right to privacy should be protected and should not be confronted from data pass. Let's say some presenter who presented today had presented a wrong like incorrect data, or rather presented some false data, and tomorrow his name comes into some journal that this data was falsified or this data was not correct, he or she will apply to the data regulator stating that please remove this, I am suffering enough embarrassment. And thus the privacy is something that comes to question. Privacy has been a part of our Indian constitutional regime and morality, and thus is the question that I'll be answering. First thing that we need to understand, there exists something called as the criminal expungement. Earlier in America, what happened under the jurisprudence was clearly that citizens, especially juveniles who would be caught for lower drug possession, or let's say for some small crime theft that they committed, they would not get jobs and employment. In the physical world, the United States of America clearly stated there is something called as the expungement. You can go to the court, apply for expungement, and the records will be sealed further. There will be no record or no data presented to you until unless you apply for a RTI, which is called Freedom of Information Request there. My first outlier case that I've used is the Google link, Google Spain case.
Last 1 minute.
Yes, I'll just conclude quickly.
Yeah.
Is the content analysis. First case is your Google link and Google Spain case. Google link and Google Space case is the first case which talked about privacy and digital rights. It talked about certainly how there is a positive move towards privacy. We should forget in privacy what we discuss as to delinking is something. There is a link, hyperlink that comes in your search engine. By right to be forgotten, when you apply, all those links will erase certainly. For example, if let's say being me, if I want to check my Google search and I want to remove a particular link, I just need to apply before the privacy regulator. The two most important cases happened in 2019, Google CNIL and the GC and others. There were 4 accused who wanted something to be removed of theirs from Google. Now Google said, how can we do so? There is also the rights of the private companies who are uploading this data. So they said the delinking part exists only from the search engine, not from the main websites.
I'm up, sir.
Yes, just 10 seconds. I'll just conclude. Yes. So in Indian context, there are several judgments, Puttu Swami judgment or Joravar Singh Mundi judgment. All these basically bring to the fact that how criminal law is catching up, where people who were accused of Me Too movement or such movement have an inherent right of privacy. I strongly suggest that the Indian government should also introduce something like that. We should have a digital right to be forgotten. The personal data protection bill is being presented, and I leave you with this image. We should all have a right to be removed from Google. We should not remain forever. Our data should not remain forever. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, Gurunath sir. Yes.
Any query I would love
Yeah.
to entertain.
Yes.
Yeah, Amit, because of the various initiatives of the government, we keep on continuously providing various kind of data, personal as well as the institutional data to the government or to many agencies.
Correct.
So it has become very difficult for the government and even for the individual to somewhere to say that someone should protect our data or rather I should protect my data. Even to our knowledge, there are many countries who are in the entire database of our India, of our country.
Correct.
And with respect to the Google and all those, again, what do you feel that there should be any kind of modification of the reforms that the government should bring?
Absolutely,
So that is
absolutely.
altogether a different, it requires a different strategy altogether.
Pertinent question, sir.
Yeah.
What I propose is something called as the data localization, whereby if we localize our data in India as such, we will have a right to regulate it better. That's what the European countries are doing. The CNIL case that I mentioned, now they said, for example, just 10 seconds I'll take. For example, if you mention a link which is to be forgotten, and the privacy data regulator says, okay, we are ready to remove it. Now, the question that arose was, will the link be removed in the European Union only, or all over the world the link will be removed? And the European Union said only in the European Union and not over the world. These are certain issues which the Indian regulator can take account of, and we can do the globalization part of it instead of the localized aspect.
Okay,
that's
fine.
my submission.
So we are lacking somewhere in the security measures. That means we might have something, a specialized cloud and all those.
Correct.
Fine, fine.
Correct.
Okay.
Pleasure, sir. Pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, Gurunath sir. Any questions?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
No question.
Sir, I can't hear you.
Yeah, just a minute.
Hello.
Some network issues maybe.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No question. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
all
sir.
the best.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Dr. Anand.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Yeah. Yes, over to you, Rakesh sir.
Okay. Thank you, Samrat sir. Now, I would like to invite next presenter, Mr. Amit Dongre. Amit sir.
Yeah, very good evening, sir. My voice is audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Sure. Okay. Very good evening, sir. Myself, Amit Dongre, currently pursuing my PhD from Mumbai University under the guidance of Dr. M.L.Dahanukar, sir. My topic is Industry 4.0 and cybercrime. Industrial Revolution 4.0 is completely based on cyber physical systems, artificial intelligence, biometrics, facial recognition technology, cloud computing, robotics, Internet of Things, Bitcoin, digital currency, blockchain, and many more. Here for my PhD research topic is an analysis of awareness about cybercrime among beneficiaries of Maharashtra Labour Welfare Board in Mumbai. Sir, Maharashtra Labour Welfare Board is a statutory board which is considered by government of Maharashtra, and majorly all the employees of different industries are their beneficiaries and they are getting benefits of welfare facilities from Maharashtra Labour Welfare Board. So mostly class 3 and class 4 categories employees are the beneficiaries of Maharashtra Labour Welfare Board, even in private sector and public sector also. Next is about my hypothesis. There is presence of ignorance about cyber crimes and different types of cyber crimes among these beneficiaries, employees of this industry 4.0. Second hypothesis, there is less information about cyber safety, cyber cell, cyber crime and cyber loss among the beneficiaries of Maharashtra Labour Welfare Board. My third hypothesis is impact of cybercrime on economic condition and health of employees is very negative. And information share on social media, definitely this increases the rate of cybercrime. This is my hypothesis. I'm coming to my aims and objectives. My first aim is to understand the basic concept of cyber laws and cyber security. My second aim is to find out the awareness about cyber safety, cyber law, cyber policy, cyber cell, and cyber crimes among these beneficiaries of Maharashtra Labour Welfare Board. My third is to find out cause and effect relationship between sharing information on social media and cyber crime. And my fourth aim is to find out role of industry in creating awareness of cybercrime among the employees, and to suggest reform and remedial measures for the prevention and control of cybercrime. Next is about the sampling. I'm going to use this SPSS method because currently I have just taken 100 samples interviews from the different employees of the different industries, and data collection is primary data collected through by interview, and secondary sources by books, newspaper, research journal, and online sources. Next is about my findings on the basis of whatever the 100 samples which I collected and the response which I got. I'm just in the process of using the SPSS method, but currently I got a finding of cyber attacks on industry has definitely been increased during the pandemic period also and before also. But cyber exponent cases has increased very highly. The cyber attack on Serum Institute and Bharat Biotech, which is currently a COVID vaccine manufacturing organization, and they witnessed cyber attacks by Chinese hackers during the month of March 2021, and they compromised all their information, their confidential data, and Chinese hackers get all this access of this data. Next is on the 12th October 2020, the entire Mumbai city's power outage was caused. Also, this is because of the Chinese hackers. They hacked the power grid systems of the MSEBC, Mumbai State Electric Power Board Corporation, and due to this, the entire Mumbai city's power outage was caused. Next is my other findings is Information Technology Act 2000 is not definitely sufficient to cover all the technological innovation. Now, protecting data privacy and data security is a major concern, and Justice case Puttaswamy versus Union of India, the Supreme Court judgment of 2017 is also highlighted that data privacy is the main fundamental right of all the citizens of the India, and which is highlighted the role of data privacy as a fundamental right. Next is cybercrime detection ratio is very low, definitely because of the police and the cyber cell, the employees, they don't have that kind of the technical knowledge and technical procedure to solve the cybercrime cases. And next is ignorance and less knowledge about cyber safety among the employees. There is definitely ignorance, less knowledge about the cyber safety among the employees. And next is about my suggestion for industry against the cybercrime. The first suggestion is keep the strong password for your computer, internet, email, and Wi-Fi. Strong password should consist of alphanumerical with special character having small and capital letters. At least minimum 8 to 10 digits should be there. Second is use updated and paid versions of the operating system.
Sir, last 1 minute. Amit, sir, last 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Do not use any paid version. Do not use any free version. Then organizations should give their employees training on cyber safety and cyber security. Protect sensitive data in the computer by encrypting the laptop and computer. Firewall intrusion detection and prevention sensors should be used and monitored. And organizations should use VPN, virtual private network. About my concluding remarks. Rogapahari Vijnanam Loka Kalyana Sadhanam. This is a well-known Sanskrit shok which says elevating human suffering through science and hereby serving the welfare of the people. Definitely, Industry 4.0 is useful for the humans also and for the saving our precious natures also. We have witnessed many things about this, but the most important thing is that government must implement rules, regulation, laws, which will not only support the Industry Revolution 4.0, but it should curb the misuse of innovation, illegality, misuse of data, protect our IP, and give data privacy to all citizens. And last and the most important, need to create awareness and cyber safety among all the employees. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me an opportunity to present my research paper in this conference. And the last and most important, thank you all the organizing committee, also Samrat sir, also for giving me an opportunity to present my paper. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Gurunath sir, any question?
No, no question, sir.
Okay. Samadhan sir, any question from your side?
Yeah, Mr. Amit Dongre, the topic is really very nice. Only I want to ask you, see, government should come with a certain strict regulations because there are certain factors like, see, many of the companies are producing substandard switches, routers, even firewalls, which led to enhancement in the cyber crime. So,
yes, sir.
What do you think this should be the factor that government should consider?
Yes, sir, definitely. Government should consider. There is some under the Copyright Act also, because it's the piracy. Most of the people, what happened, the tendency of Indian people is they want to use the free things. everything free software, free. They would like to watch the free OTT platform things, and this is the way the hackers enter in your computers, enter in your smartphone, enter in your laptop, and they send their malware. So we need to firstly change the mentality of the Indian people. They wanted to use the paid version, not the free or demo version. This should be created. The government just has to change the mentality by implementing the rules and regulations. This is the way.
Got the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Samadhan sir. Thank you, Amit, Gurunath sir. Next presenter is Miss Sarbani Bhaumik. Sarbani ma'am, are you ready for presentation?
Yes, yes. Good evening, everybody. I'll just share my screen first.
Sarbani ma'am, we are not
Yes,
able to
sir.
see your screen. Okay, now we can see it.
Yes. So I hope it is visible to everybody.
Now I think it comes. It will take some time.
So it's just a moment, sir. I'm just facing a network issue, maybe.
Okay, ma'am.
Or shall I go without the PPT? Will that be okay, sir?
Okay, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So the topic of my presentation is sustainable timber trade and approach towards social responsibility. The statement of problem is that timber is an essential natural resources with multifarious use, both at the infrastructural level as well as industrial growth level. And due to the illegal felling of trees and illegal transportation of timber, it is actually creating a huge imbalance in the sustainable development, as well as it's creating a huge ecological imbalance. And the WTO and whatever international instruments we have, whatever foreign trade mechanism we have, it is actually miserably failing to address this particular issue and to minimize this gap between this social responsibility as well as sustainable development. Moving forward with the objectives, what I believe as a researcher, that whatever the root cause is lying, it lies in the history. So the objective of my study is to explore the previous theories and doctrines which actually prevailed in the past, which has actually contributed to the increasing illegal felling of trees and timber trade. That's why we need to address those wrong doctrines first, and then we need to move on with a correctional and conservation measure. Only then we can think about a proper legal framework which could actually address the sustainable development and social responsibility. My research question was basically on only 3 research questions that I have put forward. One is, what could be the probable reason that have boosted the illegal felling of trees? The next is what could be the appropriate theories that could bring in social responsibility and sustainable development? And finally is, what are the international attempts that could curb the or what are the probable reasons that have failed to curb these limits? My hypothesis of the study is the root cause of every failure lies in the past. So, and all the practices comes from a particular theory or logic or doctrine. So first we need to identify those theories, and then only we can actually think about a reformation once we address the faultiness on those theories. And I believe that there has been certain faulty doctrines and theories in the past which has contributed to the illegal felling of trees and illegal transportation of timber. And there are, in the contemporary times also, we are actually reforming our theories wherein we should put our more logic and scientific outlook so that we can think about a better environment. The methodology that I've used is purely doctrinal. It is more of a theoretical. It is basically a theoretical aspect and have a jurisprudence value to it. And after completing my paper, my findings was the first, what I have posed in my hypothesis, I proved it is true. Obviously, there were certain doctrines and theories in the past. I would name a few. The details I have mentioned in my research paper. There were doctrine of conquest, there were doctrine of discovery, occupation, adverse possession, cessation, sovereignty, and eminent dominance. To explain a few, I'll take two examples like doctrine of conquest and discovery. In both doctrines, we found that the seed of colonization had actually brought to the illegal felling of trees, wherein mostly the European countries have actually, they have conquered colonies for their out of their economic as well as for their quest for powers. They have actually put those colonies under their possession by the way of discovery. Discovery means that when they have actually encountered the land for the first time. Yes, sir.
Sorry for disturbing you.
No, sir. Yes, sure. So it was at that point of time when they have discovered it for the first time, and then they have actually put them under their control, and they have exploited it to the next level. Even in case of conquest also, they have used their armed force to actually conquer that particular land, and then they have actually exploited the natural resources for their own selfish needs. So basically those doctrine lies in the past on which this faulty doctrines, this illegal felling of trees came into effect. But consequently, in the modern era, we have other doctrines and theories too. Like we have the theories of rehabilitation and compensation, common pool resource theory, reformation, ecological modernization, distributive theories. For example, in case of common pool theory resources, in here, we believe that all human beings have access to a common pool of resources wherein we build up individual interdependence and trust. Just 30 seconds, not more than that. I'm just about to conclude in this slide. So they are actually contributing their trust and interdependence, and they are actually bringing some kind of reformation. In case of compensation also, we have a precautionary principle, we have polluters pay principle, which are actually bringing about reformation in this. And regarding the failure of WTO and other foreign trade mechanism, it is basically, I believe, the lack of reliable data and source. That's why they could not dedicate a proper instrument to this effect, and there was a lack of implementation procedure as well as a lack of fund. That's why they could not implement it properly. And in the concluding remark, I would just say that instead of depending too much on state or international standard, social responsibility comes from within. So we should believe in logic and scientific outlook, and we should depend upon ourselves first than to depend upon others, and only then we can bring about sustainable development and not before. With this, I would like to thank you all. Thank you, everybody.
Gurunath sir, any question? Gurunath sir? Yes, I think there is some network.
No questions, no questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, Gurunath sir, we can hear you. Gurunath sir? Okay. Our next presenter. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next presenter. Hello. Gurunath sir. Okay. Next presenter, Miss Udita. Udita, ma'am.
So my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Vidita Sri and I am pursuing fashion design from Sharda University, Greater Noida. This paper is presented with my professors and the co-authors, Ms. Vasundhara Saluja and Ms. Ankita S. Pandey. This paper is researched under the topic Cultural and Societal Issues. Topic name is Contemporary Social Perception of Color Pink. These are the content that we are going to cover. First, the introduction. Colors are used as a means of communicating a precise message. For example, red shows love and anger, whereas white shows peace. And why we are talking about pink here? Because in our culture, in our surroundings, pink is considered to be symbol that scream only for girls. Controversial to be used for both or even any gender. Meanwhile, pink is always a controversial color between gender for choosing as a wearing choice. We are going to study the actual base of pink to the future scope of it for wearing to acceptance preference of an individual. Next, digging into the past of the pink, like when it started to become a feminized as a pink color. So it was during the reign of Louis XV between 1723 and 1759. Madame de Pompadour, the chief mistress of Louis XV, famously loved pink clothes, and she commissioned a bright pink porcelain service from several manufacture factory. Then they come up with the new color under her name Rose Pompadour in 1757. There also we can see that pink was more strongly associated with the style and luxury than with a particular gender. So it can be safe to say that there was no scream about the gender biasness through this beautiful color pink. As quoted in a 2013 article in the Atlantic, fashion historian and director of the museum at FIT, Valerie Steele, notes that in the 18th century, it was perfectly masculine for a man to wear a pink silk suit with floral embroidery. So, but still, then how this color biasness appeared? There was no sudden unanimous cultural shift. In other words, it may not have happened overnight, but it was clearly the influence of manufacturing and marketing in the post-war United States that caused the gendered assignment of pink for girl and blue for boys to stick for good. As you can see in the image down below, it was after the war when the women were come from the war to the kitchen and they furnished all the items in pink. Now, coming to the present, after getting the insight of past, now what's happening in present? Still associated with symbolizing many female facilities like pink auto, pink metro, or even a pink public washroom. It is still is negatively associated when it can seem to be weak, vulnerable, or silly. It is also linked to shallowness and not seeing reality. Today, many retailers are selling new looks and variety in gender-neutral clothing, which is reminiscent of the 19th century asexual style of dressing. But if we go for the bright side of this color in present scenario, the color is also considered as a simple, non-threatening color, which we can easily see on the men's shirts category or for the formal suits. What we have done for the research, we use the data collected from the primary source as well as the secondary source. Findings were done by the unstructured questionnaire survey conducted amongst 96 respondents in India. Collected on a Microsoft Excel note was online. The age group that we got was 18 to 56 years, which were from which 40 were male and 56 were female. We asked a few questions like would they like to experiment with their color or they dislike any particular color. So the 100% participants agree that they do like to experiment with color, whereas 62.5% agree to choose wear color pink and whereas 37.5% don't. Also, we checked the agreement towards the notion of blue for boys and pink for girls,
Ma'am,
and it was
last
surprising.
1 minute.
Yes, sir, was complete. So one slightest line comes that 66.7% agreed that yeah, blue for boys and pink for girls are good, and 66.3 were disagreed. So the findings clearly indicate that the color is acceptable but highly dominated with the preconceived notion as heard or set in the society. So in the future, we can conclude that the scope for pink does not associate with a definite gender group and carries a gender fluid power, breaking the old gender norms and stereotype. The key perception that will be relevant to future will be the pink donate the feminine nature. It expresses emotions, romance, and hope. It associates with innocence and childhood, and associate with a more tolerant and tender masculine power. Pink in future can be a strong element that can become a visual tool to bridge the gender divide by accepting it as a non-binary hue that mostly stands for optimism, tolerance, and romance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Gurunath sir, any question? Gurunath sir?
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Please ask him to ask her to go to the objectives. Objectives.
Ma'am, Udita ma'am.
Udita madam.
Yes, sir. So
What
the
are the
objectives were like why? Yes, sir. I'm telling. The objectives were like why pink are so symbolized that it's only for girl, and it is always become a controversial to use weird by the both gender, male or a female.
on what basis you have concluded that the first conclusion? Go to your conclusion. Go to the conclusion slide. Yeah, earlier one, 7 number. Yes. On what basis you have found this indicate that the color is the acceptable but highly dominated? On what basis you have concluded?
So we did the survey online mode on a Google form where we have questioned few 96 participants about their perspective for the pink color, where we found that there was their own personal preference about this color because and also the notion that heard in society about blue for boys and pink for girls.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Gurunath sir.
Samadhan sir.
Samadhan sir, any question?
No question.
Okay, okay. Our next presenter, Ms. Janvi. Janvi, ma'am.
Yes, so am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. I'll quickly share my screen. Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
We can see your screen.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. Good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Janvi Rajput, and my research topic was stress management during COVID-19 pandemic through guided relaxation techniques. Coming on to introduction, we all of us are aware that COVID-19 pandemic has actually created a great impact on physical health, but it has also created a great impact on mental health at very higher level. So we were actually exposed to some new realities of life, like work from home. Children were forced to study online. We had lack of contact with our dear ones, and all of this collectively somewhere gave rise to psychological disorders like anxiety, stress, and depression. In such times of crisis, relaxation techniques, they have proven to be of great aid. Implementation of different mindfulness techniques, they complemented the treatment. And it also helps oneself to be self-aware and promotes the mental well-being. Talking about aims and objectives, the study was carried out to actually know the impact of guided relaxation and related techniques of an individual on an individual, and to study the relationship between relaxation and mental health. Along with this, we also wanted to provide a possible way of dealing with acute stress which was created due to pandemic. Okay. The methodology involves that when the pandemic started, our organization started online relaxation sessions for free for 6 months, that is from 20th March to 20th August. It was conducted like 3 days or every alternate day in a week for 6 months, as I said, and total 65 sessions were conducted. Total participants were 65, and out of which regular were 25. After 6 months, those 25 regular attendants were interrogated with 10 questions, and they were also asked to give overall rating depending on the type of impact that relaxation has actually caused on them. I have mentioned the result here in the form of table, where we have included different factors like or decrease in anxiety level, decrease in stress level, self-awareness, work efficiency, etc. So in our guided relaxations, these techniques are very simple, but they are very effective as well. So if it is continued for longer period of time, a lot of positive effect can be seen on one's mental health and overall well-being. In a research paper that is in a study, it has also been reported that many patients who were suffering from breast cancer and coronavirus itself have improved sleep quality and reduced anxiety by doing progressive muscular relaxation. Along with this, one more paper that actually suggests that PMR training is effective in improving anxiety, depression, and quality of life of endometriosis patients under GnRH agonist therapy. The ratings are mentioned here. None of the participants gave the rating below 4. 12 gave it between 4 to 5, and 13 of them gave it complete 5. So after relaxation sessions, we observed, I personally interacted with all those 25 participants, and I observed that they actually had the understanding and the real understanding about compassion, joy, self-control, letting go of the past, having selfless love towards other people, and they have become more tolerant. The limitations of our study is that these things are all verbally told by the respondents, and the present research, we did not take the note of the condition before starting the session, so pre and post comparison was not possible. And mental faculties, they are qualitative, they are not quantitative, we cannot measure it. So the data is completely based on the information shared by the respondents. The suggestions are that the education system needs to implement mental awareness. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The education system needs to actually implement this thing, because students are taught about first aid, but no one is teaching what is psychological first aid, and it is must required. Also, the government should revive the policies at workplaces and companies so that they can provide the employees with the relaxation techniques for stress management. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Janvi. Gurunath sir, any question?
No question, sir.
Okay, Samadhan sir?
No questions.
Okay, okay, thank you. Now, I would like to invite our last presenter, Mr. Chetan Panchal.
Hello.
Mr. Chetan?
Hello, may I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay. Screen is visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Hello, good evening, one and all. My name is Chetan Mahesh Panchal. I'm a PhD scholar. Now, my research topic name is Empirical Study on Impact of COVID-19 on Investment Pattern of the Investors with reference to Mumbai region. This is my topic name. On 11th March 2020, the World Health Organization's WHO declared the COVID-19 a global pandemic situation. Why I'm selecting the topic? Because the Mumbai is a densely populated city in India, and it is the financial capital of the country. So the maximum, the headquarters of the country, companies, even in the stock market, are available in the Mumbai. So that is very adversely affected, especially in the Mumbai investors. A lot of the factors are influencing for the investment patterns, like the return on investment, liquidity, risk in investment, safety in investment. That are drastically affecting during the COVID-19 situation. Because during the COVID-19 situations, the ROI, return on investments, are very less. People don't have a liquidity to invest more. Risk in investment is also very high because it is totally uncertain. Investors, they don't know when this pandemic is over, and safety is also very minimum. So these are the basic factors are affecting. The problem of the study, the main problem of the study is investment. We have to check the investment pattern, okay, and they're facing the problem during for the investment during the unprecedented COVID-19 situation. Area of the studies, we collected data from the Mumbai city and the suburban areas. Sample technique, we collect the 50 random samples from the Mumbai region, and we ask a question in the Google form method. The questionnaire is a voluntary basis, closed and open-ended questions we ask for the 50 respondents. However, the main objective is to study the investment pattern before the COVID-19. Then second, to study the pattern of investment during the COVID-19 and to understand the different investment opportunities during the COVID-19. These are the three important objectives of our research. Hypothesis, we take the two hypotheses. One is null and alternative. Our null hypothesis is to there is a no significance in amount of investment before and during the COVID-19 outbreak. And alternative, there is a significant in amount of investment before and during the COVID-19 breakdown. All the data we accumulated and we check, and the demographic category of the investors, gender-wise, we can tell 56% males and 44% of females. We collected the data from different age group also. Occupation-wise, we have to collect it different data, and annual income-wise, we have to collect it data. All the data we can properly analyze, and we check where the investors are look for the investment. The first trend secured by the equity shares. The maximum people like to invest in the equity shares during the COVID-19. Around the 23% people are like to invest in the equity share. This is very surprising data we can get. Second, the fixed deposit. 21% people are investing in the self fixed deposit. Third, mutual fund. And fourth, LIC policies. Fifth, the postal savings. Sixth, public provident fund. And seventh, bullion. Eighth, bond and debenture. Ninth, real estate. And 10th, 1% people are investing in other areas. All the data we can measure in the t-test form. And our null hypothesis is 0.03. It means the p-value of the investment before and during the COVID-19 breakdown were less than 0.05. Therefore, our null hypothesis rejected and alternative hypothesis accepted. It may be said that there is a significance in amount of investment in before and during the COVID-19 outbreak. I conclude the investigation. There is a significant difference in the before and during the COVID-19, and the COVID-19 outbreak has a significant impact in the financial sector. Due to this corrective measures, government took the corrective measures like lockdowns and wearing the mask and social distancing and all. So due to this corrective measures taken by the governments, so their side effect, we can see the economy move to the setback. And
last 1 minute.
Yes, sir. So there is an adversely effect we can see, especially to crush the stock market, individual reducing their return on investment also. So this is my final conclusion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chetan.
Yes, sir.
Now I request Gurunath, sir. Any questions, sir? Hello, sir. Please unmute yourself.
No questions, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Samadhan, sir.
No questions from my side.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I thanks all presenters for their knowledgeable presentation, and I request Ms. Shivani to take charge in ongoing session. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you, Rakesh. I request all paper presenters to move to the YouTube platform where we will be declaring the winners for the paper presentation session. Thank you so much for your presence and the lovely paper presentations. See you on the YouTube platform. Thank you so much. Yeah, as we are done with the presentation, may I now request, meanwhile, Dr. Gurunath Fagre to present his observations and also kindly declare the winner of the paper presentation session.
Just 1 minute. Yeah, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just 1 minute. I will talk.
Yes, yes, sir. In the meanwhile, requesting other paper presenters to join us on the YouTube. Paper presenters, we still have a few of them who are here, so it's requesting you all to just join us on the YouTube platform, please. Yeah, I suppose Samadhan sir and Gurunath sir are just discussing a bit, deliberating, on a few things with respect to declaration of the winners of the paper presentation. So while that is going on, I request, a few of our presenters to join us on YouTube.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Whatever observations we have gone through, the first thing is all the research presenters have taken good efforts for preparation and presentation. I congratulate all the paper presenters at the first outset. The one more thing is that some researchers have done very well. Some have tried to be very well. and some are trying to be well. These are the three observations in nutshell. Okay, and to talk on the research paper, the one thing I would like to give a message to the budding researchers. The title of the research paper must be a catchy one, and it should have minimum words with essential meaning. Again, there should be the attractive words, but that should focus on the work that you are going to conduct. The title should be simple to understand. One can predict the content of the research paper on the basis of title, and it should attract attention of the reader. So these parameters should be considered while setting the title of our research paper. It should reflect tone of the writing. It contains important keywords. One should avoid informal rude words or the words on which we are not working on. Those words should not be included in the title. The number of words should be 5 to 15. I will say the ideal title should have up to 10 words. Okay, and the try should be made. Multiple titles should be written once at one stroke, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and out of that you can finalize one ideal title. That will be the process to finalize the research title. Then findings should be linked with your objectives and hypothesis, and suggestions must be correlated with the findings and conclusions. That's all. Of course, majority of the researchers have tried to correlate it, and they have done it well. However, because of a short period of time, we could not get insight into the total methodology, the total ideas. However, we could understand the efforts taken by the researchers. We could understand their concepts. We could understand the methodologies they have used, and ultimately they have tried well. And from this point of view, is it the time now to declare the presenters number?
Yes, sir. So you may declare the winner of the,
Okay, okay. I have one jumbling in my mind, whether to declare number one to two research presenters, or only one is to be declared as number one.
Two is okay.
2 is okay, na?
So,
but the number is 1.
Yeah, I got it.
Yes,
I got it, sir.
number is the first number goes to 2 paper presenters.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the names are Miss Sherin Asir and Carolina Jennifer. Sherin Asir and Carolina Jennifer are the winner of the paper presentation from 1 to 11 paper presenters. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations to both of you.
I am very much thankful to you for considering me as a judge for this presentation and giving me an opportunity to talk and share my views with all these august body.
So
Thank
the
you.
pleasure is all ours. Thank you so much for gracing the symposium, and also your constructive suggestions are definitely going to be a takeaway for all our researcher friends, and we are going to learn a lot from this. Thanks a lot, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
Over to you, Somnath, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes,
yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, Gurunath, sir. We have been listening to your incisive questions as well, which definitely has added to the whole, it has served as a catalyst in enriching the experiences of the presenters. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr. M.L.Dahanukar to give his valuable inputs and suggestions and observations and declare another winner of the paper presentation session. Dr. M.L.Dahanukar, sir.
See, already the vital information is given by Gurunath sir, and we both have discussed, and accordingly we have finalized the winners. But before that, I will speak only a few words. First, let me congratulate the entire team of Dahanukar College for selecting such a nice theme and making this conference really a successful one. I've seen the titles of the various researchers. Means one of the researchers taken augmented reality, then e-commerce, then IoT healthcare services, then healthcare services in the rural market, online grocery. Really, the titles were very innovative, and the titles were such where actually there is a need for research. Only I will request to all the researchers follow all these tips which are given by the Gurunath sir, because sometimes because of small mistake our entire project can go in vain. So these small things are very vital, and this can change the entire look of our project. So take a serious cognizance of all the suggestions given by our Gurunath sir. So thank you, and I'd like to thank the management of Dahanukar College for inviting me, and I hope that next year also they'll come with such a similar kind of conference, which will give a proper platform to the researchers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Definitely your inputs convey the vast experience that you carry as a legacy from your experience of being simultaneously in academia and industry. Thank you, Samadhan sir. Thank you, Gurunath sir. Thank you once again. May I now request our beloved principal, Dr. D.M. Doke, who is a constant source of inspiration to all of us. Sir, I welcome you here again to extend your concluding remarks on this symposium. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Samrat. I attended few sessions in the morning and few presentations now. Because of busy schedule, I couldn't spare time to attend all presentations. But when I attended a lecture in the morning, it was a fantastic and giving a good idea of what the industry is going to be. And we are talking about industry 4.0, but the expert told that there is going to be a 5.0. And the people around the globe are talking about industry 5.0 and not only 4.0. So these are the changes that through the conferences, through the seminars, at least we are enlightened, and then it shows some path to us where we are and where we have to go. You know, our academics is much behind the industry around the globe, or industry or the development taking place. But still then, something we are learning through this type of conferences that gives us insight where we stand and what we have to have. Achieve, where we have to reach. So very insightful lectures in the morning. In between I missed because of some other engagements. We are starting like junior college from tomorrow, so I was busy in planning all those things because we have to follow so many other rules, guidelines, regulations of the government of Maharashtra, Mumbai Municipal Corporation. But I came to know from Dr. Kanchan Fulmale, and she was under tension throughout the day. And when there was a net failure for a few minutes, she was under tremendous tension, and she felt that now what happened. Dr. Kanchan Fulmale, see, these things are bound to happen when you are working with technology. Let me share my experience with you people. Not that this can happen anywhere, this can happen everywhere. Not that only in our college it happened. Some teachers the principals were taken to Germany, and there was a presentation in a school. And then the principal was to make presentation about their administration. Their first projector was not working. Then he got a bit irritated. The way I got, or we used to get, or we are getting. Then he called technician. Technician brought another projector. He heard another projector didn't work. Then we principals started looking at each other and started smiling. So the problems are universal. The way we have a global conference, the problem, what I mean to say, and finally, let me tell you, the program went without presentation. So principal got so irritated, it wasted some 15 to 20 minutes. And then finally he said, okay, now I will speak without presentation, without my PowerPoint and everything. So though we depend too much on technology, technology is very helpful. Without that, we would not have done this type of function today, where we have guests from different parts of the country, different parts of the world, paper presentation, presenters. Just now Kanchan told me, gave me some inputs that we have presenters from Noida, we have presenters from MP, presenters from so many other places. That is because of technology. Each system has its own merits and demerits. Okay, we have even within Maharashtra, see, we have presenters from Noida, Delhi, Kerala, Bhopal, and we have a presentation from Satara, Solapur, Sangli, Pune. Means it is from state, we have quite a few presenters. From national level, we have presenters. And see, these things cannot happen without hard efforts taken by coordinator Kanchan Fulmali and their entire team. Pursue the people, contact with the people, ask them to present the paper. Even yesterday also, Saturday, I was little busy. But then finally I call, she messaged me 2-3 times, sir, can you have some time to talk? And then finally I called her Saturday evening. And then she was again working on papers. So she was applying software to check the plagiarism of papers and all those things. So this type of conferences do require a lot of efforts, teamwork, and she has a good team of Somnath, Samrat, Rakesh sir, and ever happy to help anyone, Shwani Naik, and our IT coordinator who is always there for all our functions, and she always remains behind camera. Okay, Archana, you never put on your camera. So anyway, but she is always there to, she is our line production who is always behind the camera. She looks after all production system, but she doesn't come in front of camera. Now also at 6:30 she has to manage my one online orientation program for 11th and 12th students. So good, very brainstorming session throughout the day. Well, hard efforts taken by people and very well done. So hope we will have, I thank all paper presenters. Of course, formally our vice principal will present a vote of thanks, but I thank all paper presenters, and basically I thank all my colleagues who have taken lot of efforts to see to that this conference goes through. And some people now, because we had presenters from Australia, we had presenters from Canada. So somebody there was in say 6 o'clock in the morning. For somebody it was at 2 o'clock or 2 a.m. in the morning. So, and the people managed, she managed to get the people and talk as per our convenience. So all the best for next session. I mean next conference, and over to you. Who is looking? Shivani,
yes,
who is comparing? Yeah.
Thank you indeed, sir. It is your sustained motivation that enables us to constantly reinvent ourselves and make continuous progress in the path of learning and research. Once again, thank you very much, sir, for your constant and very strong support. May I now request our respected Vice Principal, Srimati Chandana Chakravarti, to address the audience, whose silent and assured presence assist us always in every possible way. Over to you, Chandana ma'am.
Good evening to all, and thank you, Rakesh, first and foremost for your very kind words, because I do know that it is not 100% true. So thank you so much. And it is my responsibility, I should say, but it's a pleasure actually to propose a formal vote of thanks to all the speakers for the day today. We have had people, as Doke sir has rightly said, from across the globe, and it is in true sense an international symposia, because we had a speaker from Germany, from Australia, another from Philippines, a third person from Canada, and a fourth person from Mexico. So it was from across the globe. And as Sir has said that, has already pointed out that it was, the time zones are different, and we needed a lot of coordination, which was done by Kanchan Fulmali madam. So she has taken a lot of efforts, and of course, backed by her very young and dynamic team that she has, who has constantly been a source of, help and inspiration for her. And I know that there is a lot of hard work over a long period of time which has been put in to make this symposia what it has happened today. We are thankful also to our final judges who have, spared their time, gone through all the paper presenters who have come here, come forward, have the courage to make the presentation, because it does take a lot of courage to come ahead and make a presentation. So thank you, Dr. Samadhan Khamkar and Dr. Gurunath Fagre. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time with us. I would fail in my duty if I do not actually thank the presenters who have, come together, who have come forward and have made their presentations. It really needs a lot of courage and hard work to, do what you did today. So even if somebody is being judged as number one, but you are a winner in the true sense, because you have come here and made your, made your presentation. You have taken away feedback from a very learned person, so you can definitely improvise. And next time, I'm sure we will have better results. You will have better results. I'm thankful to my also my management of Pale Tilak Vidyalaya Association, who our patrons are always encouraging us in academic ventures. They are always behind us, supporting us always with whatever type of academic related activities we undertake. And without their support, today wouldn't have been possible. Thank you to all. Thanks to Archana and our IT team, Swapnil also. Both of them have managed the entire event and made sure that it has gone very smoothly. Although, today, I know a little bit, we had to cut short the time of the paper presentation, and it was a little hurried because, we lost some time because of a technical glitch that happened in midway. So we had to cut short because we lost some time there. But all of you all cooperated beautifully. You all understood the situation and you all have cooperated. Thank you for that. And finally, thanks to all the others who have not made the presentations but have contributed in the form of research papers. So we have around about 80 papers which have come. So that's a sizable number of papers which have
good.
Yes, which have people from across the country have sent. So now we will have to go through. The work is not yet over. Our team is still going to go through all those papers, and some of the papers will go in for further publication. So thanks to all the people who have contributed in this venture that we have undertaken. And we hope to conduct such type of activities more in the future under the guidance of Dr. Fulmali, because we cannot have any other person, who will work as hard as she can. So thanks to all on behalf of Danukar College and on behalf of the IQAC also. I am sincerely and thankful. I express my gratitude to all the people who have worked today to make this symposia happen. Thank you. And with this, I declare that the symposium is over. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.